On Earthstar, in the Dragon Nation's Linhai City, countless monsters from another world began invading the human realm, plunging humanity into a massive crisis. Fortunately, at that exact moment, a mysterious brand suddenly appeared on the hands of all humanity. Through this mysterious brand, people awakened special classes. This marked the beginning of the class awakening era for everyone in the Dragon Nation. 100 years ago, a mythical class cultivator emerged as the strongest warrior of the Dragon Nation. Known as Shura, he took only 10 years to set the highest record in Huasha, becoming the very first person to clear the 7th world. But when the strongest level 9 monster horde invaded, Shura, who had transitioned classes 8 times, stood alone at the rift and sacrificed his own life to protect the Dragon Nation. Perhaps due to this immense merit, exactly 100 years after his death, Shura was reincarnated into a young man with the same name, Zhang Yue, who had just ended his own life after facing relentless hardships. After absorbing the memories of the original Zhang Yue, he quickly gained a basic understanding of this new era. Who would have thought that a century later, he would reincarnate into someone with his exact name? Only as a beast tamer, of course. The beast tamer class relied almost entirely on pets to do the fighting. Beyond leveling up his own character, the growth stats of his pets had to be constantly upgraded. It was common knowledge that raising a truly powerful beast tamer required someone to be absolutely filthy rich. For any ordinary person, awakening the beast tamer class was definitely not considered good news. The original Zhang Yue was a powerless failure who ended his own life. But Shura was once the absolute strongest warrior in the Dragon Nation. Since he had taken over this body and woken up again, he would carry the young man's regrets and conquer this harsh world as a thank you. Zhang Yue whispered to himself in front of the mirror. Without wasting any time, he stepped straight through the dimensional portal into the foreign world. Instantly, system notifications began flashing, welcoming the respected user Shura back to the game. The system detected that he had been offline for 36,552 days. His last recorded progress showed Shura clearing the 17th world, with an offline reward rate of 70 points per second. He accumulated a staggering total of 221,066,496,000 energy points. The system congratulated him for defeating the first level 9 beast wave, completing the mythical achievement, Unrivaled Soul, and earning the mythical grade treasure known as the Supreme Oracle. The Supreme Oracle was automatically activated, granting him a powerful, permanent buff. All energy points gained while both online and offline were now multiplied 10,000 times. Consequently, then his idle rewards multiplied by 9,999, yielding a monstrous total of over 2,210 trillion energy points. Talk about hitting the jackpot. The terrifying number left even Zhang Yue completely stunned. The first clear reward for surviving the ultimate beast wave was truly insane. Next, the system prompted him to reset his class, offering legendary choices like Undead Knight or Dark Swordsman, from Shadow Reaper and Divine Priest to Purgatory Mage, Ghost Hunter, Beast Tamer, and Necromancer. The list of elite options was absolutely incredible. Zhang Yue began calculating his options. A century ago, he had awakened as an epic warrior. But the strongest class in this world was actually the Beast Tamer. However, the energy required to develop both himself and his pets was simply too massive, making progression extremely slow. But since he had reincarnated with a century worth of idle rewards, this was the ultimate choice. He immediately chose to become a Necromancer. The system congratulated him on becoming the 4th mythical core class user, awakening as a Necromancer. The advanced path of the Beast Tamer. Necromancer, a magic-type mythical class, came equipped with the legendary skill known as Soul Harvest. Whenever he defeated monsters, there was a 1% chance to harvest their souls, turning them into his loyal pets. Pets acquired this way were untradeable and could only be used by him. or sacrificed as material to level up his other summons. Thanks to undead evolution, all his pets could evolve by devouring others of the same tier, potentially reaching the mythical rank, while also gaining permanent, absolute loyalty. Additionally, the experience points required for all his pets to level up was permanently slashed by 50%. Feeling the surge of power, Zhang Yue marveled at his initial 100 growth stars. This sheer power was truly fitting for a mythical class job. Normal beast tamers had to rely on rare quest rewards just to get pet eggs, and they could never upgrade their quality. Yet the Necromancer could not only evolve pets but also harvest monsters directly into summons, proving the absolute supremacy of his mythical class. In his past life, relying only on an epic class, he cleared 70 worlds in 10 short years to become the top warrior. Now, starting with a mythical class, he resolved to conquer every single world perfectly, aiming to become the strongest warrior not just in the nation, but the entire world. Fueled by ambition, Zhang Yue finally stepped into the very first world. Welcome to the Source of Nightmares. Based on his registration location, the system assigned him to the safe zone of Doomsday Town. A friendly reminder popped up, warning that combat was strictly prohibited in safe zones, and asking if he wanted to keep his old name, Shura, or choose a new one. In this life, he was destined to surpass his past self, and the only thing that surpassed everything was 0. With that in mind, Zhang Yue declined the old title and chose his new name, 0. Zhang Yue is surrounded by plenty of other newbies who just arrived, all of them looking completely lost. Is this really another world? It feels so much like reality, yet so magical. But wait, is not this place supposed to be crawling with monsters? Where are they? This is the safe zone, buddy. The monsters are all outside. Right then, the system announces the quest for the first world. They can check the details on the quest page. Hearing this, everyone immediately scrambles to find partners and form a team. Only Zhang Yue stands perfectly still, quietly reading the details of the first world quest. Source of Nightmares. As darkness falls upon the land, the demons slumbering deep underground awaken, pushing this final world to the absolute brink. As a survivor, you must shatter the apocalypse and break the dark. Quest 1. Defeat a total of 1,000 monsters in this first world. Quest 2. Accumulate 10 silver coins by slaying monsters or other players. Right here, in this very first world. Clearing these challenges will unlock the teleportation portal to the boss dungeon of the first world. Defeating that boss will immediately grant passage to the second world. Realizing the standard rules of this fantasy world remain unchanged, Zhang Yue decides to buy some basic gear before heading out. Browsing through the starter gear, Zhang Yue feels a bit disappointed. The system shop is exactly as he remembered, only selling the most basic items. The absolute best items here are only rated 1 star. Sensing a big customer, the shopkeeper steps up and suggests that if he is not satisfied with these, he can offer much better gear for a price. Zhang Yue does not waste any breath and drops a heavy pouch onto the counter. Here is 100 coins. Just give me a 1-star wand. The shopkeeper happily hands over the staff, leaving the nearby rookies watching in absolute shock. One onlooker cannot help but point out that their starting bonus is only 100 coins, and he just blew all of it. Another chimes in, saying a simple 1-star wand barely adds any extra damage anyway. Buying a single weapon is not nearly as good as getting a full set of gear. It is just not worth it. Thanks for the tip. Zhang Yue replies politely before walking away, leaving the crowd to keep whispering behind his back. But only star-level weapons can have stats refined. So will not that boost his damage? A girl asks. But a guy quickly explains that refining costs special energy. You only get tiny amounts of it from killing monsters. It is so precious that people barely have enough to level up, let alone waste on a 1-star wand. I swear he has lost his mind, spending everything like that and leaving himself with 0 defense. Talk about a massive misjudgment. This kid is bound to get himself killed. Who knows what backwater place he came from? Completely clueless. Out here. You cannot get anywhere without money. Hearing their remarks, Zhang Yue merely chuckles. For a normal class wielder, spending every coin on a basic 1-star weapon really is a waste. Regular classes only gather a tiny bit of energy from grinding, so they would never waste it on low-tier gear. Too bad for them. Energy is the one thing he has in absolute abundance. Without hesitation, he begins refining the weapon. After 132 attempts and spending 985 points of energy, he successfully maxes out the staff, turning it into the Vanguard Flame Wand. The Vanguard Flame Wand, compatible with mages and beast tamers. Magical damage increased by 26, with an additional +2 to intelligence. Burn effect. Every attack inflicts a burning state for 3 seconds, draining 20 health points per second. Born from fire. This staff will reduce all enemies to ash. Zhang Yue smiles in satisfaction, noting his prep work is done. And now it is time for the show. A short while later, just outside the safe zone, a small party is struggling desperately against a mutated giant rat, striking it with a sword. The swordsman is horrified to see the beast barely took a scratch. Is this really supposed to be a low-level monster? Its health bar is massive, and if any of them get hit even once, they are as good as dead. Just then, a sudden fireball streaks through the air and obliterates the monster instantly, triggering the burn effect of his new wand. Mutated giant rat defeated. Experience points increased by 2, plus 10,000 energy points from a 10,000-fold multiplier buff. He is incredibly pleased. With a mythical grade class boosting his base stats and a fully refined weapon, he is unstoppable. Normal classes need an entire party to handle a single mutant rat, but he can one-shot them with ease. The party he just saved stands there completely frozen. They stare at Zhang Yue in disbelief. What kind of absurd damage was that? Could he be an elite hidden class? No way. Nobody has enough energy to max out a starter weapon this early. But whoever he is definitely a heavyweight. Level 1 monsters barely yield any experience. If he wants to maximize his gains, it is time to hunt higher-level beasts. In the first world, the source of nightmares includes low-tier mutated giant rats and deadly venomous spiders, ranging from level 3 to 4. There are also iron-armored scorpions from level 5 to 7, frenzied boars from level 8 to 9, and the ultimate first-world boss, the level 10 Savage Boar King. For now, the level 3 and above monsters over at the abandoned factory are his absolute best option. With that in mind, Zhang Yue prepares to leave. But a newbie party blocks his path, inviting him to team up since they have buffs, tanks, and damage dealers. While the young swordsman pitches the offer, the 2 girls in his party play along, trying to charm their way into getting Zhang Yue to agree. To their shock, Zhang Yue rejects them outright and heads toward the abandoned factory, all on his own, just as planned. By taking down the monsters, Zhang Yue successfully reaches level 3, pocketing a massive chunk of experience points. He also unlocks his very first skill slot, receiving the basic fireball spell as a reward from the system. It turns out a mythic grade class gets level up rewards 6 times greater than those of any ordinary player. After rising 3 levels in a row, he now has 18 free attribute points ready to spend, since the Beast Tamer class develops similarly to a mage in the early phase. He must first prioritize faster casting and stability before raising his overall agility. As for the starter skill, its power is quite low, and ordinary players with limited energy would never waste their precious resources upgrading it. But fortunately for him, the one thing he does not lack in this lifetime is energy. Zhang Yue taps through his system interface, pouring points into his minor fireball skill until it maxes out, evolving into an A-grade super fireball. This is pretty solid, as a starter skill that deals 140% damage is incredibly rare. At this rate, completing the first 2 world quests should easily push him up to level 8. Once he gets there, he can challenge the final boss and conquer the first world. That will be more than enough. Zhang Yue looks at the abandoned factory ahead and pushes the door open. Honestly, aside from the fact that dying here is permanent, this world functions exactly like a typical video game. The dungeon quests even feature non-player characters. Zhang Yue spots an injured man slumped in a corner, who immediately begs him for help the moment they make eye contact. He says his wife and child were eaten by monsters, asking if the adventurer can help him destroy that hateful scorpion. Instantly, the system triggers a scenario prompt, asking him if he wants to accept the scorpion hunt quest. Quests from non-player characters usually yield much better gear than random monster drops. Since Zhang Yue currently only has a simple staff, he gladly accepts without a second thought. While reading through the quest details, he catches a strange noise behind him, but turning around reveals absolutely nothing there. It looks like monsters are not the only things lurking around, but completing this quest remains his top priority. Zhang Yue smirks as he spots 3 pairs of glowing red eyes lurking in the dark. It has been a while since he faced these iron-armored scorpions, the low-tier beasts of this world. Suddenly, 3 of them crawl into the light and sprint directly at Zhang Yue, pulling out his flame staff. Zhang Yue unleashes his super fireball skill at the very first scorpion rushing his way. The scorpion swats the fireball aside, immediately activating its charge skill to close the gap even faster. Zhang Yue leaps high into the air to dodge the incoming strike, instantly casting his super fireball once more. The blast hits the scorpion dead on, triggering a massive explosion that instantly drains its health. The system notifies him that he has defeated a level 5 iron-armored scorpion. He gains 15 experience points and 50,000 energy units. While his super fireball is incredibly strong, it drains his mana pool quite rapidly. Keeping that in mind, Zhang Yue does not slow down, pressing on to eliminate the remaining scorpions. He remembers that once their numbers drop to a certain limit, the iron-armored Scorpion King will be summoned. Right on cue, Zhang Yue senses a strange, powerful presence rapidly moving right beneath his feet. Reacting in a split second, Zhang Yue immediately leaps backward. In an instant, the exact spot where he stood shatters as a massive, towering beast far larger than any ordinary scorpion bursts through. He knows he must take down this big guy before running completely out of mana. With his plan set, Zhang Yue aims directly at the Scorpion King and fires his super fireball. The Scorpion King blocks it with a single leg. Seeing only a tiny scorch mark on its leg, Zhang Yue clicks his tongue, finding its armor as thick as ever. Just then, the beast thrusts its tail straight at him. Zhang Yue quickly ducks to avoid the sting, then pushes off the ground to launch himself directly behind the giant creature. Smiling, he wonders how it likes this angle, then fires his super fireball directly into the beast's exposed back. This time, the hit is incredibly effective, sending the screeching monster crashing to the ground as Zhang Yue lands safely. That was pretty close. Honestly, burning through his entire mana pool only barely managed to paralyze it. And now he just needs to deliver the final blow. Just as the quest is about to finish, a swordsman suddenly appears behind him, preparing a sneak attack. Another player jumps over the Scorpion King with a raised sword, laughing wildly as he prepares to steal the kill. Haha, we are the ones completing this quest, and this Scorpion King is ours to harvest. Zhang Yue seemed to have anticipated the arrival of these two. With a blank face, he casually leaned to the side, easily dodging a sudden sneak attack from behind. He smiled, saying they finally decided to show themselves. Shocked, the attacker demanded to know if Zhang Yue had actually noticed them from the very start. Some people level up honestly, while others prefer to steal and plunder. Too bad for them. They picked the absolute wrong target. The enemies he faced before were hundreds of thousands of times stronger. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue unleashed a super fireball spell directly at the attacker. The other thief stood there, jaw dropped, watching his partner get instantly wiped out by a single move from Zhang Yue. Pure terror begins to creep into his heart. Right now, he realizes they picked the worst possible target. Let's face it, the guy before him is absolutely no helpless rookie. On high alert, the surviving thief cautiously asks how this is possible. Was he not supposed to be completely out of mana? How could he still cast a skill? Zhang Yue simply replies that if he had not said that, they would have never come out of hiding. The system announces that during the defeat of the ironclad Scorpion King, he has triggered his Necromancer class effect. Soul Harvest initiated. Do you want to tame the ironclad Scorpion King as a pet? Seeing this notification, Zhang Yue lets out a chuckle. Looks like luck is on his side. Activating the Soul Siphon effect so quickly. Across from him, the buzzcut thief watches on in absolute terror. He looks on as dark purple energy surges out of Zhang Yue, quickly condensing into the fearsome shape of an ironclad Scorpion King. The system alerts him that he has successfully obtained a normal-grade ironclad Scorpion King pet. Ironclad Scorpion King. Physical defense type. Normal grade. Bound to owner Ling. Experience 0 out of 100. Physical attack 2. Physical defense 4. Magic defense 3. Health value 80. Mana value 9. Strength 4. Growth level 5 stars. Stamina 8, with 10-star growth. Spirit 3, with 3-star growth. Loyalty is at 100. But every time the pet dies, its loyalty drops by 10 points. This cannot be restored. And if it hits 0, the pet will betray him. Passive skill, D-grade iron armor. Level 0 out of 10. Reducing damage taken by the pet by 5%. Built entirely for defense. The ironclad Scorpion King can block attacks and shield its Beast Tamer Master from harm. The Necromancer class effect kicks in, boosting his ironclad Scorpion King pet's loyalty to an infinite level. Thanks to his Necromancer class effect, his pet can now upgrade to elite rank by simply devouring 10 ordinary pets of any kind. Talk about an absolutely broken ability. It can even reach mythic rank at its peak. Plus, the experience required for the Scorpion King to level up is slashed by 50%. Zhang Yue strokes his chin, lost in thought. The reason beast tamers struggle so much is that pets rely entirely on their master's experience to level up. In the early stages, you have to spend double the experience just to level them up. Later on, with multiple pets, that demand multiplies exponentially. Normal players simply cannot keep up. Fortunately for him, experience points are the one thing he has plenty of. With a quick command, Zhang Yue presses the upgrade button. The system immediately announces that the pet's D-grade iron armor skill has leveled up. It has now evolved into the passive A-grade iron body, reducing all incoming damage taken by 30%. By now, the buzzcut thief is pale with fear, shouting out, demanding to know who Zhang Yue really is, since no ordinary beast tamer could ever possess such insane power. Zhang Yue gently pats the pet's head. He explains that ever since he accepted the quest, he could feel someone watching from the shadows. He figured they were stealthy assassins who specialized in ambushing solo players for their loot. It was just a coincidence that they shared the same quest, making them wait until the very last second to strike and steal the Scorpion King. The thief trembles violently, cursing his luck for running into an absolute monster. He needs to escape right now, or else. Sensing the thief's desperate urge to run, Zhang Yue smirks and gives a quiet command to his newly tamed pet. Go out there, my friend, and show him your true strength. In an instant, the massive scorpion blurs into a shadow, appearing right next to the terrified thief. One sharp leg pierces straight through the thief's stomach. Writhing in agony on the cold ground, the man begs desperately for his life. He begs for mercy, desperately crying out for his life. But in this ruthless, dog-eat-dog world, if you choose to hunt others, You must be ready to become the prey yourself." With those final words, Zhang Yue coldly orders his pet to finish the thief off. Shortly after, Zhang Yue heads over to hand in the quest to AC. Smiling, the NPC gives him a big thumbs up, thanking him for the revenge. From this day forward, he declares Zhang Yue as his ultimate brother-in-arms. The system announces that he has successfully completed the Scorpion Extermination quest. Rewards include 500 experience points, 1 silver coin, 3 million points of energy, and a rare magic necklace. He also obtains the iron leg armor. Congratulations on leveling up. Health increases by 30 points, and mana increases by 12 points. 6 free attribute points are awarded. He is now level 4 and needs 2,000 experience points for his next level up. Wanting to see the stats of his new gear, Zhang Yue immediately taps to inspect each item. The 1-star magic necklace is usable by all classes, adding 5 mana points and becoming eligible for refinement at level 4. A legendary necklace forged from pure magic. Wearing it grants the user incredibly powerful spells. 1-star white iron greaves, usable by all classes. It adds 7 physical defense, 6 magic defense, and unlocks refining at level 5 to offer solid protection. Zhang Yue grins in relief just when he desperately needs mana. He pulls a gear piece that boosts his magic power, refining it to the limit. The system alerts that after 125 attempts, he spent 2,499 energy points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the gold tier attribute, Sanctuary Origin Magic. Another 158 refinements cost him a total of 2,985 energy points. He unlocks the gold tier Heroic Ironclad Protection, equipping both items immediately. Zhang Yue excitedly declares that he and his iron-armored Scorpion King can now finally level up to level 5. Right then, a massive system notification suddenly flashes across the sky above. Attention all class holders in Apocalypse Town, this is a critical regional announcement. A level 5 hidden dungeon named Apocalypse Citadel has appeared nearby. It will only remain open for 1 hour, so all qualified class holders are invited to take on the challenge. The first to clear the dungeon will receive a massive physical reward. Clenching his fist, Zhang Yue confidently smiles. It is close, and he must claim this first clear reward. Meanwhile, a massive crowd has already gathered at the entrance. A red-robed player suddenly shouts out, "Hey, who wants to team up with me?" Word is the first clear reward is insane, and we could make a massive fortune here. Another player scoffs at our level. Entering a level 5 dungeon is pure suicide, and we would not live to spend those riches anyway. The red-robed guy replies that is exactly why they need a team. Just then, Zhang Yue arrives and steps forward, but a rough hand blocks him. The guard immediately turns around with a brown-nosing grin, ushering a golden-armored man forward while calling him guild leader. Everyone shifts their gaze to this guy's blinding gold gear. Seriously, that armor must cost an absolute fortune. Who is that show-off? Someone whispers, only to be answered that it is Liu Yao, the son of Linhai's richest tycoon, Liu Yue. His family owns the 3 largest pharmacies in Linhai, making his net worth easily climb into the billions. Exactly. This young master loves showing off, and even his lackeys wear 1-star gear sets that cost tens of thousands. Liu Yao smirks arrogantly, soaking in every bit of praise and awe coming from the crowd. Suddenly, the girl beside Liu Yao spots Zhang Yue and gasps in shock. Looking back, Zhang Yue digs through his host's memories and recognizes her as Lin Yue, the original host's ex-girlfriend. Seeing him stay quiet, Lin Yue struts over to mock him directly. A pathetic beast tamer who cannot even pay rent? Do not tell me you actually think you can handle a level 5 dungeon. Zhang Yue frowns, asking her coldly if she has some kind of problem. Startled by his icy glare, Lin Yue stumbles back several steps, panicking inside over how much Zhang Yue has changed. Shouldn't he be begging her like a dog for another chance? Just like he used to. But wait for it. Lin Yue leans against Liu Yao's chest with a smug smile, sneering that only elite players like her boyfriend have the right to enter. Liu Yao smiles smugly. How does getting dumped feel? You better learn your place, kid. Because struggling is useless. Zhang Yue looks away indifferently. She is just a worn-out shoe he tossed aside. So he is welcome to her. As for that special dungeon, seems someone else is the one dreaming here, furiously pointing at him like a cat whose tail got stepped on. Lin Yue shrieks, "What nonsense are you talking?" She begs Liu Yao to look at how arrogant he is and teach this trash a lesson right now. Zhang Yue laughs coldly, advising her to cherish her miserable life. Lin Yue scoffs that he is just bluffing, reassuring Liu Yao that this guy is nothing but absolute trash. Before she can say more, Liu Yao raises a hand to stop her. Sensing something strangely off about Zhang Yue, whose level and class are completely hidden from view, since the dungeon only opens for 1 hour, he has absolutely no intention of wasting precious time here. Liu Yao smirks and says he is in a hurry to raid the dungeon, not wanting to waste time on him, sparing his life this once. Liu Yao walks toward the gate and yells to his men to ensure they have their revival scrolls ready. He commands them inside for the first clear, and his men shout back in loud agreement. Once Liu Yao enters the dungeon, the onlookers immediately burst into gossip about what they just witnessed. A single revival scroll costs 3,000 credits on the market. Yet every single guard has one on them. They are incredibly wealthy. Though word is, these scrolls can only be used twice within 7 days, with basically 3 lives to burn. It looks like the first dungeon clear is guaranteed to go to the Supreme Guild. Just then, a guy walks up and pats Zhang Yue on the shoulder, offering some sympathetic advice, telling him to just accept his fate, because poor folks like them can never compete with those wealthy second-generation kids. Zhang Yue glares at him and fires back if he really thinks he is just a broke loser who cannot compete. Then he should spend his time figuring out how to get stronger instead. He tells himself that the original Zhang Yue might have been dirt poor, but that has absolutely nothing to do with his true self. Shura, frustrated and embarrassed. The young man scoffs at him for acting tough, but Zhang Yue does not pay him another second of attention. Turning away, he begins to calculate his next move. These dungeons always have a powerful boss monster guarding them. While his current strength is more than enough to tear through regular mobs, taking down that final boss on his own might still be a bit too risky, unless both he and his ironclad Scorpion King reach level 5. And couple that with maxed out skills and optimized gear, he cannot guarantee a flawless victory in a direct face-off. Meanwhile, the moment Liu Yao's group steps into the dungeon, Lin Yue is already sulking and whining. She whines to Liu Yao, asking why he did not take revenge for her after she got bullied so badly. Liu Yao explains that there were too many witnesses earlier. If anyone accused him of killing players indiscriminately, it would destroy the reputation of the Liu family and his guild, which simply is not worth the risk. He tells her not to worry, calling him a useless beast tamer, and promises he will force him to kneel and apologize soon. Hearing this, Lin Yue finally cheers up, claiming she always knew he was the only one who truly cared about her. Back outside the dungeon, Zhang Yue finds a mob spawning ground and immediately begins his absolute slaughter. A critical hit of -269, 20 burn, 32 burn, congratulations. You have leveled up to level 5. Congratulations. Your pet, the ironclad Scorpion King, has also leveled up to level 5. Looking at the notification, Zhang Yue thinks to himself that while a normal tamer's pet requires the exact same experience as its master, a necromancer's summon luckily only needs half. In these early stages, simply letting the ironclad Scorpion King crush a few weak mobs is more than enough to level up quickly. Their relentless grinding quickly attracts a massive crowd of spectators, including that same arrogant guy who had tried to mock Zhang Yue earlier. Hiding behind a giant boulder, he and his buddies watch, with their jaws dropped. whispering in shock if that is actually the broke kid who dared to stand up to Liu Yao. Turns out he is incredibly powerful, and that level 5 scorpion can obliterate enemies in a single instant. He mutters that he must be seeing things, deeply regretting mocking him earlier. A party of girls even musters up the courage to approach him, asking if he can carry them through the mob grinding and add them as friends. One even desperately begs to be his girlfriend, swearing she would never betray him. But Zhang Yue does not even glance at them as he cold-heartedly walks past with a flat refusal. Suddenly, the massive announcement board in the sky updates, warning all players in the apocalyptic town that the level 5 dungeon will be closing permanently in 10 minutes. By equipping the level 5 ironclad Scorpion King, he can massively boost its defensive power. With his pet tanking as a shield up front, he can safely deal damage from behind. Zhang Yue pulls up his pet's stats. The ironclad Scorpion King is a physical type monster of normal grade owned by Soul. It has defensive bonds, infinite loyalty, is level 5 with 5 out of 3,000 experience, and a physical attack of 2. Its physical defense is 39. Its magic defense is 35. Health is 180. Mana is 9. And it possesses a passive skill called Iron Body that reduces all incoming damage by 30%. According to the description, the ironclad Scorpion King specializes purely in defense, acting as an unbreakable shield to protect its master from harm. By adding mana regeneration gear, he can now continuously chain his fireball spells to clear out waves of monsters even faster. 10 minutes is more than enough. With a quick calculation, Zhang Yue steps through the portal and enters the dungeon. At that exact moment, a badly battered Liu Yao is sitting on the dungeon floor, gasping for air and cursing in absolute rage. They were just a tiny hair away from completely defeating that monstrous boss Scorpion. One of his surviving teammates cries out that trying to fight a level 7 boss with a party of level 2 players is pure suicide. Helping Liu Yao stand, Lin Yue begs him to retreat, saying the monsters here are far too dangerous, and they need to prioritize staying alive. The other teammate frantically agrees, urging everyone to use their escape scrolls to get out of there before the boss catches up, warning that staying behind will mean certain death. Suddenly, Liu Yao points toward the dark hallway and alerts the group that someone is approaching them. Realizing the newcomer is actually Zhang Yue, he grinds his teeth and furiously demands to know what he is doing there. He asks if Zhang Yue is insane for trying to solo a level 5 dungeon alone. Zhang Yue does not say a word, merely offering a cold, mocking smirk as he looks down at them, utterly humiliated. Liu Yao snaps and yells, demanding to know what he is smiling at before threatening to teach him a painful lesson. Lin Yue and the remaining teammate quickly grab Liu Yao, begging him to calm down and ignore him. They argue that a broke loser like Zhang Yue could never afford resurrection scrolls and is practically committing suicide, warning their leader that the boss monster is closing in fast. Realizing they are absolutely right, Liu Yao manages to calm down, knowing that survival is their top priority. He decides to activate their scrolls and escape the dungeon immediately. Right before they vanish, he throws one last insult, calling Zhang Yue a fool who has no idea what he is getting into. He mutters that Zhang Yue had better die in the dungeon to save him the trouble of doing it himself. Looking at the spot where Liu Yao's group disappeared, Zhang Yue mutters that it is good they are gone so he can ignore their noise. The system welcome message pops up, welcoming him to the level 5 Doomsday City dungeon, where his quest is to defeat the level 7 physical lord monster, the ironclad Scorpion leader. Suddenly, Zhang Yue whispers to himself, "Here it comes." Just ahead of him, a giant scorpion bursts out of the ground, sending dirt and sand flying into the air, prompting Zhang Yue to check its status window. The ironclad Scorpion leader is revealed. It is a level 7 physical lord monster with 80 attack, 55 physical defense, 50 magic defense, and 1,240 health, wielding the powerful ironclad collision skill. This leader is definitely on another level compared to its minions, with a health bar that is several times thicker. Zhang Yue summons his own ironclad Scorpion King and commands it to charge. Obeying the command, the ironclad Scorpion King rushes forward to clash directly with the boss Scorpion. A red -22 pops up above his pet's head. It is working out great, since his added gear combined with its skills means even a level 7 Lord class monster cannot do real damage to it. Feeling completely reassured, Zhang Yue pulls out his weapon, launching a super fireball to start the fight, which immediately causes the health of the boss Scorpion to steadily drop. The ironclad Scorpion leader shrieks in pain. Its glowing red eyes lock onto Zhang Yue, completely focused on attacking him next. However, the ironclad Scorpion King quickly uses its front pincers to lock the boss's legs in place, stopping it from carrying out its attack on Zhang Yue. Now for the main course. Zhang Yue charges up and summons 6 super fireballs at once, launching them all directly at the ironclad Scorpion leader. Howling in absolute agony, the giant beast desperately struggles to break free from the Scorpion King's grip, thrashing its legs forward to strike wildly in Zhang Yue's direction. Zhang Yue leaps high into the air to dodge the incoming attacks from the giant boss. Utterly defeated, the boss lets out a weak final cry before collapsing into a pool of its own blood. Zhang Yue lands gracefully right on top of the dead beast, muttering that it was nothing special after all. A system announcement rings out, congratulating the player Ling for being the first to clear the level 5 Doomsday City dungeon, rewarding him with 10 iron grade scrolls. Since the server announcement is public, everyone sees it, sparking an immediate frenzy of wild discussions. Wait, it is cleared. Who is this master named Ling? And how are they so insanely strong to beat a level 5 dungeon? Seeing the notification, Lin Yue Air turns to Lu Yao in total panic, asking if the newcomers are only around level 1 to level 3. The level 5 dungeon boss has to be at least a level 6 or 7 lord. So how on earth is anyone beating that? Lu Yao stares at the notification with his jaw dropped, before turning to Lin Yue with a suspicious look, asking if it could be her ex-boyfriend. He just entered a few minutes ago, and now this announcement drops. Lin Yue is stunned, but she quickly shakes her head, saying that is absolutely impossible. She reminds him his ID was hidden, and he did not even have a pet, making it impossible to defeat a level 7 monster alone, leading them to agree it must be someone else. Defeating the Scorpion leader means this person is definitely someone extraordinary. Stabbing his weapon into the ground, Liu Yao barks out a loud order to find the player named Ling immediately, demanding they recruit him to the Supreme Guild no matter how much it costs. His guild members immediately salute and shout out their agreement. Back inside the secret realm, Zhang Yue is busy collecting the loot dropped by the defeated ironclad Scorpion leader. The drop rate of Lord monsters is indeed far better than regular ones, yielding copper coins, gear blueprints, and most importantly, a special scroll. Holding the item in his hand, Zhang Yue carefully examines the level 5 iron grade dungeon scroll, realizing he can consume 1,000 energy points to upgrade it directly to bronze grade. Once opened, the scroll guarantees a reward of +5 silver coins alongside an iron grade quest bounty. Upgradable dungeon scrolls like this are easily worth several thousand yuan, so Zhang Yue instantly commands the system to perform a quick upgrade, consuming 1,000 energy points. The system congratulates him on upgrading the dungeon scroll from iron grade to bronze grade, consuming 2,000 energy points. The system congratulates him on upgrading the scroll from bronze grade to silver grade. Notifications keep popping up repeatedly as he continues upgrading the dungeon scroll all the way to its absolute highest tier. Gripping the newly upgraded item, Zhang Yue smiles, realizing a king-grade dungeon scroll has never once appeared in the first world before. Selling this on the open market would easily net him hundreds of thousands of yuan. To any regular player, this is a massive fortune. But his main goal is to fully conquer this alternate world. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yue uses the item, and the system confirms he activated a level 5 king-grade scroll. Granting him +1 gold coin, he receives a king-grade survivor rescue quest, with the system instructing him to complete the mission within the time limit for a grand reward. The quest is to rescue the survivors. A king-grade challenge with a difficulty rating of 100. The description says, "Darkness blankets the land as monsters awaken. Humanity faces a catastrophic disaster in the first world. The nightmare source. Find the survivor Aelin and escort her to the safe zone of Doomsday Town. Secret reward included. Only 12 hours remain. If the task is not completed within that time, it will count as a failure and vanish forever." Zhang Yue reads the quest and opens his map, falling into deep thought. The difficulty level is 100, and the reward remains unknown. Talk about a nightmare, a king-tier bounty quest to escort a single NPC. The map is level 10, but he is only level 5. And those boars roam in packs. Handling them might be pretty tough. So he decides to find Aelin first and figure things out. A bit later in the forest, Aelin runs while crying out, begging the beast not to chase her. Right behind the little girl is a frenzied boar, hot on her heels and refusing to let up. Frenzied boar. Physical type: common monster. Etasian cider has the Dalazit and Workation. Physical attack is 100. Physical defense is 68. Magic defense, 65. HP is 720. With skills, frenzy, and escape. System description says a boar in its frenzied state is no joke. Before getting close, consider whether you can withstand a 500-kilogram impact. Suddenly, a fireball flies through the air and strikes the frenzied boar, stopping its pursuit dead in its tracks. Zhang Yue appears right next to Aelin, scooping the young girl up in one arm. Aelin looks up at Zhang Yue with teary eyes, asking if he saved her. And Zhang Yue replies with a soft yes. At that moment, a notification pops up confirming survivor Aelin has been found, with 10 hours remaining on the quest. Just then, the frenzied boar lets out a long howl and charges. Its extreme speed makes Zhang Yue frown, wondering if this is tied to the quest. He just found Aelin, and already, the boars in the forest are getting pretty restless. To prevent the commotion from drawing even more attention, Zhang Yue rapidly fires several fireballs at the frenzied boar, but the frenzied boar moves too fast, dodging almost every attack. Even when one fireball finally hits, the huge level difference combined with its thick hide and fat keeps it alive. Very quickly, more frenzied boars charge in from all directions, forming a tight circle that traps Zhang Yue and Aelin in the center. With a grim expression, Zhang Yue whispers, "Even a mythic class character with a gold tier staff and an A-rank fireball cannot easily damage these beasts. If Aelin dies here, the quest is a total failure." Zhang Yue immediately summons the ironclad Scorpion King. He orders it to charge ahead to block the boars. Meanwhile, he concentrates his energy to summon multiple super fireballs, launching them all at a single target, thanks to the ironclad Scorpion King successfully drawing their attention. Zhang Yue's targeted attack boasts a 100% hit rate, blasting the targeted frenzied boar and slaying it on the spot. The system announces, "You have slain a level 10 frenzied boar, gaining 40 experience points and 100,000 energy." Zhang Yue shouts out in excitement, "It works. Keep going, ironclad Scorpion. Just a few more of these and we will level up," repeating the same trick. The perfect coordination between Zhang Yue and the ironclad Scorpion King clears out the boars one by one. However, Zhang Yue quickly senses that something is wrong. The sheer number of frenzied boars charging out of the forest vastly outnumbers the ones he is currently slaying. To make matters worse, spamming his high-cost super fireball technique repeatedly is rapidly draining his mana to absolute zero. Seeing the heavy look on his face, Aelin asks with deep worry if her big brother is all right. Zhang Yue smiles, assuring her that he will definitely bring her back safely. Just when you think he is safe, a giant boar charges out of nowhere, sending Zhang Yue flying, showing lightning-fast reflexes. Zhang Yue does not even wait for his body to hit the ground before unleashing a super fireball to blast the beast, stopping its pursuit for now, sensing its master is in grave danger. The ironclad Scorpion King rushes over to protect Zhang Yue. It is a good thing his health pool is quite high. Otherwise, surviving such a brutal impact would have been nearly impossible. Even his summon cannot hold out much longer. This bounty quest is proving to be far more difficult than he ever imagined. Just as he is struggling to find a way out, the burn damage from his earlier attack drains the beast's remaining health, causing it to collapse dead. The system announces, "Congratulations on reaching level 7. Health points increase by 15. Mana points by 6. And free attribute points by 3. Zhang Yue exclaims in absolute delight. Leveling up twice in one go is amazing, since it is an emergency. He decides to dump his points into attack power first. Not only that, recalling the gear he looted from the ironclad Scorpion boss earlier, he slips a ring onto his finger. This is the level 7. 1-star gold tier Glory Overlord War Ring. Boosting his attack by 35, it adds 3 points of strength, has no class restrictions, and allows attacks to ignore 20 points of the enemy's defense. Item description says the ring is forged from the fangs of the ironclad Scorpion leader, offering exceptional destructive power, finishing his preparations in an instant. Zhang Yue immediately unleashes a super fireball technique, launching it straight at the frenzied boars. The frenzied wild boar lets out a final screech before turning into experience points for Zhang Yue. The system alerts that he defeated a level 10 wild boar, gaining 40 experience points and 100,000 energy points. This is perfect. Before, it took 7 or 8 attacks to do anything, but now just 2 fireballs can drop a wild boar. Zhang Yue eagerly spams his skills to wipe out the remaining beasts while system notifications ring out in rapid succession, chiming over and over. Exhausted, Zhang Yue leans on his knees, gasping for breath while celebrating his escape from the herd. Now, he just has to escort Ailin back to town to finish the quest. Right then, an incredibly annoying voice rings out, mocking him for somehow surviving the secret realm. Startled, Zhang Yue looks up to see Liu Yao and Lin Yue walking over. His expression instantly turns cold as he tells them he has no time to waste on garbage and orders them to get lost. Lin Yue sneers from the side, calling out to her dear brother Yao. He is a level 5 elite decked out in gold gear, meaning almost nobody in the rookie zone can touch him. She begs him to teach Zhang Yue a lesson. Liu Yao smirks and draws his blade, saying his enemy was lucky to keep his pathetic life last time, but now he promises to end him right here. Watching his move, Zhang Yue feels his gaze turn dark as he welcomes the challenge. A furious Liu Yao raises his sword high and charges straight forward. He wants to see if that stubborn neck is tougher than his blade. With a loud roar, Liu Yao slashes down hard at his throat. And here is the crazy part. The outcome is entirely different from what Liu Yao imagined. His heavy strike fails to deal any damage to Zhang Yue. Liu Yao cries out in utter disbelief, demanding to know how this is possible. Lin Yue gapes in shock, wondering how a defenseless beast tamer could survive. How could her champion fail to hurt him? Zhang Yue simply smiles and asks if the little show is finally over. Now, it is his turn. Watching Zhang Yue conjure an absolutely massive fireball, a terrified Liu Yao quickly tries to threaten his way out of this deadly danger. He frantically yells for him to wait, claiming to be the supreme guild leader and the wealthy young master of the powerful Liu family from Linhai, desperately warning him to stop. Zhang Yue does not care in the slightest. Before the guy can even finish speaking, he slams the fireball right into him, cursing that he got one shot. Those become the final words of Liu Yao before he vanishes, dropping all his loot. The system announces that the supreme class user, Liu Yao, initiated a hostile attack. turning his name gray. For 10 minutes. Defeating a gray-named player will not accumulate any crime points. Zhang Yue mutters under his breath, calling him an idiot. In this fantasy world, players normally have white names. But launching an unprovoked attack on another white-named player immediately turns the aggressor's name gray. During this brief window, retaliation from the victim is considered self-defense, meaning they will not accumulate any crime points. However, if the victim fails to defend themselves, the name of the attacker turns red, earning them 100 crime points. Under the strict rules of this world, players are banned from safe zones and cannot log out unless they farm monsters to clear their crime points, or simply accept their impending doom, walking over to scoop up the glowing gold gear. Zhang Yue notes that a player dying in this place does not just lose levels and experience. They also drop tons of equipment. Nearby, Lin Yue collapses onto the ground in sheer panic, her face completely pale with absolute terror. Her mind races with sheer confusion, unable to believe he literally one-shot someone like Liu Yao, leaving her wondering when he became so incredibly powerful. Seeing Zhang Yue start walking towards her, she panics and shrieks, desperately asking what he wants as sheer anxiety takes over. She only has 2 resurrection scrolls for the entire 7-day period, and she already used one to escape the secret realm, meaning she cannot afford to waste her final chance now. As he steps closer and closer, Lin Yue completely loses her cool. In desperation, she drops to her knees with a pathetic smile that looks worse than crying, sobbing that she has never been able to forget him since their breakup. But Zhang Yue simply takes the hand of Eilin and walks right past her, treating her like complete air. This leaves her frozen in complete shock. Before leaving, Zhang Yue casts a sharp backward glance, realizing he could not strike her, since attacking a white-named player would have negatively impacted his active quest. He simply cannot afford to waste precious time on completely irrelevant people. Left behind on the dirt, Lin Yue stares blankly as the two walk away. Once they disappear from sight, she grinds her teeth in pure rage, muttering about how dare he look down on her. Furious, she vows to make him pay for this. Fortunately, no other issues arise as Zhang Yue successfully escorts Eilin all the way back to the Apocalypse Town, where she bows deeply to thank him. Bowing, she says thanks and heads home. The system announces that he successfully completed the King Tier quest to rescue the survivor. For his rewards, he receives 10,000 experience points, 20 silver coins, and 50 million energy points. With the 10,000-fold point buff active, he scores new gear, the small ice hammer skill, and a pet egg. Congratulations on leveling up. Health increases by 30. Mana goes up by 12. And he gets 6 free attribute points. Now, at level 8, he needs 9,500 experience to level up again. Zhang Yue reaches out, and a brand new staff appears. It is a level 8 frost staff 2 stars. White grade. No class restriction. Granting 25 magic attack power. The description says it holds massive frost power. Once upgraded to blue tier or higher, it will unleash crushing ice damage. Reading that final line, Zhang Yue grins and commands the system to start refining the staff. System alert: refining in progress. After 144 attempts, it consumes a total of 22,356 energy points. Congratulations, you have obtained the gold tier attribute, Destroyer of the Frost Scepter. Zhang Yue smiles to himself. The higher the gear quality, the more energy it takes to refine. But luckily for him, cost is never an issue. He then remembers the pet egg among the recent rewards. He pulls out the pet egg to inspect it, only to feel a wave of disappointment. It is just a common tier egg. Then, he remembers the mountain of common pet eggs he picked up while farming monsters earlier. After a quick thought, he decides to feed them all to the ironclad Scorpion King as nutrients. The system alerts him that his common tier pet, the ironclad Scorpion King, has devoured an enhanced wild boar. Evolution value +1. Making it 2 out of 10. One notification after another pops up as the Scorpion King greedily absorbs every single egg. System alert, congratulations. Your common ironclad Scorpion King has successfully evolved into the elite tier silver-clad Scorpion King. This elite physical type monster is now soul-bound to its master. It is a defensive type with 100 loyalty points, which drop by 10 every time it dies. Loyalty can never be restored if it hits 0. The beast will betray him. It is currently level 8, boasting a 6-star growth rate, besides basic stats like its high endurance, physical defense, magic defense, and stamina are heavily boosted. The beast even gains a new silver armor skill. It is an A-rank passive skill. Silver armor reduces incoming damage by 5%, while boosting the Scorpion's physical defense by an extra 10%. Reflect armor. This is a unique elite tier effect. Whenever the silver-clad Scorpion King takes damage, it reflects 30% of that damage back to the attacker. The description notes that this beast specializes in defense, acting as a shield to soak up heavy hits for its master. Satisfied? Zhang Yue holds his staff in one hand while gently patting the Scorpion's head, muttering that it is not bad at all. With his 2-star staff, the Scorpion, and the gold tier gear he got from Liu Yao, he might finally be ready to challenge the final boss of the first world. But first, he needs to restock some essential supplies. With that in mind, Zhang Yue decides to log out of the portal world. By the time Zhang Yue returns to the real world, night has already fallen. Right on cue, his phone on the desk starts ringing. He answers, only to hear an urgent, demanding voice on the other end. Listen, Zhang Yue. This is your final warning. If you do not pay the 390,000 hospital fees for your brother Zhang Zhao, we will halt all treatments. Zhang Yue calmly tells them to send the hospital's bank account details, promising the money will arrive in 10 minutes. Hanging up, he opens his system panel, a confident smile spreading across his face. Selling off a few gold-tier items will easily bring in millions. Saving his host's little brother is the least he can do to repay this body. System warning: this equipment is currently soul-bound, meaning it cannot be traded or dropped. Zhang Yue freezes. It seems this is the downside of his crazy point buff. The game's rules are completely airtight. With his gear locked, selling off all his silver coins will barely net him 10,000. He needs a fast way to make cash. Opening his phone, he browses the Portal World's bounty forum. One post offers a gold coin from the 8th world for 2,000 yuan. A first world newbie wants power leveling, paying 2,000 per hour, plus an extra 100 for every level up. Any strong high-tier players out there willing to carry me? Others are paying top dollar for high-end assassin weapons between level 55 and 60. While some offer standard power leveling at an hourly rate. Making money this way is way too slow, he mutters while scrolling. But then he spots something unusual. His eyes light up at a high-paying bounty. A player in Linhai City is offering 300,000 for power leveling. He clicks on the comment section to check. One user says there is no way this is real. It must be a scam. Another replies that the forum verifies all bounty posts, making it impossible to pull off a fake listing like this. A third user gets excited about the massive payout, but someone else warns that the cursed bounty has returned once again. When asked for details, the commenter explains that this terrifying offer pops up every single year when new players awaken. Rumors say anyone taking this bounty dies without exception. Account A comments, "Wow. Is it really that terrifying? You will not survive to spend it." Account E writes that it is way too scary. A deadly bounty indeed. But Zhang Yue finds it quite interesting. He closes the forum and dials the number. A cold smirk plays on his face as he mutters that a deadly bounty sounds fun. In no time, someone on the other end picks up. "Hello," he says, regarding that 300,000 coin boosting bounty on the forum. "What are the requirements?" The woman on the other end replies. "First, He must be a rookie class wielder from this current batch. Second, he needs to carry a specific target through the first world. That works. Whether it is the first or second world is no problem. But he demands 390,000. The girl does not even haggle. Instead, she generously promises him 400,000. Once the job is fully complete, she will be waiting for him at the Doomsday Town Resurrection Spring in 10 minutes. With the deal made, Zhang Yue heads over and spots a cloaked girl waiting. He asks if she is the one looking for a boost. And Qin Yan quietly nods. Right then, a passing youth spots Qin Yan and gasps in shock, asking if she is that notorious disaster mage everyone talks about. Others join in the whispering, pointing at Qin Yan and noting that she always dresses in that exact suspicious outfit. She is instantly recognizable. They wonder if the lame beast Tamer standing right next to her actually took on her deadly quest. Some people really will throw their lives away for easy money. Noticing Qin Yan shifting uncomfortably under their stares, Zhang Yue quickly sends her a party invite, leaving the safety of the spring behind. They head out to the quest zone as Zhang Yue breaks the silence. Clearing the first world requires completing 2 prerequisite quests: slaying 1,000 monsters and gathering 10 coins. He asks if she knows this, and Qin Yan timidly nods. In this world, players cannot deal critical damage to any monsters that are 5 levels or more above their current level. Even if he drops a beast to 1 health point, it is useless if she cannot land the final blow. They need to clear her quest and level her up first. Laying out his plan, Zhang Yue instantly unleashes his Super Ice Hammer spell to freeze a giant scorpion charging right at them. He actually got this freezing spell from a skill book rewarded during his previous quest. It lacks the explosive power of his fireball, but as a support crowd control skill, it fits the situation perfectly. He yells at her to snap out of it and strike now. Qin Yan finally snaps out of her daze and casts her magic. Before long, she successfully levels up to level 3. Just as she lets her guard down, a monster blindsides her from behind. Zhang Yue lunges forward, just in time to pull her out of harm's way. He finishes the threat with a devastating super fireball. His flawless timing and sheer power leave her utterly starstruck once again. Get up. We are moving to the next spot. It takes his direct prompt to snap her out of it so she can follow him. Feeling bored on the road, he asks her age. Since she is willing to shell out 400,000 coins, she quietly holds up her fingers to show she is 21, which leaves him pretty surprised. Since players awaken classes at 18, she must have entered this world 3 years ago. He wonders why her level is still so incredibly low. His blunt question makes Qin Yan freeze in her tracks, while he stands there utterly confused by her sudden pause. She pulls down her heavy hood, revealing a beautiful face. With deep sincerity, she thanks him for the help, but tells him to leave. She offers him 10,000 as compensation, begging him not to tell her sister. He jokes that he thought she was mute, but promises not to worry. Since he already made a deal with her sister, he will absolutely get her through this first world. Qin Yan frantically warns him about her curse, asking if he heard the crowd earlier. She is a walking disaster, and staying together will only bring him doom. After thinking it over for a brief moment, Zhang Yue cannot help but ask what this disaster body curse of hers actually means. She starts to explain, but a mocking voice cuts her off, sneering that the disaster mage is back out to ruin more lives. Rumors on the forums claim that taking her quests leads straight to the grave, but anyone who takes her out instead reaps a massive payout of experience points and energy. With that, the thug rallies his crew, yelling that they are going to do the world a favor and finish her off right now. Seeing them draw weapons, Qin Yan panics, warning him that these thugs are easily level 5 or 6, making them far too strong to fight. They only want her, so he needs to run. Zhang Yue scoffs, asking if they really think they can mess with his 400,000 coins without his permission as he readies his weapon before a single blow is struck. Another group suddenly appears, recognizing the newcomers. A worried thug quickly whispers to his long-haired boss, asking if that is the extremely wealthy young master Liu Yao, the Linhai billionaire's son. He mutters if they might be here to steal their kill. Fighting them would be suicide. But the long-haired leader snaps back, calling his lackey a spineless coward. Yet he immediately runs over to brown-nosed young master Liu Yao, stammering that they mean no offense if he wants to handle this threat himself, telling him to shut up. Liu Yao brushes right past the thug and walks straight toward Zhang Yue. He sneers at Zhang Yue, noting how destiny keeps bringing them together. Zhang Yue just smirks back, asking if he is here to deliver free gear again. If I remember correctly, you cannot use another 10 resurrection scrolls within 7 days. Right? Liu Yao waves his hand, telling his boys to pull out their weapons, staring into Zhang Yue's murderous eyes. Liu Yao feels a sudden chill. He looks back and finds his lackeys literally pulling out deadly weapons. They look ready to chop someone to pieces. Annoyed, he storms over and smacks each of them on the head, asking if they even understand him. Did he ask for these weapons? The embarrassed lackeys quickly nod, admitting they just acted out of pure habit. Instantly, Liu Yao's goons surround Zhang Yue with actual gift boxes, shouting for him to accept. Lin Yue loses her mind at this sight and demands answers. She asks what he is doing, but Liu Yao coldly tells her to shut up. He hides behind his men, smiling warmly as he tells Zhang Yue that using force lacks real sincerity. These are rare treasures he specifically ordered his men to carefully select just for him. If Zhang Yue joins his guild, all of these gifts are his. On top of that, he will receive a monthly salary of 50,000 credits. 50,000 credits. Qin Yan gasps at the massive amount, while Liu Yao's own goons whimper, wishing they got paid that much too. Lin Yue sneers, telling Zhang Yue that a dirt-poor loser like him could work for 10 whole years and never see that kind of money. With a smug expression, she tells him he should just behave and join the guild immediately. She figures that helping Liu Yao recruit this talent will surely make him incredibly happy with her. Once Zhang Yue joins, she can secretly torment him later. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Yue just smirks, stating he only respects those stronger than him. He challenges Liu Yao to try using force instead. Maybe then, he will actually consider it. Lin Yue screams, calling him insane for rejecting an amount he cannot even earn in a year. She asks what right a broke loser has to reject the offer. Zhang Yue calmly responds that birds of a feather flock together. He asks if she thinks everyone wants to live like a dog instead of a human. She gasps, completely speechless, shaking with absolute rage. She cannot even find the words to reply. Zhang Yue sighs and asks if they are fighting or blocking the road. When they stand frozen, Liu Yao commands his men to let them go. Lin Yue complains, shocked that he is letting him walk away. Liu Yao glares at her, asking if she is deaf before repeating his order. Frightened, she quickly shuts her mouth and nods, watching Zhang Yue and Qin Yan walk away into the distance. One of the goons steps up, reminding Liu Yao that this kid literally killed him once. Since he refuses to appreciate their master's mercy, he suggests they should just finish him off right here. The goon gets punched in the face instantly. Liu Yao snaps that the hardest things to get are always the best, and easy victories are never valued. Lin Yue carefully edges closer, sweet-talking him. She asks why he changed his mind about destroying Zhang Yue at all costs. Why did he change his mind without letting her know? Liu Yao lifts her chin, laughing coldly. He explains that after his defeat, she kept repeating how poor Zhang Yue was, meaning he could never afford gold-tier gear on his own. Yet, a basic beast tamer somehow deals that much insane damage. Realizing the kid is absolutely not normal, he vows to recruit him into the Supreme Guild to work for him. Lin Yue looks down in absolute silence. She secretly scoffs, believing nobody understands him better than she does. To her, he is just a useless, broke loser. She silently promises to make Zhang Yue kneel before her again one day. Meanwhile, in a different area, Qin Yan softly thanks him for protecting her back there. He shrugs it off, asking where he would collect his 400,000 credits if she ended up dead. She sighs, suggesting they just give up since he cannot possibly complete this quest. Stopping in his tracks, he asks why she posted the bounty on the forum if she had zero faith, especially since she could have easily canceled the trip to this other world. She explains that she gave up long ago, but her sister refused to, reminding him about her calamity body. She decides to just let him see the details. She pulls up her profile screen so he can read it. It displays Calamity Mage as a special class with the restriction of the Calamity body. The screen warns that she cannot defeat monsters alone and can only party with a single person, sharing the curse of the Calamity body with them. Under this state, both party members literally share a single life. If either of them dies, both perish instantly, dropping their levels back to 0. Leaving the party midway resets her level to 0 while sparing her partner. A note states that the Calamity body curse can only be broken once the Calamity Mage clears the first world. Furthermore, any other player who kills the holder of the Calamity body will receive a massive amount of experience. Reading through Qin Yan's profile, Zhang Yue is genuinely shocked. Besides the standard combat and lifestyle paths, this world also contains rare, special classes. If you can break their restrictions, the chance of unlocking an extremely advanced, top-tier class is incredibly high. It could even result in a legendary or mythical tier class. Unfortunately, ordinary people can never break these restrictions, ultimately ending up as powerless commoners who completely fade into obscurity. Slumping to the ground, Qin Yan sadly begins to share her painful story. Ever since awakening her class 3 years ago, she has attempted the challenge over 100 times, but never succeeded. To make things worse, the party system in this fantasy world prevents teaming up with anyone 10 levels higher. The top players are only level 10, so taking down the first world boss is impossible. She tells him to just leave. Looking at Qin Yan's tear-stained face, Zhang Yue asks what if he can actually do it. He promises to carry her through the first world. She grabs his clothes while sobbing, desperately asking if he's serious. Inside, a tiny spark of hope starts to flicker. For 3 years, she dreamed of breaking this annoying class restriction and finally becoming a highly respected class holder. Could it actually be possible now? Zhang Yue smiles confidently and tells her to cut the chatter so they can start the world quests. A few hours later, with Zhang Yue hard carrying her, Qin Yan easily finishes the 2 required quests, killing 1,000 monsters and gathering 10 silver coins to unlock the first world boss challenge. While Qin Yan is still reeling from his terrifying strength, Zhang Yue turns to ask if they are ready to face the boss now that the prerequisites are done. Snapping out of it, Qin Yan quickly says there's no problem. Noticing her strange expression, Zhang Yue asks if she is feeling okay. She replies that she's just confused because normally, someone as powerful as him would never take on a boost task like this. Zhang Yue chuckles, saying it is because he isn't normal. Inside, he groans at his own cheesy response. He can't exactly admit that he's just broke. Right then, a notification pops up, confirming that they gathered 10 silver coins and defeated 1,000 monsters to complete the quest. With all conditions met, they can now tap to challenge the world boss. The moment Zhang Yue presses start, the teleportation portal to the first world boss territory, Nightmare's source, bursts open. Without a single second of hesitation, the duo steps right through, immediately entering the Nightmare's source inside the dangerous demon abyss. The challenge time limit is 1 hour, and they must defeat the raging wild boar king before the clock runs out. Failure to defeat the boar king in time, or getting wiped out by him, will immediately result in a failed attempt. If they fail, they'll have to restart the entire world quest sequence to trigger the fight again. Telling her to hold on to these, Zhang Yue tosses several premium consumables to Qin Yan. including 10 costly resurrection scrolls and recovery potions. Though he is strong enough to solo the first world, anything can happen out here. So extra preparation is never a waste. Explaining this, he quickly equips his silver-armored scorpion with defensive gear dropped earlier, alongside the guardian armor obtained from Liu Yao. Just as they finish preparing, the massive raging wild boar king finally makes his grand entrance, trembling like a leaf. Qin Yan tries to quiet her racing heart, telling herself that everything will be fine this time. Yet she can't forget that dozens of players failed together before. And now there are only 2 of them. It seems all those past failures have left her deeply traumatized by the terrifying raging wild boar king. Realizing her fear, Zhang Yue reassures her, instructing her to hide on the side and focus on healing his scorpion pet. When she asks what he will do, he casually replies that he's going to handle this little piggy himself. Saying this, Zhang Yue fires a powerful super fireball spell straight at the charging boss. However, it barely scratches the beast, only making it angrier as it roars and charges straight toward him. But in an instant, the silver-armored scorpion intercepts the attack. Seizing the opening, Zhang Yue unleashes another fireball combo. He thinks that no matter how tanky the boss is, as long as his pet can hold the line, he can do this. Before he can even finish his sentence, the boss triggers its savage collision skill, sending his scorpion flying across the floor, grimacing as he watches the raging wild boar king charge again. Zhang Yue mutters that it won't be that easy. Panicking, Qin Yan screams at him to get out of the way. Yet, Zhang Yue simply stands his ground without flinching. Only when the beast is inches away does he swing his staff, casting the high-tier ice-carving skill to completely freeze the monster in place. Watching this, Qin Yan worries even more, knowing the boss has a 50% resistance to crowd control, meaning the freeze won't last. Just as she feared, the boar king shatters the ice within seconds, letting out another massive roar with a suffocating aura that would terrify any newbie. It's going berserk, she realizes, remembering that the wild boar king unleashes a deadly death trample when fully enraged. Zhang Yue loudly orders her to keep healing his scorpion while he prepares another ice spell. Qin Yan obeys immediately, though her hands still shake with fear. Even with constant heals, there is no way the scorpion can survive for very long under this onslaught. He doesn't need long anyway. Smiling confidently, Zhang Yue casts Ice Spike Rain, immediately following it up with a rapid-fire barrage of fireballs. The fire and ice combination obliterates the raging wild boar king on the spot, leaving Qin Yan completely frozen in absolute disbelief. A system message congratulates them on defeating the level 10 2-star boss, awarding them 100% of the rewards. Experience points increase by 6,000, energy by 1,000, alongside 120,000 silver coins and 16 pieces of Tier 2 meat. He gets the Berserk skill book, which sacrifices 10% defense to boost overall attack power by 5% for 10 seconds. Then, there is the level 10 Berserk Mage Coat with 2-star quality and gold tier stats, usable by any mage class. It adds 320 health points, plus 5 vitality and 5 stamina. The magic shield effect is active, meaning when his remaining health cannot cover the incoming damage, it consumes mana to absorb it, converting every 2 mana points into 1 point of damage reduction. The item description calls it a wild, magic woven coat that somehow balances raw fury with perfect elegance. He also obtains the level 10 Bloodthirsty Berserk War Ring of 2-star quality, gold tier stats. For knights, it adds 70 physical attack, 5 strength, and 5 agility, carrying the passive effect of Bloodlust. Every attack with the Bloodlust ring equipped restores 55 health points. The description reads that this ring was stained with fresh blood, and only blood can truly awaken its hidden power. Zhang Yue looks over the loot and plans his next moves. He decides to sell the useless junk to the shop, but the skill book is definitely worth keeping for his pet. He will refine both the Berserk Mage Coat and Berserk War Ring before equipping them on himself and his silver-armored scorpion. At the same time, clearing the zone allows Su Jinyan to successfully shatter the professional limits of her Calamity Mage class. Her Calamity body officially evolves into an epic grade core class. The Forbidden Mage, unable to hold back her intense emotions, she bursts into tears, wondering if this is all just a dream. Not only did she escape the dreaded curse of being a Calamity Mage, but she even became an epic grade core professional outside the Fountain of Resurrection. The news of Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan clearing the First World sends shockwaves through the community. Clearing the First World in just a few days. Is this real or fake? Wait. Why is there no information on anyone else? Just two of them. Everyone knows that Su Jinyan is a Calamity Mage with 0 combat ability, meaning she must have been carried by a powerhouse to pass. So you are saying some beast of a player dragged dead weight and soloed a world boss? That is absolutely terrifying. Back to the main scene with the boss dead. 2 teleportation portals materialize in front of Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan. The red portal leads straight to the second world, while the blue one returns to the first, deciding he should secure his daily livelihood first, before advancing further. Zhang Yue heads straight for the blue gate with his path clear. Su Jinyan is completely caught off guard, asking where he is going. He answers casually to meet her sister and get paid. Right after leaving the secret dungeon, Zhang Yue makes a phone call to her older sister, Su Jinya. He tells her that the mission is fully complete and asks her to transfer the payment to his account. She coldly tells him to wait for verification and hangs up the phone immediately, staring at her phone. She scoffs with disdain, wondering how anyone could claim to finish the job in just half a day. She figures the methods of these modern scammers are getting less and less sophisticated. Just then, Su Jinyan bursts right into Su Jinya's office with an incredibly excited look on her face, announcing she has successfully broken her curse to obtain an epic tier core class, an epic forbidden mage. In our Su family history, we have never once had a single professional who could ever reach such an incredibly rare tier of power. Since you leveled up so unbelievably fast, they must have sent a massive team of players to carry you. Right. Su Jinyan holds up a single finger with a smile, replying it was just one person. Just one. Startled, Su Jinya rushes over to her desk and opens up her computer to check. Is the player who carried you really that famous guy online named Ling? Yes. That is him. Su Jinya reads through the forum comments buzzing about this new rising star. Ling, who has been speedrunning dungeons in unreal times. Confirmed by Su Jinyan herself. Instantly, a brilliant plan forms in her head. These two just set a record, unmatched for a century, and are officially about to enter the second world. With just the two of them, the future standing of their Su family in the Dragon Kingdom is bound to skyrocket. Saying this, Su Jinya immediately commands her subordinates to call an emergency board meeting right away. To conquer the second world, they must recruit Ling to the Yanyu Pavilion Guild, no matter what terms they have to offer. Just a few minutes after his call with Su Jinya, the hospital calls Zhang Yue to inform him that they have received the transfer for his younger brother's medical bills. Before hanging up, they also make sure to remind him that his brother's injuries are extremely severe, meaning he must remain hospitalized for close observation and further treatment in the coming days. The ongoing monthly cost will run around 40 to 50,000 yuan. Hearing this makes Zhang Yue think back to Liu Yao's offer. 40 to 50,000 a month. If only he knew. He would have agreed to that wealthy guy's offer right away. Just at that moment, Su Jinya calls him with an invitation to join the Yanyu Pavilion Guild, offering some highly attractive benefits. She introduces herself as Su Jinya, the vice leader of the Yanyu Pavilion Guild. The guild will provide full standard benefits along with a basic monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, plus additional performance-based bonuses on top. Talk about perfect timing. Zhang Yue celebrated quietly, immediately agreeing to join the guild, but only on one condition. I will help out whenever there are major guild events or urgent needs. But otherwise, you cannot interfere with my freedom." Hearing that, Zhu Chen, the chairman of the Su group, instantly refused. How could that even work? Joining a guild means you naturally have to give your all to it. If everyone just chased their own freedom, what would be the point of a guild? Absolutely unacceptable. Then forget it, he says. Zhang Yue hung up directly, leaving the entire meeting room completely frozen for 5 seconds. Hanging up like that was an absolute power move. A person who completely refuses to obey the guild is nothing but a massive potential danger if they join. Hearing the quiet chatter around the room, Su Chen hid and turned to Su Jinya. "Jinya, is this really the guy you wanted so badly? This guy. But no matter how rude he is, as a rookie who just awakened this year, he carried Su Jinyan through the first world boss in just half a day. He even smashed a century-old record. We absolutely have to secure a rare talent like him as soon as possible." While Su Chen hesitated, Su Jinyan stepped in to help persuade him, telling her uncle that the guy is actually incredibly powerful. She suggested they first agree to his conditions and recruit him into their Misty Rain Pavilion Guild just to see how it goes. Exactly. And he only asked for some freedom. Not to ignore us completely. He did promise to participate whenever they have events. Under the combined persuasion of both Su Jinyan and Su Jinya, Su Chen finally compromised. "Fine. But if he completely ignores our management, I will personally decide his fate, whether he stays or goes." While the Su group finalized their decision, Zhang Yue took some time to research Misty Rain Pavilion. They are a top 5 guild in the Zhejiang province. Though they sit 2 ranks below the Supreme Guild, they still look pretty solid to him. The monthly salary plus commission would easily cover his rising medical expenses. Right then, Su Jinya called back with the news. Agreeing to all of his conditions, she asked when he could come over to meet. But Zhang Yue immediately laid down another condition. He wanted to work from home instead of coming to the office. Since they were all in Linhai City, the login points to the other world were exactly the same. How about that? Is it a deal breaker? Though slightly thrown off, Su Jinya quickly agreed, telling him it was no problem and they would do it his way. With his income fully secured, Zhang Yue could finally focus entirely on conquering the other world. His next target was the second world. Stepping through the teleportation gate, he received the notification for the second world. It was called Zombie Siege. The setting was a world on the brink of disaster, where humanity was slowly consumed by darkness and turned into zombies. They are about to surround the city. As a survivor of Nottingham City, he had to work alongside others to defend their last refuge. Otherwise, once the undead breached the walls, there would be absolutely nowhere left to hide. The first quest was to clear a secret dungeon, while the second required defending against 3 massive zombie waves. Only after completing both tasks would he finally unlock the portal, leading directly to the second world boss. Defeating this boss would grant access to the third world. But the minimum level for the dungeon was level 15. To clear that first quest, he had to level up his character first. As for the second task, well, it was all about waiting for the right moment. While Zhang Yue was planning his next move, a man suddenly shouted for everyone to hurry up. The second zombie wave is almost here, so everyone needs to get back to their defensive positions immediately. Those relentless zombies keep throwing themselves at Nottingham, and the local armory is running so dangerously low on weapons that the guards can barely defend the walls anymore. Zhang Yue spotted Captain Norson of the city guard and slowly walked over to him. Even though Nottingham is supposed to be a safe zone, zombie attacks are a constant threat here. The suffocating tension here never truly fades, warning that battle could erupt at any moment. The captain asked the new recruits to head toward the western side. They needed to hunt down mutated zombies and gather essential crafting materials to replenish their weapon supply. The moment the guard finished speaking, a new quest notification popped up for Zhang Yue. He had received a common quest to gather materials, with a difficulty rating of 200. focused on stocking the city armory. The local garrison was desperate for supplies. He needed to head to the zombie-infested outpost in the west, eliminate the monsters, and salvage the resources. The rewards included 100,000 experience, 50 silver coins, 9,000 energy, and a couple of 2-star items, skill books, or pet eggs, with dozens of quests available in Nottingham City. This was the hardest mission with the widest scope, targeting enemies from level 11 to level 20, but it also offered the most generous reward if he could see it through to the end. Completing this meant he could almost bypass the second world. So Zhang Yue decided to seize the chance. After accepting the quest from the NPC, he headed straight outside the Nottingham City garrison, spotting the wandering zombies. Zhang Yue did not hesitate and launched a super fireball spell straight at them. Unfortunately, his fire magic and the flame zombies' elemental nature canceled each other out, greatly reducing the damage dealt. Because of this, Zhang Yue decided to switch his tactics from fire attacks to ice spells instead. He summoned a giant scorpion and commanded the silver-armored scorpion to draw the flame zombies' aggro. The beast rushed forward, clamping the monster arms tight and forcing a furious growl from it. He recalled its impressive combat stats and A-rank defense skill. Level 8, Bloodlust, Frenzied Armor, and elite-level defensive gear. With elite silver armor, extra defensive skills, and powerful lifesteal effects, those flame zombies stood absolutely no chance of hurting his pet. But looking at the chaotic scene unfolding right in front of him, he felt a bit helpless. Seeing them lock horns like that was honestly a pretty strange sight to witness. Wasting no more time, he gripped his weapon tight and charged forward with full force. Zhang Yue unleashed a freezing aura at the zombie, declaring the war of ice and fire officially open. A massive blast of absolute frost slammed into the monster, completely robbing it of its strength to fight. The system chimed in to announce he defeated a level 11 flame zombie, gaining 50 experience points and extra energy. Looking at the meager gold coins left on the ground, he complained about the pathetic reward. It seemed the drop rate for these monsters was terrible. But a sudden flash glowed behind his back. System notifications flooded his screen. 5 gold coins gained, 50 experience points, and leveling up to level 9, along with some extra energy to hit level 10, and 1 level 11 fire zombie core. Zhang Yue stared at the loot list on his screen. He sighed in disappointment. Having gathered only 50 fire cores after grinding hard all afternoon, with the quest progress still agonizingly slow and the rewards looking pitifully small, he decided to take a break for dinner before resuming the grind tonight. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed through the area, making him freeze in his tracks. He turned his head back, watching the air distort as he wondered what was coming. Red and blue lights clashed violently in the sky, signaling that the zone boss had finally spawned. A massive leg stepped out from the brilliant, colliding light, followed by an ear-splitting screech from the beast. The system identified it as the level 14 Ice Fire Zombie Commander, a powerful magic boss. Looking at the massive boss, he realized his instincts were right on target. Thinking this beast would definitely drop high-tier equipment or useful skill books, his eyes lit up instantly as a sly grin spread across his face. Watch this. He is plotting something. Even the monster seemed to flinch before he raised his hand to summon his weapon. The monster stood ready, locking eyes with him before charging straight forward to land the first blow, which summoned giant blocks of ice from the ground. The freezing frost trapped his legs instantly, leaving him completely vulnerable. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the boss followed up with 2 more quick attacks, leaving him bruised and taking serious damage. The system alerts flashed red, warning him that the boss frost strike had depleted 352 points of his health. Desperate, he raised his spear high and gathered energy into a glowing orb, firing it directly into the monster to slash away its health. But the giant boss barely even flinched from the strike. He gritted his teeth in frustration, Realizing his skills were only 59% effective against this dual-element enemy, fighting this boss was proving to be a nightmare. And, as it prepared another frost attack, he quickly summoned his silver-armored scorpion. He stared in disbelief at the boss' offensive power. Stunned by how much damage it could dish out, frost energy began to gather in the boss' palms once more, forming a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards. Taking a solid stance, it fired the volley of freezing ice shards directly at the giant scorpion. The beast shrieked in pain before a system alert confirmed his pet had been defeated. The system notified him that his pet would take 3 hours to revive. Returning with a lower level and reduced loyalty, Zhang Yue's Necromancer class has activated, ensuring his silver-armored scorpion pet will automatically revive in 1 hour. Completely free of any penalties, Zhang Yue watches the massive Lord Monster prepare to unleash that devastating move once again. He grits his teeth and curses inwardly, thinking this boss is just way too strong compared to the first world. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the beast from above, instantly canceling out its skill. He looks back at the person behind him and gasps in pure surprise. 41 Jinyan, immediately casting a spell. She gives him his orders. She will control the beast, and he will deal the damage. Hearing her words, Zhang Yue looks down at his staff, feeling its immense power rise, and smiles in excitement, staring at the giant beast currently battered by both fire and ice. He declares with grit that even if his damage is halved, he will fight to the end. The Lord Monster howls in agony, trying to fight back. But as a loud shout rings out, a fierce, raging fire wraps around it. Fireball spell. Watching this happen, he turns to Jinyan in utter disbelief, realizing that even though her fireball was countered, she immediately adapted and launched a flowing light spell instead. Right after, lightning and fire crash into the monster together, making it scream. Zhang Yue can only look at her with deep admiration. 3 chain control skills in a row. Is this really the terrifying power of an epic grade Forbidden Mage class? The system screen helpfully reveals the monster's details, showing it is an ice and fire zombie commander. A level 14 magic-type Lord Beast. Its magic attack is 258, with physical defense at 170, and magic defense at 180. Its total health pool is 4,280, with skills like Flame Missiles, Fire Shield, Frost Thrust, and Frost Array. The description warns never to provoke this lord lightly, or you will end up tasting both fire and ice. Zhang Yue points his staff forward, combining his fireball and ice pool spells, shouting out to ignore all those minor details, taking the attack head-on. The Lord Monster screams in pure pain. With Jinyan and him combining their forces, a massive surge of power envelops the beast, creating a truly beautiful blend of multicolored flames. The flames fade away, leaving the charred, blackened body of the monster behind. The system chimes with a loud notification, congratulating him on defeating the level 14 zombie lord alongside Jinyan, awarding 3,000 experience points, with an 80% party share plus a 20% last hit bonus. He receives 4,200,000 energy points. Watching the dropped gear float in the air, he politely tells 41 that she took a loss this time, so they should split the boss rewards 50-50. She quickly waves her hands and declines with a soft smile, saying she only came here for a quest and just happened to arrive at the perfect moment. Besides, he had already helped her clear the first world, so she could not thank him enough. Zhang Yue stares blankly at her, pointing out that her sister had already paid him for that help. Jinyan immediately objects, stating her sister is her sister and she is herself. Before reaching out her hand to introduce herself as Su Jinyan, he quietly looks at her for a brief second before reaching out to shake her hand, introducing himself as Zhang Yue, standing amid the post-battle ruins. She suggests that since they are in the same guild and both on collection quests, they should team up. Hunting monsters as a team would make their grinding much faster and highly efficient. Hearing this, he curiously asks what the special effects of her class actually are. With sparkling eyes, Jinyan explains that all her crowd control skills convert to forbidden effects, boosting control duration by 30% with an extra second of silence. It also reduces the cooldown of all her skills by 30%. As she finishes speaking, he smiles softly and starts calculating in his mind that with her terrifying control skills assisting him, their efficiency in hunting monsters would easily double. Suddenly seeing him turn around and walk away, she quickly calls out to ask where he is going. Zhang Yue casually replies that he is heading back to Noten City for a bit and will return in 10 minutes to party up. A slender, delicate hand slowly lowers down, brushing past as Jinyan clenches her fist with a shy smile, secretly resolving that she once promised to marry anyone who could help her break the Scourge curse. Realizing how embarrassing that thought is, she quickly shakes her head to scold herself. Wondering what on earth she is thinking, she is absolutely dying of embarrassment. Meanwhile, back in the small town, Zhang Yue stands quietly examining the new loot in his inventory, evaluating the 3 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book. He plans how to allocate the loot for his goals. Deciding to sell the first item, the remaining gear is just enough to boost his combat rating. Right then, as he feels a change in his boots, the system displays their stats. The Icefire Swift boots, boasting a 2-star quality. They're compatible with mage classes, granting plus 55 physical defense, 50 magic defense, and 10 agility. It is a passive skill called Sprint. Striking an enemy boosts the wearer's agility by 10 points for 5 seconds. And it does not stack. Reading through the description, he praises it with a grin. 10 extra agility points is honestly not bad. With that, he raises his hand to trigger another skill, wanting something that can deal some serious damage. A bright flash erupts from his hand, sending a rapid stream of cards flying out. During the reroll process, a dazzling gold card suddenly flashes into view. An A-grade super flame missile that summons 3 massive fireballs, each dealing 119% magic damage while consuming 72 points of mana. The cooldown is only 5 seconds. Instantly, the card dissolves into a burst of pure fiery power. Zhang Yue grips the blazing magic, feeling pretty hyped. With extra speed and a new skill, those monsters will never even touch him. Suddenly, a system screen pops up. The name displayed on it catches him completely off guard. Su Jinyan. It is an official invitation to join her guild. She invites him to join Misty Rain Pavilion. Will he accept or decline? Without hesitation, he taps accept. Now that he has a guild, upgraded gear, and new skills, it is time to quest. A zombie gets blasted by his super flame missile, triggering a series of nasty debuffs. Under the intense heat, the creature slowly burns to ashes. Behind Zhang Yue, Su Jinyan watches in absolute awe. She is amazed he took down a flame zombie in 1 hit, calling him incredibly strong. As he politely replies, he compliments her right back, noting her excellent awareness, precise crowd control, and some seriously high stat gear. Glowing with pride, she blushes and explains that her sister prepared them, saying they are perfect for a forbidden mage. Hearing that, he secretly sighs. Top-tier optimized gear must be nice to afford. Suddenly, Jinyan asks a question that catches him slightly off guard. She wonders if he hid his gear effects, asking how his damage is so high and if he has god-tier items. Looking down, he calmly replies that his power comes from his mythical class. She refuses to believe it, claiming that a mythical awakening always triggers a massive phenomenon. There were no strange phenomena on Awakening Day this year, meaning nobody got that class. Zhang Yue just casually shrugs it off. He tells her to suit herself, but secretly, he feels pretty proud. His class did not come from a regular awakening. Shifting focus, he suggests they head out to hunt the poison zombie to wrap up the quest. Jinyan readily agrees with his plan. As they set off for the poison zombie lair, a sudden barrage of system notifications rings out. Standard materials quest. Difficulty factor set to 200. The armory in Nuding City needs urgent restocking. They must head to the military camp in the west, eliminate the mutated zombies, and gather the materials. With 100 out of 100 Fire Corps cores. Rewards include 100,000 experience, 50 silver coins, 9,000 energy points, a random 2-star gear piece, 2 skill books, or a pet egg. An urgent notification from Chen Jun of Misty Rain Pavilion orders all members to assemble in the city within 10 minutes for a critical mission. No-shows will be kicked out immediately. Jinyan frowns at the threat, wondering why Chen Jun is being so aggressive without explaining anything. Hearing the name, Zhang Yue asks who this Chen Jun is. Since he seems to have quite an attitude, she explains that Chen Jun leads the Linhai City branch of Misty Rain Pavilion. His father is close friends with her uncle, Su Chen, the head of the Su family, who pulled strings to get him this position. Amused by this, Zhang Yue flashes a smirk and suggests they head over since it is a guild gathering. The scene shifts as a terrifying monster emerges, letting out a thunderous roar. With one brutal punch, it sends nearby players flying, right as a volley of stray arrows pierces through the chaotic crowd. Aside from fighting the monster, players are actively slaughtering each other nearby, supporting a wounded ally. Chen Jun yells at the rival leader, claiming his guild found the boss first. Stealing it halfway is incredibly cheap. Unfazed, Liu Yao barks back that only pure strength matters in this world. He orders his men to wipe out Misty Rain Pavilion completely. Suddenly, a massive magic circle forms in the sky, raining down a deadly storm of fireballs. Those blazing fireballs slam directly into the lackey standing right beside him. Watching this, he panics and screams, "Who the hell dares to ruin my plans?" Out of the rising dust and smoke, a familiar pair of boots appears. Zhang Yue steps forward coolly, resting his staff on his shoulder. He asks in disbelief, "Is that you? Are you here to steal our guild boss again?" The system screens flash the details of the mutant one-horned monster. It is a level 14 normal physical monster called the Frost Zombie. It has physical attack of 184, physical defense of 150, magic defense of 140, and health at 1,240. Skills include Frost Touch and Frost Shield. Description: a living ice cream that radiates pure freezing cold. Have you ever seen anything like it? Never use water or ice to attack this thing, because freezing cold only makes it more hyper. Rewinding to 1 hour ago, the massive, one-horned beast stomped down violently, shattering the ground beneath its feet. The hunters surrounding the beast immediately unleash a volley of arrows, flying straight toward it. With a single sweep of its massive arm, the monster knocks them down, prompting one terrified member to turn and scream, "Guild leader!" Without a forbidden mage controlling this boss, charging in like this is just suicide. Chen Jun lets fly another arrow, barking back, "What is there to be afraid of? Qin Yan will be here any second now. Hold the line and keep wearing those monsters down." Suddenly, the crisp click of steel-toed boots rings across the concrete. Qin Yan and Zhang Yue arrive as the surrounding crowd starts whispering in excitement. Is not that the second young lady of the Su family, the legendary Ice Queen herself? Completely cold as ice. Seriously. The word on the street is that her class limits were completely shattered just recently. It seems those rumors are true. Could the guy walking right beside her be the one who pulled off that miracle? No way. That guy looks so plain and painfully weak. Hearing their harsh gossip, she quickly turns to reassure him. Zhang Yue, ignore their nonsense. I am actually not cold at all. Staring at her sudden panic, he just nods blankly. Wait. What? And sure, instantly realizing she just made a total fool of herself, she curses inwardly. Qin Yan, what are you saying? You completely lost all your dignity there. Suddenly, Chen Jun spots her like a savior and gasps, "Qin Yan, you finally made it," but catching sight of the boy beside her, his jaw drops. "Who is this guy? And why is he hanging around you?" Qin Yan fires back instantly, "President Chen. Who I choose to spend my time with is absolutely none of your concern." He quickly tries to salvage it, claiming he is only worried someone might take advantage of her. She cuts him off coldly, "Do not worry. I am perfectly capable of telling friend from foe. Did the guild president call us here for an emergency?" Chen Jun immediately breaks down the situation. "Second young lady. The Corp City zone just refreshed, and a boss spawned." Qin Yan glances over at Zhang Yue, who gives her a quiet nod of approval. Leaning in close, she whispers, "The Zombie King boss spawn rate is extremely low. But if we can claim it, our entire guild's public reputation and overall power level are definitely going to skyrocket." He quickly agrees with her plan. "Then let's get moving. We have a guild mission to complete." Suddenly, Chen Jun steps right in front of him. "Wait. You do not need to tag along." Zhang Yue glares at him, asking why, with zero friendly intent. He spits in absolute contempt. "A beast tamer somehow sneaked into our guild, thinking he could just leech rewards by acting as a sidekick. What a joke." Hearing those harsh words, the crowd immediately starts whispering he's just a beast tamer. A useless class with terrible stats that's almost impossible to level up. Just look at his gear. It's totally basic. So he's probably dirt poor too. He only came here to waste our guild's hard-earned resources. Leader, I vote we leave him behind, so he doesn't drag our pace down and bleed the guild dry of valuable resources." Watching them mock him, Qin Yan gets furious and tries to step forward. "Do you idiots even have any idea who he is?" Zhang Yue gently holds her back, sighing, "Fine. You are the boss. What you say goes." Seeing him give in, she bites her lip in annoyance. Instantly, Qin Yan clings to his arm in protest. "No way. If he does not go, then I'm staying right here too." Hearing this, Chen Yun panics and stammers, "Qin Yan, do not be angry. I was only thinking of his safety. Since he is way too weak to survive out there, he can tag along, but only to watch. No interfering. And he must bring his own resurrection scrolls." Without another word, he quickly pulls her away, urging her that the Zombie King is waiting for her crowd control so they can launch their full assault. As she is dragged away, she looks back to yell, "Zhang Yue, just wait for me right here. I will be right back." Watching them walk off, he quietly calculates the fight. A level 15 boss might be pretty tough, but with Qin Yan joining a massive squad, beating it is only a matter of time. It is the perfect chance to see the power of a top 5 guild. Fast forward to the present. Right back inside that very same forest. Spotting him step forward, Liu Yao gasps out in disbelief. Zhang Yue and everyone else is left frozen at this insane power, wondering if that is really just a beast tamer. How could he possibly deal such massive damage? He steps right up to him, angrily asking if he joined the Misty Rain Pavilion. While Nuyet Ni spots Trong Viet and furiously confronts him too. She mocks that he refused the easy offer to join the Supreme Guild back then, only to end up running errands for the Misty Rain Pavilion now. She wonders why she never realized he was that kind of person, and just as she finishes speaking, another sphere of power begins to gather. The energy from that sphere blasts straight into her, sending a wave of intense pain through her body. Tan Nan is the one behind the attack, casually noting that things feel much cleaner now. Just as he flashes a satisfied smile, someone suddenly cuts him off by shouting, "Truong Viet." Liu Yao confidently steps up with an offer, asking Truong Viet how much the Misty Rain Pavilion pays him, promising to double or even triple it. He even offers him a vice president position to act as the CEO of his guild, prompting Tan Nan to quickly yell at him for playing dirty. Truong Viet silently listens to the pitch before calmly rejecting it, stating that a person must always maintain their integrity. Since he already joined the Misty Rain Pavilion, he will not just quit his job on a whim. He politely declines the aggressive offer for now, though he adds that they can always discuss the future much later on. Liu Yao smiles excitedly at this, saying that Truong Viet is welcome to join his side whenever he is ready. The gates of the Supreme Guild will always be open for him. Before he suddenly orders his men to pack up and disband, leaving everyone utterly shocked. One of his members quickly tries to stop him, pointing out that they are almost done defeating the boss and asking if they should really quit. Liu Yao furiously snaps back, asking what the hell they understand about strategic vision when they do not even need a single boss like this. With that, they all pull back and abandon the battlefield, leaving Tan Han feeling a little awkward as she watches them leave. She smiles and offers her sincere thanks to Truong Viet, who politely replies that it is just part of his job. Suddenly, a massive roar cuts them off as a giant monster swings a devastating fist directly toward where the two of them are standing. They quickly dodge out of the way, staring back at the massive, too heavy fist as the monster raises it again. Truong Viet looks tiny as he stares up at the spiked giant, recognizing it as the Abyssal Corpse King, quickly getting into a battle stance with an eager smile. He challenges the beast just as the system displays the monster's physical type attributes. It is a 2-star boss at level 15 with 425 physical attack, 210 physical defense, and 15,800 health. Its skill set includes Abyssal Strike, Death Charge, Death Howl, and Wild Thrash. According to the description, this beast rules the entire zombie city, with every undead creature obeying its direct orders. Getting too close is a terrible idea, unless you want to be smashed to pulp by its heavy meteor hammer. He quickly unleashes a powerful super fireball spell directly at the Corpse King, leaving the surrounding onlookers completely stunned by his incredible level of raw power. The Guardian King's health bar quickly drops down to just 3%. Weren't people saying he was just a weak beast tamer? Ignoring the whispers, Truong Viet stays focused and calls out his usual deal of 400,000. Tan Non readies herself and immediately agrees. The Corpse King screeches in pain as massive flames engulf it, while he keeps his staff raised high to channel an even greater ball of fire. This concentrated energy transforms into his ultimate Super Flame God spell, which he unleashes directly onto the struggling beast. The intense fire burns the Corpse King down to a completely charred husk. Truong Viet coolly turns around to leave as the massive beast collapses, prompting the system to announce his victory. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 2-star Abyssal Guardian King boss. You receive 7,080 experience points, a 30% guarantee bonus, a 9% efficiency bonus, and a 20% final blow bonus, plus 1,500 energy points. Seeing this, the players who once mocked him are left completely speechless, wondering who this insanely powerful guy actually is. The crowd starts talking excitedly, praising his ability to easily take down a boss all on his own, even if it was already at low health. On top of that, he even managed to drive back the entire Supreme Guild. Even the wealthy heir of the Liu family treated him with absolute respect. And now Tan Han runs over to thank Truong Viet once again. She admits that without him, the Guardian King boss would have definitely been snatched away by the Supreme Guild. He offers her a warm smile and replies that as a member of the Misty Rain Pavilion, it was simply his duty. He casually glances over to the side while soaking in the crowd's praise, carrying himself like a true top-tier player. The scene shifts from the chaotic battlefield back to Noding City, where Tan Han is happily clinging onto Truong Viet's arm, walking right behind them. Tran Quan frowns in clear annoyance at the sight and demands to know why they have returned. Where is the boss? Did we secure it? Hearing his voice, a frantic guild member quickly shouts, Guild Master. The Beast Tamer and the second young lady beat back the Supreme Guild, and even secured the boss. Hearing this, he is completely taken aback and gasps, what? How could a useless beast tamer actually possess this level of power? The purple-haired guild member continues to firmly insist, seriously. This kid is incredibly strong, capable of instantly killing someone in mere seconds with just a single basic attack. With a powerhouse like him, our Misty Rain Pavilion will definitely grow much stronger. But those words only make Chen Jun absolutely furious. And he snaps, "You did that on purpose, did you not? Waiting until we were almost wiped out to finally make your move." He points an angry finger right at Zhang Yue and bellows, "Whoever you are, disobeying orders and acting entirely on your own gives me, the guild master, every right to kick you out of this guild." But suddenly, the young man grabs his pointing finger, narrows his eyes, and coldly shoots back, "If I recall correctly, you literally ordered me not to make a single move." Seeing this bold action, the purple-haired member from earlier gasps in shock. He screams in horror, "You brat. You actually dare to lay hands on the guild master." But Zhang Yue ignores him completely, looking straight at Chen Jun and asking, "Besides, the guild mission was to take down the boss. So just tell me if I completed it or not." Immediately, Qin Yan steps forward to defend him, telling Chen Jun that, without Zhang Yue, the boss would be lost and they would have been wiped out. So he deserves a massive reward. Hearing her speak up, the other guild members immediately nod in silent agreement, refusing to waste another second. She grabs his arm and leads him away, telling everyone else to just focus on their tasks. The purple-haired lackey glances at Chen Jun, whose face has gone completely dark, shaking with rage. The guild master grits his teeth and orders him to keep a close eye on that kid. "And the moment you discover his weakness, report back to me immediately." The other members salute in unison, and the scene shifts to a gloomy, purple-tinted forest covered in thick mist. Inside this eerie purple woods, a thin, toxic mist floats through the air. Qin Yan pinches her nose in disgust, complaining about the awful smell. Zhang Yue looks at her and kindly warns her that these poison zombies are much trickier to deal with than fire or frost types. So stay alert. As they peer into the hazy fog, she asks if their attack power is high, prompting him to explain that, despite lacking elemental traits, they possess a truly terrifying skill. Right as he speaks, a creepy zombie appears alongside its system panel, revealing its name as the Poisonous Zombie. Highly toxic constitution, a passive ability that inflicts a severe poison status on anyone who attacks or gets hit by it, lasting 5 seconds with no chance of purification, draining 6% of maximum health every single second, though it only triggers once per target. Just picturing the devastating effect makes her eyes tear up in pure fear, but his reassuring voice quickly snaps her out of it, advising her to keep her potions ready while she nods back, agreeing to stay focused. Suddenly, she remembers something and tells him to wait, pulling out a piece of gear to hand over as his official reward for completing the guild quest. Zhang Yue politely accepts the gear and offers his thanks. Moments later, a familiar purple lightning vortex crackles to life, instantly locking a nearby poisonous zombie dead in its tracks. Before long, they are both fully engaged in battle, as Qin Yan calls out, urging Zhang Yue to strike quickly. Dashing forward at breakneck speed, he unleashes his rapid-fire strikes straight at the zombie, taking it down in an instant. Once the dust settles, she runs back over to warmly praise his incredible attack power, deeply amazed that he can easily one-shot every single poisonous zombie they encounter. Opening up his system screen to review the stats, he gently replies that having her handle the crowd control makes collecting core samples much easier. With their task moving smoothly, the duo continues walking deeper into the quiet woods, sensing a strange presence lurking behind them. Zhang Yue briefly glances over his shoulder, where the purple-haired spy has secretly opened a private chat to report back to Chen Jun, calling out, "Guild Master, the target you wanted us to track is currently completing a core harvesting mission alongside the second young lady, and my scouts report that they are laughing and chatting together, looking extremely close." Hearing this, the jealous leader grates his teeth in sheer anger, muttering, laughing, and chatting. Ever since she awakened as a calamity mage 3 years ago, she has not shown me a single warm smile. Seeing his boss seethe, the lackey quietly suggests that they should find a clever way to kick him out and keep him far away from her. Suddenly, the sky rumbles as a massive system alert flashes directly in front of them, calling out to all local players that a giant zombie horde is scheduled to invade Nording City in exactly 30 minutes. This incoming poisonous zombie wave will be level 13. All combatants are urged to gear up and defend the city, giving Chen Jun the perfect chance to hatch a wicked plan as he grins. "How dare you defy me openly and steal my woman?" he snarls, leaving the nearby lackey shivering as he listens. Chen Jun boasts he has countless ways to run him out of the Misty Rain Pavilion, but he is not about to go easy on the kid. Even as his subordinate raises doubts about the plan, the subordinate points out that with resurrection scrolls and safe zones banning player killing, taking Zhang Yue down will be incredibly tough. Chen Jun just smiles wickedly, confidently pointing out that according to the Second World rules, safe zone protections vanish completely. The moment a zombie wave hits, a single zombie horde will be more than enough to finish him off. Right on cue, the system displays the stats for a level 17 toxic mutant zombie, a magic class, normal monster. It boasts a magic attack of 245, with physical defense at 170 and magic defense at 180, with 1,720 health points. This beast uses toxic physique and poison skills to rot everything around it. Getting too close to this creature is a death sentence, as its passive poison will quickly melt any player. A deep purple haze fills the area, but there is nothing romantic about the dead bodies and dropped coins scattering the ground. Su Jinyan is thrilled, noting that she only needs a few more toxic zombie nuclei to finally complete her quest. With only 30 minutes left before the horde arrives, they hurry, but a monster suddenly leaps out, biting Zhang Yue as Su Jinyan screams in panic. Zhang Yue reacts instantly, crushing the beast and sending it to the grave as dark blood drips onto the dirt floor. Su Jinyan rushes over, anxiously asking if he is hurt. He shrugs it off as a minor hazard, urging her to head back to town with the nuclei, unaware of a dark shadow stalking them. Once they return to their lodging, the system pops up with a notification, congratulating him on completing the material gathering quest and awarding him 100,000 experience points, 90 million energy stones, a zombie chestplate, and zombie leg armor. He also receives a rare blink skill book, pushing his character level straight up to 16. Immediately after, he hits level 17, with the next tier requiring another 55,000 experience points. Su Jinyan happily brags that she just hit level 16, earning 2 pieces of 2-star level 15 gear. Eagerly asking about his own haul, Zhang Yue calmly replies, he is level 17. He notes that if he did not have to split his experience points with his pet, he would be level 20 by now. Su Jinyan asks if he plans to refine his new gear before the first zombie wave arrives. With a slight smile, Zhang Yue opens his interface and, trust me, his upgrade luck is about to go crazy here. The system alerts him that he has successfully crafted gold tier gear in a level 15 yellow zombie riot chestplate, boosting his health by 720 points. Designed for the Knight class, it adds 15 points to Constitution and 5 to Stamina. The defensive stats reduce incoming damage by 50 points, which doubles when taking hits from standard zombies. According to the item description, the armor effectively repels the undead, completely guaranteeing that the wearer will never have to fear any basic zombie attacks ever again. He also scores gold tier zombie riot leg guards, offering 95 physical defense points and 90 magic defense points, another piece for knights, granting an extra 5 points to both stamina and strength. Its defensive attributes block 50 damage, doubling this effect whenever facing attacks from the undead. The description notes that equipping these leg guards alongside the riot armor makes the wearer so incredibly tanky that even basic zombies will hesitate to get close. Zhang Yue smiles to himself, Knowing that with this gear set and his level 15 silver-armored scorpion, nobody in the second world can touch him, Su Jinyan is absolutely pumped, cheering that she is ready and eager to head out and face the zombie wave alongside him. Suddenly, a system ping interrupts them, and she wonders who it is before seeing an urgent message from Su Chen. He urges her to head to the company immediately due to a sudden emergency. Noting that her sister and the rest of the team are already waiting, she stands there in disbelief, wondering if something truly terrible has happened for her sister to be involved. Apologizing to Zhang Yue, she explains that a sudden family emergency means she cannot fight by his side today. Understanding her situation, he tells her not to worry and urges her to leave before the wave traps her inside. She still worries because even though it is only a level 13 horde, sheer numbers can easily overwhelm even the strongest players. She tells him to stay safe, and Zhang Yue just smiles, thanking her and promising to be careful. As he stands near the gates, lightning crackles across the sky, and the system flashes a warning to all players. The undead horde is approaching, and everyone must immediately seek shelter to survive. As crowds anxiously gaze up at the darkening sky, the system sounds an emergency alarm across Nuading City, alerting every adventurer inside. The invasion has begun. The event begins immediately. Until the zombie horde is completely repelled, players cannot leave this alternate world, and Nording City's defense mechanism is temporarily disabled. Just remember, surviving and taking down over 50 zombies all on your own means successfully clearing this entire event. Suddenly, the massive gates swing open and a wave of hungry monsters charges through. Everyone huddles together, gritting their teeth to prepare for battle. A sudden explosion tears through the air as Zhang Yue finally makes his entrance. This zombie tide is absolutely endless, launching attacks on a set schedule and retreating after 1 hour. So he just needs to take out 50 of them to get a quick break. He glances down at the system screen, calling Misty Rain Pavilion and Li Union Pavilion. Did the zombies breach the northern gates? My guild members are trapped in a dead end. Please send reinforcements to help Misty Rain Pavilion immediately. Yinghua mentioned brother Zhang Yue's massive damage. He is the strongest in our guild. So can he come over here and save us? He smirks, telling them to hold on because he is on his way. Right next to Zhang Yue, a massive pile of corpses is already stacking up. A mocking voice sneers that utter fool actually showed up just because they called him. He is arrogant, but brainless. Eat, not. Chen Jun asks if they are absolutely sure his defense is low, and his subordinate confirms his men saw it with their own eyes. Even though he deals massive damage, after getting hit by that poison attack, he must have dumped all his points into attack, leaving his defense totally weak. On top of that, following the guild leader's orders, he bribed 10 level 12 archers to hide inside the narrow alleyway. Meanwhile, up on the high city walls, everyone steel themselves for the brutal clash. With such terrible defense, a single round of concentrated fire would easily take him down 3 times over. Chen Jun thinks he is a master planner, but he missed one detail. He just laughs. Once Zhang Yue dies here and spawns back at the Spring of Resurrection, the men stationed there won't let him live for even a second, making sure he stays dead for good. He gloats that Jinyan belongs to him, and nobody will ever take Jin'er away. Just then, Zhang Yue arrives, announcing his presence, but suddenly stops as arrows rain down toward him. Zhang Yue calmly summons his silver armor scorpion. The two of them watch in absolute shock, wondering how a supposedly weak rookie beast tamer could suddenly display such terrifying power. A system alert pops up. You are under malicious player attack. You have 10 minutes to counterattack, and killing your opponents within this time frame will not increase your crime points. Zhang Yue grins confidently, asking if their little show is over because it is now his turn. As desperate screams begin to echo one after another, a powerful warrior gets blasted away by a fiery blast, sending the other fleeing in sheer terror. Then, the mechanical voice of the system announces he has eliminated the red-named player named Leisurely, resulting in 0 crime points. Another 2 targets are instantly crushed by the massive pincers of his summoned beast. The system notification rings out once more, confirming the elimination of the red-named player Crazy, with 0 crime points added, with the giant monster looming right behind him. Zhang Yue grips his spear tightly and steps proudly through the ruins. His eyes flash with a brilliant golden light, staring directly at Chen Jun, who looks back in complete horror. Stammering out how this guy could possibly be so strong, Chen Jun turns around in a fit of rage, aggressively questioning his terrified subordinate. He screams, demanding to know why they said his defense was low, telling his lackey to explain what on earth is going on right now. The panicked lackey stammers that he has no clue either. But as they argue, a massive fireball suddenly screams through the air toward them. Executing the fireball spell, both of them desperately leap backward to evade the incoming blast. As thick smoke blankets the area, Zhang Yue slowly emerges from the shadows. He steps closer to the shocked duo and scoffs, asking if they seriously thought such a pathetic trick could trap him. Sweating from sheer tension, Chen Jun grits his teeth and demands to know what he means. Zhang Yue calmly stares at the terrified man standing before him. He coolly replies, asking if Chen Jun sending assassins right after they cleared the Guardian King boss was not just a pathetic attempt to eliminate him. Chen Jun just stands frozen on the spot alongside his shivering lackey. He glares back in anger, asking if Zhang Yue deliberately faked having low defense and exposed that weakness just to lure them out. Holding his spear, Zhang Yue keeps a slight distance and tells them it was not really to trap them, but rather to see what they would actually do. Realizing his cover is completely blown, Chen Jun drops the act entirely, channeling his energy as he proudly aims his bow right at Zhang Yue. Shouting, "So what if he knows?" He yells that he wants him dead. But before he can loose an arrow, Zhang Yue channels mana into his spear, unleashing the Ice Spike spell. A wave of freezing energy surges toward Chen Jun, leaving him absolutely speechless as he watches his own weapon shatter into pieces before he can react. Seeing how quickly the tables have turned, the panicked subordinate screams out that Zhang Yue is committing outright treason. He bellows for everyone to kill the traitor, prompting the elite guard to quickly respond and charge directly forward with pure killing intent. Zhang Yue raises his staff high and condenses a massive ball of fire, launching the blazing fireball spell right at his attacker. That single strike wipes out the enemy in pure agony. Chen Jun stares at him in sheer disbelief, completely blindsided by the monstrous level of power he is displaying. Panicking, he gasps out in terror. An elite bronze assassin killed in one shot. Who on earth are you? Right after that, flames engulf him as he screams in agonizing pain before dying. Zhang Yue quietly holds his staff. Only after finishing Chen Jun off does he finally answer someone you should never have crossed. A system notification pops up as a robotic voice echoes once again. You have been slain by a level 17. First transition Necromancer. The scene shifts to a secure chamber containing a brilliant green crystal. A glowing teleportation portal opens, and both Chen Jun and his recently slain subordinate are instantly materialized inside this safe room. The terrified subordinate stammers Guildmaster. He actually cleared the first world in just half a day. And what kind of class is a Necromancer? Is not he supposed to be a beast tamer? Chen Jun is still shivering from the horrific sensation of being burned alive. Tears stream down his pathetic face as he snaps back, "How should I know?" But as the panic fades, a burning rage begins to bubble up inside him. He glares and grits his teeth in pure hatred. No wonder. He was hiding his true power all along. That sneaky bastard, Zhang Yue. I swear I will make you pay. Back in the real world, heavy rain pours over the Su Group building. The downpour casts a gloomy shadow over everything as Jinyun shouts out in anger, "I do not agree." Right now, she is standing in a tense boardroom. Seated in front of her is Chen Jun's father alongside several influential shareholders. She firmly protests, I told you before. I have absolutely no feelings for Chen Jun. His father just smiles with patronizing warmth, dismissing her by saying that feelings can always be nurtured over time. With a wave of his hand, he signals his secretary to bring forward a briefcase, telling her that he has prepared a small token of his appreciation. Inside is a gold-tier armor set, along with 3 potions, containing epic-tier treasure energy that lasts for an entire month. Once consumed, special energy acquisition increases by 100-fold, with a usage requirement set at level 100. It is the Demon Suit, a level 30 gold attribute set, crafted by a master blacksmith, capable of enhancing all control skills and increasing control duration by 50%. He looks at Jinyan, continuing his attempt to win her over. Those energy potions alone cost 5 million. Plus this mage suit that my Chen family spent 8 million to secure from a grandmaster. I only have one son, Chen Yue, and he is destined to inherit the entire fortune of our wealthy Chen family. If you marry into our family, any resource you could ever dream of will be yours for the taking. Jinyan stares coldly at the lavish gifts, completely unmoved as she responds, thank you for your kindness, Uncle Chen. But my marriage is my own choice to make. Instantly, his friendly eyes turn incredibly sharp, locking onto her. Her uncle's face darkens with pure fury as he shouts out in warning Jinyan. The Su family spent so much effort and resources to raise you as our second young mistress. How dare you say something so utterly ridiculous? Standing right beside her, Su Jinya listens to the harsh scolding with a dark expression. She steps forward, putting a supportive hand on Jinyan's shoulder. Uncle, Jinyan is not a bartering chip. No one has the right to interfere with her future. Turning to Jinyan, she softens her gaze and speaks gently. Silly girl, do not worry too much about all this. No matter what happens, your elder sister will always stand by you to protect your happiness. Jinyan looks up with immense gratitude, offering a sweet smile and thanking her. Right then, both of their phones start ringing at the exact same moment. And honestly, you can just feel the incoming chaos, answering simultaneously. They both gasp in absolute shock at the news what Chen Jun has been killed, and the killer is Zhang Yue. Chen Yin furiously slams his phone onto the conference table, hissing through tightly gritted teeth. I only let my son work beneath you people to support the Su group, yet you dare to rebel and murder my boy. Seeing his explosive rage, her uncle breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to calm him down, pleading that there must be some mistake, standing up with a dark expression while his secretary remains completely blank-faced. He snaps, Su Chen, if anything happens to my son, I am not going to let you off easy. With that threat, Chen Yin storms out of the room, slamming the door shut, glaring at the 2 sisters standing before him. Her uncle barely suppresses his raging anger as he demands, is this the guy you highly recommended? Do you even realize how much financial aid the Chen family pours into our Su group every single year? Jinyan rushes to explain. Zhang Yue would never attack a guild member without a good reason. Because from anyone's logical perspective, it makes absolutely no sense. His patience finally snaps as he slams his hand onto the table, eyes wide with fury as he cuts her off. Enough. Bring that Zhang Yue to me this instant. I want him on his knees begging the Chen family for forgiveness. Otherwise, get out of my Misty Rain Pavilion. Jinyan stares at her uncle in complete disbelief, completely speechless at his extreme reaction. Suddenly, her phone starts vibrating once again, and as she looks at the caller ID, she gasps out Zhang Yue. She frantically speaks into the phone, desperate to get some answers about what just happened. Where on earth are you right now? Did you really kill Chen Jun? Ignoring her question, he merely lets a soft smirk slip as he answers, I resign. He strolls down the street, calmly dropping a total bombshell that starting today, he is leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion. On the other end of the line, Su Jinyan panics, almost wanting to leap through the phone and grab Zhang Yue as she speaks in a rush. Su Jinyan calls out Zhang Yue. It's me? Chen Jun provoked you first. Right. Don't be rash. I'll definitely prove your innocence. He cuts her off, saying there is no need, and that they should just leave it at that. Then, he hangs up, leaving her utterly stunned. His face darkens as he stares down at his glowing phone screen. Lost in deep thought, cutting ties with the Misty Rain Pavilion is actually for the best. Chen Jun is extremely petty with powerful backing. And since Zhang Yue killed him, revenge is definitely coming. Instead of dragging things out, a clean break is much better. As for the 50,000 monthly medical fees, he will just have to sell raw materials to cover it. He pockets his phone, strolling down the dark, gloomy street. Thinking as he walks, he makes a quiet decision to secure higher-grade materials. He must quickly wrap up the second world and advance to the third world, moving to the teleportation gate of the second world. He notes that he still needs to clear 2 zombie waves and 1 dungeon to complete this world's quest. The system screen pops up, displaying a brief overview of this futuristic setting world. 2 is a zombie siege. A dark disaster looms over the world, wrapping humanity in pitch-black fog, with ravenous zombies about to surround the city. As a survivor of Nording City, you must defend it with others. If the undead breach the walls, there will be absolutely nowhere left to run. First world quest, clear 1 dungeon. Current progress is 0. Second world quest, survive and repel 3 zombie waves. Current progress is 1 out of 3. Take note, completing the world quests unlocks the teleportation portal to face the World 2 boss. Defeating this boss allows entry into the third world. After reviewing the quests, he strokes his chin, lost in deep thought about the absolute fastest way to clear it all. The 3 highest level wasteland dungeons should drop much better materials, offering a pretty decent grade of loot. At his current level, 17. Clearing out level 20 zombie zones or level 15 dark ghouls will be absolutely no problem at all. His train of thought is suddenly cut short when someone calls out, "Hey!" A group of strong-looking players appears out of nowhere, blocking his path. Their leader sneers in disgust, mockingly asking if he isn't the famous Beastmaster from the Misty Rain Pavilion. His eyes turn sharp as he coldly tells them to get lost. The leader just bursts out laughing, disrespectfully sneering back, "I won't move." "So what are you gonna do about it?" Behind him, a big brute and a bald guy join in, taking turns throwing insults at him. "Yeah, we aren't moving." They yell, "Kill us, if you have the guts, or are you too scared to even touch us?" They keep provoking him, daring him to hit them. But he silently observes them and realizes this is a trap. Suddenly, his eyes flash as a crushing pressure erupts around him, sending a wave of sheer panic through the thugs. He asks impatiently, "How much did Chen Jun pay you?" The leader tries to stay calm, though he is secretly trembling with fear, forcing a smirk. The guy mutters, "Fine. You caught us. Guild leader Chen offered us 5,000 each, plus a resurrection scroll, and another 5,000 if you actually kill us once." Zhang Yue chuckles, mockingly impressed. 10,000 just to get killed by me. He really does care about me, doesn't he? Glancing at the levels floating above their heads, he realizes that while wiping them out is easy, it will give him a red name. While waiting for crime points to clear, he won't be able to log out, enter safe zones, or even trigger the boss fight, leaving him permanently trapped here in World 2. Wow. This is a pretty dirty trick from Chen Jun. Right on cue, Lu Yao arrives with his own squad to bail him out, shouting to the thugs, "I'll pay double if you go kill the Misty Rain Guild leader." He yells, "I will pay 50,000 for each death, and 500,000 to anyone who manages to take down their leader." At the mention of that massive mountain of cash, the thugs' jaws completely hit the floor, unable to believe their own ears. They shout back, 500,000. Who are you to talk so big? One of Liu Yao's men steps forward, proudly pointing out that this is the eldest young master of the Liu family, young Master Liu, the wealthiest heir in Linhai. He wears a proud, glowing smirk, looking down on the stunned group with absolute confidence. Hearing his legendary name, the thugs immediately freak out and quickly scramble to make their escape. Their leader stammers, Master Liu Yao. What are you guys waiting for? Listen to him and let's get moving. Let's go, they shout. Once the troublemakers are completely cleared out, Liu Yao turns to chat with Zhang Yue. He asks if it's true he got kicked out of the pavilion, and that Chen Jun is bragging about making his life a living hell. Closing his eyes, he calmly replies that the guy certainly talks big. Liu Yao winks playfully. He wants to recruit him. He tells him that Misty Rain Pavilion has no vision, so he should join him instead. Name his own price. On top of that, he can protect him from any pests trying to cause trouble. Zhang Yue does not care and simply turns to leave, telling him that right now, he has absolutely no interest in guilds. His lackey glares angrily, furious at Zhang Yu's cold attitude toward Liu Yao. He mutters in frustration, Brother Yao stood up for him so many times and spent so much money. Yet the guy does not even say thank you. Liu Yao calmly watches him walk away and says that since he was just betrayed by Misty Rain Pavilion, it makes sense he does not want to join a new guild yet. Those blind fools at Misty Rain Pavilion are the reason they are stuck in 5th place forever. Zhang Yue keeps walking, deep in thought as he walks. He initially believed leaving the guild would allow him and Chen Jun to mind their own business. But now it seems Chen Jun will keep causing trouble unless he is dealt with. The scene shifts to a gloomy level 15 dungeon. The dark zombie nest. He steps slowly into the darkness, scanning the cavern as he moves. He figures regular players prefer chasing better loot, which is why most of them team up to clear higher areas. The lowest tier of the Land of Death is the dark zombie nest, so almost nobody pays attention to this place. Reaching the deepest part of the cave, he finds a massive sealed gate, bound tightly by giant chains glowing with magic. Guarding the sealed gate is the mage NPC, Mo En, standing before him. The program dialogue triggers as Mo En asks if this daring adventurer wants to challenge the dark zombie nest. With that, he pulls out a green jade stone, glowing with a brilliant golden light, the secret key needed to open the dungeon. Zhang Yue confirms he wants to enter, and the token floats toward him. Mo En bids him farewell, wishing him luck on his quest. Looking at the glowing token, his system screen pops up to display the item details. The screen reads Common Token, Level 15, Exclusive Pass for the Dark Zombie Nest. Description: a single-use entry ticket to the dungeon. Note: this item is bound, cannot be dropped, and cannot be traded. After reading the details, he knows these common dungeon tokens can actually be refined into special gold tokens. Doing so would easily upgrade the dark zombie nest into a hidden dungeon. However, the success rate is incredibly low, and the required energy is unmeasurable, which is why absolutely nobody wastes time trying to pull it off. Staring at the glowing token floating in front of him, he smiles no matter how low the odds or how much energy it takes. He will keep refining until it turns gold. Cut to a dense forest where the hired hunters from before are now screaming and chasing down Chen Jun instead of him. Shouts echo through the pitch-black woods, "Don't you dare run. There goes 500,000. Kill him." Chen Jun and his assistant desperately flee from their former mercenaries, hiding behind a massive tree. Chen Jun looks back in pure panic, swearing under his breath, "Curse it all. He paid them to do a job, so why are they turning on him?" His lackey grunts. Zhang Yue must have done something. Exhausted from all the endless running around, he reminds Chen Jun that they have not been able to use resurrection scrolls for 5 days, so it is safer to wait for the cooldown before grinding again. Seething with rage, Chen Jun slams his fist against the bark and vows to tear Zhang Yue apart, even if it is the last thing he does. Suddenly, a loud system alert pops up, instantly catching the attention of both men. Attention all Noting City players. An anonymous adventurer has successfully used a rare gold token to upgrade the standard Dark Zombie Nest into a hidden dungeon for the next 2 hours. All qualified adventurers are warmly invited to challenge this newly revealed hidden dungeon. For these 2 hours, all challengers get a special buff. Any player who dies inside the Dark Zombie Nest will receive 1 free resurrection. Chen Jun stares at the notification in absolute delight, shouting that heaven is finally on his side. A free revive plus a chance to clear a level 15 hidden dungeon is just perfect. He immediately orders his lackey to gather all guild members to raid the dungeon for top-tier gear. Still in absolute disbelief, the assistant quietly nods right before a sharp sword slash cuts deep into a red monster, making it shriek in pain. Intrigued by the sudden announcement, Liu Yao steps on the freshly slain monster's corpse and quickly issues his orders to move out. A free revive is ideal for someone like him who cannot make use of normal resurrection scrolls. He commands the entire Supreme Guild to mobilize immediately and march straight into the Dark Zombie Nest. As thick dust settles over piles of slain monster bodies, Zhang Yue steps forward, looking thoughtfully at the modified dungeon token in his hand after the intense clash. One of the tasks in the second world is to clear a hidden secret dungeon. Once upgraded, the rewards inside this hidden dungeon will skyrocket. Combined with the free revival perk, Zhang Yue is sure Chen Jun won't be able to resist the temptation. Right behind him, the corpse of the defeated beast starts mutating, sprouting horrifying tentacles. Once the entire evolution is complete, a massive, grotesque monster is fully formed. He looks back with a cold smirk as a dangerous idea crosses his mind. To ensure his hunting plan goes off without a hitch, a massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere. The violent blast instantly tears apart the giant monster's flailing tentacles. As the heavy smoke and dust clear, the heavily battered monster lies helpless on the ground, completely ruined. Zhang Yue steps right onto it, looking down with a cold, threatening gaze. Behave, or I won't mind giving you the exact same fate as your subordinates. Just then, a robotic system voice chimes in, warning him to pay attention. A large number of contestants have entered the Dark Zombie Nest. He turns around, looking back thoughtfully. This free revive secret dungeon isn't just a perfect trap for Chen Jun. It's also an unmissable opportunity for ordinary players who can never afford expensive resurrection scrolls. He closes his eyes to sense the movements throughout the entire area. Deep inside the dungeon, Su Jinyan is busy fighting off monsters, and Liu Yao is also there with his guild. He realizes Jinyan and the Supreme Guild are here too. Since his target is only one specific person, he hopes innocent people won't get dragged into this. Opening his eyes, he looks at the secret token in his hand and activates the permission editing feature, causing the token to glow brilliantly. A screen pops up, announcing that the holder of the golden secret token has 3 modifications available inside the Dark Zombie Nest, prompting him to choose. In another corner of the dark dungeon, Jinyan's squad is fighting off hordes of zombies. As a horde of zombies surrounds them, Chen Jun puts on a fawning face, turning back to tell Jinyan not to wander too far from him. Losing her patience, she completely ignores his words and curses him in her mind. How annoying. She originally wanted to search for Zhang Yue, but she only bothered saving this coward's life out of respect for her uncle. Suddenly, 2 system notifications pop up, announcing a brand new set of rules. Attention to all classes inside this dungeon. As the holder of the golden secret token has modified the area's settings, the free resurrection mechanic is now completely disabled. Players cannot use resurrection scrolls inside, nor can they leave the dungeon midway. Eliminating other player classes inside this secret dungeon will no longer increase your crime points. The dungeon's entrance is now sealed, and a new quest has been officially issued. Please defeat 500 zombies. Your progress will be calculated based on your team, and you must ultimately defeat the dark zombie boss guarding this area. The crowd below looks up at the 2 floating holographic screens in absolute panic. Chen Yun screams in anger, demanding to know who is crazy enough to change the settings like this, asking if they have a death wish. A quick-witted subordinate notices something unusual and reports, asking the president if the one who activated this dungeon could be Zhang Yue. He thinks Zhang Yue lured them here on purpose, fuming. Chen Jun glares and snaps at his subordinate, calling it total nonsense. With the drop rate of a golden secret token being only 1 in tens of thousands, could he really be that lucky? Or do you think he has hundreds of thousands of energy points to waste just to mess with me? Looking at Chen Jun as if he is an absolute idiot, Jinyan points out that these rules were clearly changed on purpose to target a specific person, yet he stubbornly clings to his guess, insisting it cannot be him, and that the person must be trying to hog the first clear rewards, trying to show off. He puffs his chest out proudly and assures Jinyan not to worry, because he is right here to protect her. No matter how the rules change, he promises to help her clear this place, saying 500 zombies are nothing and that he will lead the charge. Jinyan looks at the fool in utter silence, thinking he should probably just pray for his own safety as the group continues heading deeper. The boastful words he bragged earlier now feel like a sharp slap right across his face. Chen Jun cowers behind his subordinates, shouting out orders while the other powerful fighters around them look on in utter confusion. Now, as long as they defeat the boss, the first clear reward will belong to Yanyu Pavilion. A subordinate spots something and reports that someone seems to be over there. But Chen Jun refuses to believe it, wondering how anyone could possibly be faster than their Yanyu Pavilion. A familiar voice echoes, telling them they have finally arrived, which instantly turns Chen Jun's face pale with shock. In contrast, Jinyan is absolutely thrilled, exclaiming out loud that the voice belongs to Zhang Yue. Sitting comfortably atop the massive monster, he leans against his staff as if dozing off, but snaps his eyes open the moment he hears them approaching. With a smirk, he tells them he has been waiting for a while, while she happily asks what he is doing here since she was looking for him. Chen Jun scowls, angrily demanding to know if he used the golden secret token to activate this place, and where he could have possibly gotten one. He gently steps down to the ground, kicking up a thin layer of dust as his feet land. Zhang Yue calmly walks forward, leaving the massive carcass of the tentacle monster behind him. The surrounding atmosphere feels heavy and dark. He looks coldly at Chen Jun, who is hiding like a coward behind his men, and sneers. Weren't you always looking for a way to kill me? Now, your chance is standing right in front of you. He stares in utter terror, watching him approach like the Grim Reaper itself. Originally, he only entered this place to exploit the free resurrection perk of the Dark Zombie Nest. Who knew he would walk straight into this kid's trap? If the brat attacks now, he might actually end up losing his life today. He still tries to play tough, shouting empty threats at him while his confused subordinates watch on. You think a nobody like you can touch me? I belong to one of the 3 great families of Linhai City. Even Chairman Su Chen of the Su family shows me respect. So what makes you think you can fight me with that? He turns and barks an order to the girl behind him. Jinyan, use your restriction magic to bind Zhang Yue. Even if it only inflicts minimal true damage, we can easily finish him off together. With a disgusted expression, Jinyan ignores him, asking how they could treat Zhang Yue this way when he was a member of Mist Rain Pavilion. If you try to kill someone first, do not blame them for defending themselves, she says, refusing to help him. Sweating bullets, he stands frozen in disbelief, powerless against her. He angrily turns to his men and orders them to charge and kill Zhang Yue. The lower-level players look at him awkwardly, muttering that they are only a few levels high, while this guy can solo bosses, and ask if he wants them to die. Gritting his teeth in fury, Chen Jun realizes he has to play his trump card. He raises his hand and yells out, asking why they are scared when they can resurrect. Die just once, and he will pay them 5,000 yuan. He doubts the kid can survive an endless wave of human attacks. Hearing this, the lackeys begin to waver, and whisper among themselves about the 5,000 yuan and having spare resurrections left. And just like that, money talks, sending the blinded crowd straight at Zhang Yue. They mutter that men die for money while birds die for food, drawing their swords and apologizing as they charge toward him. He sneers at the spineless cowards, wondering what a joke like Mist Rain Pavilion is compared to a level 9 beast. A golden afterimage flashes through the enemy crowd, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in its wake. Zhang Yue stands proud and dominant, tightly gripping his staff. He looks incredibly cool as a sudden blaze erupts, incinerating everything. Critical strike numbers from his flame missiles pop up endlessly. System notifications spam the screen, confirming he has slain a Mist Rain Pavilion player with 0 crime points added. He keeps eliminating more players. Crime points increased by 0. Another enemy falls, and his overall penalty score remains at 0. Another prompt pops up, confirming yet another kill with absolutely 0 penalty. His eyes glow with a golden light, looking at the non-stop notifications. He smiles softly, knowing that defeating nameless players here does not raise his crime points, so he can go all out. Seeing him distracted, Chen Jun barks out orders, urging them to hurry up, take down the boss, and clear the dungeon while he is occupied. Before the enemy can get very far, he summons his loyal beast onto the battlefield. It swings its massive claws at the charging crowd, forcing them to retreat in sheer panic as their faces turn pale. Is that his pet? One arrogant subordinate sneers upon checking its level, declaring that it is just a garbage silver-armored scorpion and he will easily take care of it. He leaps forward and strikes a heavy blow directly to the monster's head. Contrary to his expectations, his sword completely shatters into pieces. While the damage registered is a flat 0, his face goes completely pale as he stares in disbelief, crying out that a level 14 warrior like him cannot even damage a trash scorpion. He looks down at the fools with pure contempt. How could they ever hope to defeat a level 15 elite silver scorpion, equipped with 2 high-tier pieces of 2-star gold gear of the exact same level? Suddenly, a massive rain of arrows pours down from out of nowhere, focusing its deadly fire directly onto Chen Jun's retreating group. An overbearing voice echoes through the area, ordering them to attack and promising 20,000 gold coins for every single kill, holding up their shields to block the assault. The panicked subordinates look around in fear, wondering who is ambushing them. Weren't they the only ones from Mist Rain Pavilion here? They wonder, anxious that someone else has come to steal their prey. Zhang Yue quietly watches the chaotic scene unfold. Lost in thought, a new horde of powerful players suddenly charges in, shouting a unified battle cry to kill. They sweep past Zhang Yue like a gust of wind, rushing straight toward Chen Jun's men to strike them down. Standing there dazed, they watch Liu Yao arrive in style with his squad, throwing arrogant insults at the Mist Rain Pavilion Guild. Who dares to lay a hand on someone under my protection? Don't worry, brother. With me here, these trash can't touch you. Zhang Yue sighs helplessly at the clown performing in front of him, completely speechless to see this guy again. Tran Quan glares at him in absolute rage, his men completely routed all around. He demands to know what Liu Yao is doing, claiming he never even targeted his people. Liu Yao enjoys every second of his twisted expression, mocking him. It is nothing special. He just heard Tran Quan loves using money to solve his problems, so he wanted to see if Tran Quan actually has more cash than him. Liu Yao points right at Tran Quan and makes an offer that drives the crowd wild. He will give them a chance to get rich. 1 million to whoever kills their leader? The powerful fighters gasp at the massive bounty, shouting in unison, 1 million? Terror grips Tran Quan as he sees his men wavering for the cash, screaming out, "You bastards! Do you really want to betray me?" Anyone who dares raise a hand becomes the enemy of the Tran and Tu families. That threat makes his lackeys hesitate, but a sudden violent tremor throws everyone into a panic as they stammer what on earth is happening. The tentacle monster Trong Viet supposedly finished off suddenly rises again, radiating terrifying dark energy as it glares down at the squabbling crowd. Trong Viet watches tensely, calculating his next move. In the other world, when a boss monster's health drops too low, there is a tiny chance it will go into a frenzy. It seems that the previous arrow depleted the undead lord's remaining health even further, directly triggering this terrifying mutation. The monster raises its weapon, opening its hideous, slime-covered maw wide. The system screen flashes a warning across the entire Dark Corpse Nest map. Urgent attention to all class users currently inside this dungeon. The Dark Zombie Lord has gone berserk, evolving into a 3-star level 17 boss, the Dark Zombie Riot King, holding a shield in one hand and a mace in the other. Its blood-red eyes lock onto the crowd. Liu Yao loses all composure, his face twisting in absolute terror as tears and snot run down. Screaming in a panic, a 3-star boss. Damn it. Nobody ever mentioned a boss could level up mid-fight. The Zombie King slams his mace down, letting out a deafening roar. That single blow unleashes devastating force, blowing away the powerful fighters standing nearby. The robotic system voice chimes with a new alert due to the dungeon guardian going berserk. The overall difficulty has increased. The exit portal of the Dark Corpse Nest is now unlocked, allowing all classes to escape the dungeon at any time. Tran Quan is absolutely ecstatic at this development. Laughing out loud, even heaven is on his side today. He sneers at Liu Yao, who sits paralyzed on the ground staring blankly at the roaring Zombie King, mocking him for acting so tough earlier. Tran Quan draws his bow, aiming straight at Liu Yao with a smug grin promising to make him pay for everything right here. His eyes widen with twisted excitement, a sick smile stretching across his face as he releases the arrow. The arrow streaks forward in a flash of yellow light, piercing the Zombie King's arm and successfully pulling its deadly aggro right onto Liu Yao. The beast roars down at the paralyzed man, its blood-red eyes locking onto him with pure, murderous intent. Another arrow strikes, driving the Zombie King completely wild. Liu Yao's eyes roll back in sheer terror as he stammers, completely speechless. Help. Save me. Please? The Zombie King raises its massive mace to crush his skull, but a sudden shout rings out, saving Liu Yao's life. The silver-armored scorpion quickly shields Liu Yao beneath its heavy body, absorbing the full crushing force of the Zombie King's mace. Trong Viet watches the beast tensely. A leveled-up boss is indeed no joke, instantly taking a massive chunk of the silver-armored scorpion's health, taking advantage of the chaos he caused. Tran Quan has already slipped away to the teleportation portal. He sneers at Trong Viet, mocking him. To wait another 10,000 years to kill him? They can enjoy this fight. He is out of here. Trong Viet bellows at him to stop. But nearby, the silver-armored scorpion has already taken heavy damage from the Zombie King. Yet it still desperately shields Liu Yao as he whimpers and begs for his life below. Hearing those desperate cries makes Trong Viet hesitate. His teleportation skill is a one-time use, and choosing to chase Tran Quan means Liu Yao will definitely die right here. After a tense moment, he decides to turn back and save Liu Yao, unleashing his Ice Hammer spell. He successfully stops the Zombie King's strike, freezing the beast in place as it screeches in agonizing pain. Trong Viet grabs Liu Yao's hand to pull him from the dirt, yelling at him to run now, but the moment they turn around, the Zombie King shatters the ice, instantly swinging its massive mace right at them. A crushing force falls. Anyone caught in its path will be gravely injured. They hit the ground hard, barely dodging the blow. Trong Viet grimly calculates that even his Ice Hammer skill only managed to deal slightly over 100 damage. He stares up at the beast, wielding that colossal mace, channeling energy into his staff. He mutters that a level 17 3-star boss is truly a nightmare to handle. Leaping into the air, he prepares to use his unique advantages to take the Zombie King down. He realized his only real choice was to rely on his superior agility, constantly dodging around to find an opening to cast his spells and launch a counterattack. His unpredictable movements kept the beast from catching up as he fired off endless flame missiles to drain its health. Watching the terrifying fight unfold before him, a panicked Liu Yao turned toward his frozen subordinates and screamed at them, demanding to know why they were standing around instead of retreating immediately. Terrified, they replied that going in now would only turn them into useless cannon fodder. Suddenly, a heavy swing from the zombie king slashed his arm. Blood sprayed as he hissed in pain. Cursing his bad luck, the beast was fast. Scrambling up from the dirt, he quickly leaped backward to open some distance from it. But before he could even recover, another devastating strike came hurtling down toward him. He was trapped, with the sharp axe blade of the giant zombie king closing in. Absolute terror washed over him. Just then, a wave of glowing purple energy wrapped around the giant zombie king, binding it tightly and saving his life in the absolute nick of time. The beast roared, shaking the air. Su Jinyan yelled to stick to the old plan she would support. He would attack. He scrambled up, quickly aiming his charged magic staff directly at the helpless, bound beast. He fired a continuous barrage of exploding flame missiles. The nearby experts stared with hanging jaws in utter shock, asking Liu Yao if those two were actually soloing a 3-star boss right in front of them. Stunned himself, Liu Yao explained that she was the second young lady of the famous Su family. She was indeed the newly turned forbidden mage, and epic class players really are next level, bringing powerful control effects with every single spell they cast. Staring at Zhang Yue with deep admiration, he declared that only his brother Yue had the strength to defeat such a monster. Against such a boss, they would have died 10,000 times over. He began a dramatic monologue as sparkly effects surrounded him, leaving his subordinates watching in total embarrassment. He confidently declared that he would recruit both of them into his supreme guild. One subordinate dryly reminded him that even putting the Su family lady aside, he probably could not handle the other guy anyway. Back in battle, the zombie king took a heavy beating from a relentless fire barrage. The beast roared in agony, and as the thick smoke cleared, its heavily wounded body was exposed. Zhang Yue stared, relieved to see that its health bar was almost depleted. Su Jinyan urgently called out to him, telling Zhang Yue to make his move. The final blow. He smirked slightly, whispering that he was indeed the hidden master of this secret realm. She stared blankly at his sudden transformation, utterly confused as she asked what he meant. After a brief moment, a massive wave of power erupted from her body as she nodded and agreed. Purple magic condensed at her staff as she screamed out her spell. Flowing light fire, the devastating magic blasted forward, completely engulfing the zombie king. When the dust finally settled, the monster was completely obliterated. The boss fell. Instantly, experience flooded in, and everyone in the dungeon began leveling up. A brilliant citywide announcement flashed across the screen, congratulating player Su Jinyan for being the very first to clear the level 15 hidden dungeon, Dark Zombie Nest, rewarding her with one secret realm scroll. The surrounding players erupted in wild cheers. Liu Yao rushed forward in absolute excitement and grabbed Zhang Yue in a tight embrace, crying out that he was his literal savior and he would have been dead without him, shoving the annoying clinger off him. Zhang Yue sighed and muttered that letting a tiger return to the mountain only breeds future disaster. Looking utterly confused, Liu Yao then patted his shoulder, enthusiastically asking if he could just compensate him with 1 million yuan instead for letting the target escape. Zhang Yue stared calmly at the rich idiot, asking if he possessed anything other than money. Hearing this, Liu Yao proudly pointed to himself and passionately began trying to recruit him, declaring that his ultimate dream was to gather all the strongest players to build the absolute strongest guild in the entire world. So he eagerly urged Zhang Yue to join his guild, stepping forward to grab him again. Liu Yao bragged that his family was the biggest pharmaceutical dynasty in Linhai, promising infinite potions if he joined. "Get off," Zhang Yue muttered, quickly pushing his hand away and telling him to back off. Dropping his playful attitude, Liu Yao suddenly looked at Zhang Yue with total seriousness, begging him to just hear him out first. He explained that the wealthy Liu family held deep strategic partnerships with the top blacksmith family, the Su family, and the legendary Shangguan Talisman clan. Hearing this, Zhang Yue paused and turned his head. He nodded and asked about the blacksmith Torah, which Liu Yao confirmed, explaining that his father was old friends with the master. With the right materials, crafting any high-tier gear was just a simple request from his father, leaving Zhang Yue rubbing his chin in deep thought. After all, custom-forged gear was always far superior to anything bought on the market. He watches Liu Yao act like a desperate puppy in front of him, claiming it is fine if he does not want to join the Supreme Guild just yet. Why not just add each other first, so I can help you with gear later? Liu Yao suggests. Tired of the obvious act, Zhang Yue simply replies with a quiet okay, thrilled that he agreed. Liu Yao cheers in excitement before happily saying his goodbyes and leaving. Walking toward the teleport portal, Zhang Yue tells Su Jinyan it is time to leave. Outside, a crowd of powerful players who just escaped are gathered below the city walls, gossiping. Is that Su Jinyan, the second young mistress of the Su family, who awakened an epic class? An epic class is truly on another level. Another player sighs, noting she is both drop-dead gorgeous and insanely talented, leaving everyone wondering what kind of man could ever be worthy of her. Meanwhile, Chen Jun sits comfortably with his lackey, smugly looking down at the clueless crowd in front of him. He boasts, telling his subordinate that Su Jinyan is the core member of the Misty Rain Pavilion, showing off the guild's incredible strength. But the worried lackey quickly reminds him that since the young mistress cleared the boss, Zhang Yue must have survived as well. Chen Jun's face darkens as he admits he seriously underestimated that bastard, who actually used the secret realm to trap them, and yeah, his rage is getting pretty scary now. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light beams directly onto them. The subordinate hesitates, pointing out that Zhang Yue's strength is insane, especially with the powerhouse Supreme Guild backing him up. Chen Yun stands up, a sinister grin spreading across his face, muttering that just because they cannot kill him does not mean someone else cannot. His confused lackey stares in absolute shock. The subordinate instantly recalls the powerful veteran players who had previously conquered the Third World. He mentions that many veteran players got stuck in the Third World last year, meaning their levels must be at least level 39 by now. With the Su family's massive influence, they surely would not refuse to help. With a twisted, hideous look, Chen Jun glares at the sky and growls for Zhang Yue to just wait. If he can somehow survive the Third World, Chen Jun vows he will back off. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Su Jinyan watches Zhang Yue walk ahead, nervously asking if he now views her as an enemy because of Chen Jun's dirty actions. Zhang Yue looks back coldly, stating that only the guilty should pay. Right now, his only enemy is Chen Jun, but if the Misty Rain Pavilion insists on protecting him, he certainly does not mind adding a whole guild to his hit list. She quickly raises her hands to reassure him, swearing she will absolutely never help Chen Jun harm him under any circumstances. Honestly, she despises Chen Jun just as much as he does. Su Jinyan suddenly remembers the loot dropped by the desolate Corpse King. She pulls the items out and hands them over, noting that since he gave her the final blow, this loot rightfully belongs to him. Staring at the pile of loot, Zhang Yue smiles to himself. If he refines this high-tier gear in these skill books, his damage output and health pool will skyrocket. Suddenly, a loud system notification blares across the entire area. It is an emergency broadcast for Nordine City. Attention all players of Nordine City. A massive zombie wave is set to invade in 30 minutes. This horde is rated at level 15. So prepare yourselves to defend the gates and protect the city. Both of them stare warily at the glowing screen as Su Jinyan panics, exclaiming that the terrifying zombie horde is coming back. But Zhang Yue smiles at the warning. If he can clear this wave, the world quest will be complete, allowing him to finally ascend to the highly anticipated third world. She urges him to hurry back and prepare, and he quietly nods in agreement. Suddenly, a fast shadow dashes right past them, leaving Su Jinyan completely frozen in shock. The intruder locks eyes with him and desperately screams out his name. It is Lin Yue. She drops to her knees right in front of Zhang Yue, begging him to forgive her mistakes. Zhang Yue narrows his eyes, demanding to know what on earth she is trying to pull. Looking deeply hurt, she whimpers that Liu Yao does not want her anymore, disgusted by her dramatic performance. Su Jinyan snaps, asking if she really thinks she can just run back to Zhang Yue now that she has been abandoned. What kind of rebound does she think Zhang Yue? Lin Yue quickly tries to justify herself, arguing that while she once looked down on his poverty, every girl naturally wants a wealthy and comfortable life. She scoots even closer to Zhang Yue, turning up her puppy dog eyes. She pleads with him, calling him Brother Yue and promising they will never fight again because his future is so bright, promising to make him incredibly happy. Zhang Yue just lets out a dry, mocking laugh at her absolute audacity. Su Jinyan rolls her eyes in pure disgust, calling her completely shameless. Suddenly, an ear-splitting monster roar echoes from the darkest depths of the forest. Terrified, Lin Yue frantically warns him that the zombie wave is already here, leaving them no time to head back. Zhang Yue holds up a cold hand to shut her up. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan lets out a tense breath. In relieved, she managed to rest and recover a bit after clearing the secret realm, letting out a sigh. Zhang Yue glares down at Lin Yue, mockingly repeating her words about his bright future. He asks why someone with a bright future would ever want trash like her, coldly telling her to get lost. His brutal words leave her completely stunned, as she whimpers that he has changed and would have never spoken to her like this in the past. Right then, a vicious, bloodthirsty horde of monsters swarms straight toward their position, eager to tear them apart. Qin Yan quickly summons powerful beams of light to halt their advance. Unleashing her flowing light art, she turns to Zhang Yue in a panic, warning him that there are just too many zombies to hold back. Hearing her, Zhang Yue quickly summons a dark, mysterious mist, ordering his silver-armored scorpion to protect Qin Yan first. The summon shields Qin Yan, letting out a massive roar as it violently slams back the waves of oncoming monsters. Zhang Yue raises his staff to the sky, gathering spiritual energy into a blinding, brilliant orb of light. He unleashes a searing blast from the orb, completely vaporizing the surrounding monsters in a single split second. Suddenly, a panicked cry echoes from behind and catches his attention. Zhang Yue, please save me. A helpless Yue is pinned down by the vicious monsters, desperately begging for her life. Qin Yan shouts that she is going to help, but Zhang Yue grabs her arm, warning her not to go. He tells her it is too late, and she would only put herself in danger while Yue is brutally overrun by the horde. Noticing the faint, glowing particles surrounding Yue, Zhang Yue feels a sudden chill. Could she really be dying? Qin Yan gasps in absolute shock, realizing that her friend has completely run out of lives as more monsters keep rushing forward. With the horde locking their murderous eyes on them, Zhang Yue tells Qin Yan there is no time to grieve. They have to survive this massive zombie tide first. And a shaken Qin Yan can only nod in agreement, turning away with a heavy heart. Brief memories of his happier times with Yue flash through his mind. Later at the base, an intense struggle breaks out as survivors fight off the roaring beasts under a chaotic sky, taking cover in a quiet corner to watch the battle. Qin Yan sighs from sheer exhaustion. This is already the third wave. Why is this nightmare not over yet? She wonders as Zhang Yue tries to reassure her. Don't worry. There are only 3 waves a day, and this one is almost finished. so they just need to wait it out. Suddenly, a game system notification pops up for the Second World Zombie Siege, warning that an apocalyptic disaster is threatening their survival. Humanity is swallowed by shifting mists and darkness as a massive horde of zombies prepares to surround the city. As a survivor of Nottingham, players must defend the city alongside others to prevent total annihilation. If the zombies manage to breach the walls, there will be absolutely nowhere left to hide. World Quest 1 requires clearing a secret dungeon. Currently at 0 of 1. The second world quest is to repel 3 zombie waves, which is successfully completed. Completing these world quests will finally unlock the portal to face the formidable boss of this second world. Defeating the boss is the only way to reach the third world. A detail Zhang Yue carefully analyzes. That hidden dungeon had already earned him 400,000 points, but if he wants to reach the third world quickly, he must find a way to clear the main dungeon soon. He turns to leave, reassuring Qin Yan that the zombie wave will end soon, and advising her to rest here while she can. Surprised, she asks where he is going, just as he steps through a shimmering portal of light. Zhang Yue cryptically mentions having some private business of his own, leaving her confused as she silently wishes she could tag along with him. Arriving at a level 17 zombie hospital, he plans to clear this entire dungeon before the massive siege finally ends. Gripping his magical staff, he steps confidently into a dark, gloomy room, instantly drawing the sharp gazes of all the monsters lurking inside. Facing the beasts down with complete confidence, he swings his staff to summon his heavy hitter, the silver-armored scorpion. He urges the beast forward to harvest all the experience as a powerful energy waves through the dark hospital. After a brief battle, the monsters are completely wiped out, leaving behind heaps of glittering gold coins. System immediately floods his screen with notifications, warmly congratulating him on successfully clearing the level 17 Lost Hospital dungeon. He gains 200,000 experience, a gold coin, and 30,000 special energy points, all multiplied 10,000 times. Additionally, he obtains a demon-slaying ring, a lightning art skill book, and an elite pet egg to boost his power. The system confirms the completion of his second world quest, meaning the powerful world boss has officially been summoned for him to defeat. Leveling up twice, he instantly reaches level 20, with the next upgrade now requiring 120,000 points. Zhang Yue tosses some coins to his companion, making it extremely happy as he mutters that evolving into a mythical tier is now only a matter of time. Looking over his updated stats with a big smile, he is pretty pleased with his current progress. He has acquired brand new skills and gear, significantly boosting both his raw attack power and maximum health. Once the beast tide settles, he will be ready to clear out the second world. After weighing his options, he picks a highly powerful new skill, the Grade A Super Lightning Strike. It summons a bolt of lightning to strike a single enemy, dealing 300% magic damage. This skill also comes with a special effect, a 30% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second. This paralysis state completely halts all actions, consuming 95 mana with a 5-second cooldown. He also grabs new gear to boost his current power, the level 20 Purgatory Envoy Demon Slayer Ring, a 3-star yellow grade item. For mages and beast tamers, it adds 155 magic attack, plus 10 point to intelligence, and 10 spirit points. With the Demon Slayer effect, each attack burns 200 of the enemy's mana, or deducts equivalent health if they run completely out of mana. Item description. Legend has it, this ring sealed a demon from hell before fading into the deep darkness. Suddenly, a system alert pops up with a new message. Qin Yan writes to him, telling Zhang Yue that the beast tide has finally come to an end. She asks if he wants to fight the second world boss together. Meanwhile, Liu Yao also sends a desperate plea, begging the big boss for backup. He says the second world boss is a 3-star level 20 monster, and he cannot beat it on his own. Zhang Yue rubs his chin in thought. Having a taboo mage along would certainly increase their odds of winning. As for Liu Yao, he has helped him out several times before. Deciding to join them, he messages back, telling them to meet at the trial gate in 10 minutes. Qinyan replies with a simple "understood," while a thrilled Lu Yao sends back an okay. On the outskirts of Nodding City, a large crowd of people is rushing toward the urban gates. Qin Yan points behind them in confusion, asking him why on earth he brought so many people along. Liu Yao beams and explains that while he knows the big boss is invincible, they are still facing a major second world boss. So bringing extra support just feels safer. Zhang Yue nods dismissively and steps forward, telling him that whatever makes him happy is fine. Suddenly, the system notification flashes and freezes all three in their tracks. The world quest has officially been completed. The portal to the second world boss dungeon can now be activated. Defeat the boss to enter the third world. Multiple players detected. Do you wish to enter the second world boss dungeon as a group? Facing the choices, Zhang Yue gathers spirit energy into a bright, glowing sphere and launches it directly at the yes option. Instantly, a massive portal of light materializes right in front of them, revealing a desolate and barren wilderness on the other side. With the second world boss dungeon officially unlocked, Zhang Yue looks calmly toward the portal and gestures for them to move out. Qin Yan nods. Liu Yao barks a quick order to his team to follow the big boss. His crew shouts in agreement, and the entire crowd steps through the glowing portal. Moments later, under a strange sun bleeding across the sky, the glowing portal opens as they finally enter the dungeon territory. A massive monster is rampaging through the city ruins, turning its head to glare viciously at them as it senses their presence. It is a level 20 physical type zombie emperor, a 3-star boss. Liu Yao breaks into a cold sweat, muttering about how huge it is. He wonders if this is truly the second world boss, noting it is on a completely different level from the first world wild boar. His teammates are also completely dumbfounded, crying out in shock. They point out they almost died to a level 17 dungeon boss earlier, but this massive monster is already level 20. They wonder if they can actually pull this off. But Zhang Yue takes the lead, warning them not to make any sudden moves. He also warns Qin Yan to keep her distance and avoid getting close, as the boss could easily one-shot her. She conjures a protective aura and nods in agreement. Right after, he summons his massive pet, the silver-armored scorpion, declaring that it is time to show its true power. The giant beast emerges, roaring with an incredibly intense aura. Deep down, Zhang Yue knows, because he gathered plenty of experience and pet eggs during the secret dungeon beast tide. The power gap between his scorpion and the boss has significantly closed, sensing a worthy opponent. The massive monster flares with a terrifying surge of killing intent, glaring down at Zhang Yue as it mockingly asks if these weak humans also want to get a taste of death. It instantly shoots out sharp spikes to impale his pet, and the silver-armored scorpion takes the hit, losing a decent chunk of its health points. Moving quickly, Zhang Yue leaps high into the air, gathering a blinding, golden sphere of light. He casts his fireball spell, shooting the blazing sphere forward to slam a heavy blast of elemental force onto the monster, making it roar in pure agony. Watching the dense aura still lingering on his weapon, Zhang Yue cannot help but feel pretty impressed. His newly purchased equipment has definitely boosted his attack power to a whole new level. Under these conditions, even the boss is just a slightly tougher wild monster compared to the regular ones he's faced before. The beast is battered so badly it roars in pure rage, telling the stinky bug to get lost. It charges forward and strikes the silver-armored scorpion, sending it flying far away. It points aggressively at him and snarls, warning the foolish human that it will show him the true meaning of pain. Countless sharp spikes erupt from its arm, shooting in a direct line straight toward Zhang Yue. Death Rift, massive sharp spikes suddenly burst upward, sending his terrified companions scrambling to escape in absolute panic. The silver-armored scorpion still has strength to charge the beast. The monster strikes it hard once again, making it shriek in pain as the beast roars to get lost. It crashes and rolls across the ground, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Seeing this, Liu Yao frantically orders his team to hurry, because that's their strongest tank. He urges them to heal it quickly. So his team surrounds the beast to channel healing energy into it. Meanwhile, the massive monster charges at full speed toward Zhang Yue, fully healed and energized. The silver-armored scorpion rushes to shield Zhang Yue. Activating Vanguard Charge, Su Jinyan also helps by unleashing a binding light using flowing light. She grits her teeth, holding the spell, trapped by her light. The monster angrily curses, calling humans shameless for relying on such cheap magic tricks. Su Jinyan looks at Zhang Yue and urgently warns him to hurry, as she can't hold it for long. Zhang Yue quickly gathers magic around his staff, telling the beast they aren't shameless. It's just far too weak. He fires 2 elemental beams representing opposite polar forces directly at the monster. Flame Missile Ice Curse. The monster screams in agony as it takes the massive double hit head-on. -754. -67 burn. -50 cold damage. -1242. Critical. -770 frozen critical. And -50 ice damage. Watching this, Liu Yao can only gasp in absolute shock. A level 20. 3-star boss just lost a whole quarter of its health pool in an instant. Zhang Yue's combo damage is absolutely insane. Raising his staff high, he cold-bloodedly declares that it's time to end this. Terrifying arcs of lightning begin to crackle all around his body. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the heavens, blasting the monster and leaving it writhing in pain. Super lightning spell. After the blinding flash fades, a dark gray cloud of smoke remains, revealing the charred beast collapsing right before Zhang Yue. Liu Yao excitedly cheers, praising his brother's insane power. Su Jinyan agrees, adding that it looks like Zhang Yue's damage output has jumped even higher. Zhang Yue barely reacts to their praises, silently waiting for something else to happen instead. Moments later, the giant beast suddenly revives from the cliffside, shocking everyone. The second world boss, the Corpse Emperor, has risen. Its passive skill, Heaven and Earth Destruction, has been triggered. The sky darkens further as fiery embers rain down. Everyone panics, wondering what is happening as the staggering monster stands up, shaking the earth with a deafening rumble. Angrily snarling, it vows to drag these miserable humans down to hell along with it. They stand completely frozen, unable to believe what is happening. Liu Yao starts sobbing in terror, clinging to Zhang Yue's leg and crying that he has no resurrection scrolls left. Dying again means permanent death. And Zhang Yue is just as tense as he eyes the glowing escape portal nearby. It's too far to reach in time. But spotting his scorpion nearby, a plan suddenly strikes. That's it. He instantly hoists up the crying Liu Yao, sweeping his other arm around Su Jinyan's waist. He steps back to build momentum, yelling there's no time to explain. Zhang Yue hurls them both toward his pet scorpion, commanding it to throw them toward the exit with all its might. The scorpion catches them, causing immediate panic as a terrified Liu Yao asks if this is some kind of sick joke, coiling its strength. The scorpion flings them toward the portal, while a tearful Liu Yao screams at the top of his lungs. Both crash land safely right in front of the glowing exit portal, leaving Liu Yao groaning in pain. He swears he thought they were dead for sure. But Su Jinyan remains deeply worried. Looking back, she realizes Zhang Yue hasn't emerged yet, and the portal is already starting to fade. By now, Zhang Yue has leaped close to his pet. As the surrounding ground collapses into the molten lava below, the scorpion grabs Zhang Yue, preparing to hurl him forward. Tense and sweating, he desperately barks at the silver-armored scorpion, "Throw me with everything you have. The moment you throw me, I will recall you." Understanding the plan, it hurls him violently toward the glowing portal nearby. Mid-air, he turns his head to recall his summon, where they just stood. The ground shatters and collapses into boiling lava. Zhang Yue rides the momentum, hurtling straight toward the brilliant light of the portal. But right as he nears it, a column of lava erupts, nearly scorching him and freezing him mid-air. He loses his grip and plummets. He is done for, his inertia broken. Zhang Yue swiftly channels magic and summons his staff. Aiming downward, he fires a massive sphere of light straight into the boiling lava below. The blast erupts the lava. Su Jinyan watches in panic as the portal shrinks. Is he trapped? The portal vanishes. He is gone. Liu Yao screams out in agony, "Oh my God. Brother, did you really just die like that? You sacrificed yourself just to save me." But as they grieve, a shadow suddenly flashes past them. Erupting from the portal, Su Jinyan turns, her face lighting up. "Zhang Yue," Liu Yao shouts, with equal joy, "Brother, you made it." As the thick dust clears, Zhang Yue lands firmly right in front of them. Offering a reassuring smile to his worried teammates, Su Jinyan rushes over, asking if he is hurt. Zhang Yue calmly smiles, "I am fine. The blast was just a bit intense." Right after that, the system issues the victory announcement. Niueting City System announcement. Congratulations to the professional player Ling for successfully defeating the second world boss and clearing the second world stage. Niueting City Regional System announcement. Congratulations to the professional player Su Jinyan for successfully defeating the second world boss and clearing the second world stage. Niueting City Regional System announcement. Congratulations to the professional player Liu Yao, the Wise Star, for successfully defeating the second world boss and clearing the second world stage. Liu Yao clenches his fists, his eyes shining as he screams, "I made it. I actually cleared the stage? Brother, thank you so much. This is all thanks to you. I will pay you 500,000, no, 1 million to show my gratitude." Zhang Yue does not really care about the money, indifferently replying, "All right. The mission is complete, and I need to go get some rest." But Su Jinyan calls out, telling him to wait. She frowns, warning him with deep worry that Chen Jun has left the Misty Rain Pavilion. "Based on what I know about him, he will definitely find a way to get revenge. So you must be careful." Zhang Yue simply nods, "Yeah, I got it." Liu Yao eagerly chats up Su Jinyan, praising her crowd control skills as absolutely flawless, hitting every single target. "We are the very first batch of new players to clear the second world. Why don't we head to the third world to level up together?" Su Jinyan instantly shuts him down, telling him to go by himself. Liu Yao does not mind at all, happily replying, "Sure. Let's team up again if we get the chance." Su Jinyan cannot help but marvel at how fate works. They used to completely despise each other, but now they are actually close friends. Not long after, in a gloomy graveyard, they enter the third world. Descent of the Death God. From a desolate grave, the dirt begins to shift and tremble. "Oh man, look at that creepy hand clawing its way out." Liu Yao and his guild members crawl out of that bizarre grave one after another. His teammates shout in excitement, "Boss, the safe zone in this third world is insane. It is literally just a giant graveyard." Liu Yao looks at them and declares, "Brothers, we are the very first new players to make it to the third world. We need to grind hard, make the most of our time, and turn ourselves into the #1 guild in the province." Suddenly, a heavy boot stomps right onto his hand. Wincing in pain, he roars, "Damn it. What blind idiot dares to step on me? Are you tired of living?" A towering man looks down with pure disgust, asking if he is Liu Yao from the Supreme Guild, and if that guy Zhang Yue is in their team. "Call him out here right now." Glaring back, Liu Yao points at him and snaps, "Who do you think you are? You think you can just order me around? What about my pride?" Whispering, his teammate warns him, "Boss, these guys do not look friendly. They seem like veteran players of the third world. Maybe we should just call brother Zhang Yue over to help?" Liu Yao spits on the ground, completely unfazed. So what if they are veterans? You expect me to betray my brother? Never. The enemy leader draws his sword, not going to cooperate. Liu Yao roars back fiercely, then do not blame me for being ruthless. The assassin leader lunges, his sword stabbing right through Liu Yao. But the strike leaves him completely unharmed. Seeing this impossible sight, the mercenary, standing beside the leader, gasps in shock. The attack was completely neutralized. Unfazed by the outcome, the guildmaster merely raises an eyebrow. Do they still have newbie protection active? After all, how could a rookie under level 20 possibly clear the second world in the first place? The others, standing behind Liu Yao, are also visibly shocked. Touching his chest armor, he mutters that thankfully the level 10 novice protection saved his life, or he would be dead. Right then, his worried guild members urge the president to run away while they still can. The wicked leader glares at them with a hostile look, sneering that escaping won't be that easy. And right as he finishes speaking, two mysterious figures suddenly rush forward at an unbelievable speed to attack. Those devastating strikes chunk their health bar significantly, dealing 712 and 738 damage. Two cunning assassins emerge from the shadows, bringing a smug smile to the leader's face. Just because I cannot kill you myself does not mean others cannot do it. The two sinister-looking men reveal their stats, both being level 25 class-transferred warriors, known as Assassin's Second Brother and Assassin Third Brother. Liu Yao and his party look on in absolute terror at the two deadly men who just showed up. His terrified followers stutter that these newcomers are actually part of a ruthless mercenary group of bounty hunters who trade in human lives. The fierce guard leader demands one final chance, telling them to call Zhang Yue over immediately, or they can prepare to die right here. Meanwhile, inside a quiet and peaceful home, a voice on the phone informs Zhang Yue that the hospital has successfully received his latest medical payment. Zhang Yue sits quietly at the edge of his bed, listening to the call. Golden sunlight streams gently through the window, illuminating the empty room. The voice on the other end assures him that they will take excellent care of his younger brother. Zhang Yue politely thanks them before hanging up the call, then looks down at his phone screen to review his recent chat history with Liu Yao. Liu Yao wrote thanking him for leading the boss fight earlier, especially since his own original plans had been completely ruined. He sent over the agreed compensation, along with a generous bonus for his hard work. Looking at the chat, Zhang Yue marvels at how incredibly generous rich heirs can be, noting that with over 1 million coins, his brother's medical bills are fully covered. Suddenly, his eyes widen at a new incoming call, and he quickly raises the phone to his ear. Wait for it. As soon as Zhang Yue answers, a panicked voice on the other end screams for him to come save them. Their guild president is on the verge of death, and currently, the enemy has dragged Liu Yao to a creepy, desolate graveyard, tying him up tight. Suddenly, the gang spots something approaching from the distance, prompting the second assassin to warn his boss. Out of the distant shadows, a solitary figure strides forward majestically, as Zhang Yue commands them to set him free. The scarred leader sneers, asking if he is Zhang Yue, then explains that since someone bought his life, only one of them gets to leave here alive. Liu Yao furiously shouts out, asking who did this. He offers to pay them 1 million each to let them go, swearing that his father is the richest man in Linhai City. Hearing this, one of the goons hesitates and tells the boss the offer is much higher. But the angry leader snaps back, asking if greed has completely blinded him to their survival. He reminds him that their current client is far too powerful for them to ever cross. Glaring at Zhang Yue, the scarred boss dismisses him as a mere beast tamer and orders the second assassin to kill him, sending the goon charging forward with a loud battle cry. But get this, by the time the assassin swings, the young man has already vanished completely. Shocked by the sudden disappearance, the assassin panics just as Zhang Yue unleashes a glowing blue orb from his long spear, completely freezing the foe in agonizing pain. Ice binding spell. Trapped inside the solid block of ice, The frozen attacker gasps in absolute disbelief, prompting his furious partner, the third assassin, to charge forward while screaming out his brother's name in pure rage, cursing his target. The assassin lunges forward, but Zhang Yue remains completely unfazed, channeling a brilliant gold, high-energy aura into his spear to meet the attacker head-on. With a swift thrust, he drives his powerful spear straight at the third assassin, blasting him backward, flying flame missiles. Throughout the entire clash, his eyes remain cold, showing absolutely no emotion but pure determination. Witnessing the absolute destruction sends a cold sweat dripping down the scarred boss's face. Realizing with horror that this boy just easily insta-killed level 25 warriors, hoping to catch him off guard, the scarred boss quickly slips behind Zhang Yue to deliver a swift and decisive blow. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yue reacts quickly to dodge, but the stealthy attack still grazes his arm. A system notification pops up. You were hit by the skill Shadow Strike from Assassin Not Too Cold, losing 1,425 health points. After taking the unexpected damage, he uses his agility to leap backward and re-establish a safe distance from the scarred boss. Seeing his target's impressive reflexes only serves to make the assassin even more thrilled. He sneers, asking how his opponent could survive a slash from his blade, before the scarred assassin lunges forward again with reckless confidence, declaring that the kid is nothing special. The killer strikes. Looking closely at the incoming lethal blow, Zhang Yue realizes he is facing a level 30 assassin. This opponent has a much higher agility stat, and with the strike coming from such close range, dodging is pretty much impossible. Suddenly, a massive scorpion emerges from behind to shield him before the scarred man can strike. Known as the Silver-Armored Scorpion, the beast lets out a sharp cry. Cold sweat beads on the creature's head as its physical form dissolves into white smoke, leaving nothing but its fading echo in the air. But the killer keeps charging, targeting Zhang Yue once more. Watching the incoming blade, the young man realizes he truly cannot dodge this next strike. With a savage and terrifying expression, the scarred killer lunges forward, screaming at him to die. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of purple energy wraps tightly around the assassin's sword arm, forcing his lethal movement to a grinding halt. Casting her flowing light spell, a deeply worried Qin Yan appears right behind Zhang Yue, asking if he is all right. Catching sight of her, the scarred assassin instantly panics, realizing things have gone bad. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue's eyes flare with a sudden, fiery battle spirit. Gripping his long spear, Zhang Yue channels a brilliant, glowing golden energy into the weapon, declaring that it is finally his turn. At this moment, pure panic takes over the assassin's face, his eyes and mouth stretching wide in absolute terror. Zhang Yue thrusts his golden spear directly at his foe. The heavy blow sends the scarred killer flying back into a blinding flash, landing amidst a roaring fire that slowly consumes him with agonizing, severe burns. Through the raging flames, his voice echoes in total disbelief, questioning how a mere level 20 beast tamer could possibly unleash such a devastating amount of damage, especially since he is a specialized assassin, equipped entirely in level 30 gold gear. Across the vast, cold emptiness of the lonely graveyard, Zhang Yue speaks up, thanking her sincerely, calling her 400,000, and expressing deep gratitude for always saving him at the most crucial moments. Qin Yan replies cheerfully, brushing it off and suggesting that their frequent encounters must mean they share a pretty strong twist of fate. Privately, she thinks to herself, how lucky it is that she kept monitoring his online status. Otherwise, she never would have found this perfect opportunity. Just then, Liu Yao approaches with a group of companions, apologizing deeply and admitting that the brother got targeted solely because of saving him. Turning to them, Zhang Yue calmly says it is fine since those killers were actually after him anyway. Qin Yan joins the conversation, insisting that Chen Jun must be behind this. as his suspicious behavior lately has long made them suspect he is plotting something nasty. She then turns and asks Zhang Yue what they should do now. As she asks if he knows who those attackers are, Liu Yao speaks up from behind, revealing that they belong to a ruthless mercenary assassin group. Hearing this, Zhang Yue immediately asks about their origin and where this mercenary group actually comes from. Qin Yan's expression grows incredibly serious as she explains that they are a highly mysterious faction of cold-blooded killers with terrifyingly bloodthirsty eyes. This mercenary band is actually a minor assassin guild that was established about 10 years ago. Rumor has it that they have over 50 members. Yet strangely, not a single one of them has exceeded level 30. Liu Yao finds this pretty hard to believe, questioning how on earth someone could manage to restrict their level to 30 after entering the other world 10 years ago. Zhang Yue nods. He points out that level 30 requires a second-class advancement. By avoiding the quest, they lock their level forever. Exploiting this classic system loophole, the allies behind Liu Yao step closer. They explain to their leader that these bandits hide out in the third world year-round, preying on rookies to steal their gear. Their hoarded equipment and accumulated energy have all been refined to gold attributes, making them exceptionally formidable opponents. Liu Yao's brows furrow deeply in thought. He mutters that while they normally only care about money, they completely refuse to spare him, despite the massive reward he offered. Standing aside, Zhang Yue notes that if they refused money, they must be blackmailed by someone else. His face darkens as he warns that since they failed this time, they will definitely return. This warning terrifies Liu Yao, who frantically asks what they are supposed to do now. With such a massive level gap, they cannot keep surviving these assassination attempts forever. Hearing his panic, Zhang Yue remains completely calm and composed. He recalls that Liu Yao mentioned his family being quite close to the influential Xiao family, who founded this place, and asks if they could get their help to craft a special type of equipment. Puzzled by the request, Liu Yao asks what kind of gear he needs. Zhang Yue claps him firmly on the shoulder, with a mysterious glint in his eye. The young man answers in a cool, casual tone, "Any level 20 equipment will do. But there is one strict condition. It must possess an effect that targets the demon heart as quickly as possible." With that, he turns and walks away, leaving a bewildered Liu Yao behind to wonder aloud why he could possibly need such a specific item. Zhang Yue glances back at him, warning that whether they can survive in this harsh third world or not will depend entirely on this single weapon. The scene cuts to a towering luxury skyscraper, its glass facade sparkling with brightly lit rooms against the dark night sky. A veiny hand slams violently onto the glass table as a client barks out in absolute fury, demanding to know how they could be such completely useless trash. How on earth could a level 30 professional assassin get beaten by a mere level 20 beast tamer? Seeing his client's rising anger, the boss of the pet assassin mercenary group tries to calm him down, suggesting that his men simply underestimated the opponent. But he tells Boss Chen to rest assured, promising to take action himself. Chen Jun glares coldly, warning him not to disappoint him or suffer the consequences. To which the assassin boss weakly bows and replies that he understands. Elsewhere, a long spear radiates a brilliant golden light as Zhang Yue hovers in midair. With the glowing weapon floating right beside him, he silently contemplates. At his current level, fighting the entire assassin mercenary group alone would be like throwing an egg against a stone. A system notification pops up, announcing the third world. Descent of the Death God. The once prosperous ancient human city has been turned into a barren graveyard after being wiped out by the Death God Caesar. Few lucky survivors can only survive by taking shelter inside graves to avoid Caesar, the Death God's relentless attacks. Players must ensure that their grave's defense value is over 100 points, or they will stand absolutely no chance when Caesar launches his deadly attacks. World Quest 1. Please increase the grave's defense value from the initial 300 to 2,000. With progress currently at 300 out of 2,000. For Quest 2, they must complete at least one mission with a difficulty rating of no less than 300. with progress currently at 0. Note that after successfully completing the world quests, players can unlock the third world boss challenge portal, defeating the boss to enter the fourth world. Suddenly, the stone cave begins to tremble violently, causing a shower of loose rocks to tumble down from above. Another green notification. The descent of the death god has dealt 88 points of damage to your grave. To increase your grave's defense in the third world, you must defeat monsters and clear dungeons. And as he reads this, a vision of the creepy graveyard flashes through his mind. He realizes that Caesar the death god sweeps through the third world every single midnight, launching random attacks on everyone that last for 10 minutes. If a player fails to return to their grave, or if their grave's defense drops to 0, they will be instantly and completely wiped out from this world. Zhang Yue snaps his eyes open with sheer determination, realizing that everyone, including those deadly assassins, will have to retreat to their graves. This will be his single best chance to finally lose them. Slowly closing his eyes, he knows his next move completely depends on waiting for Liu Yao's side to finish. A mail notification pops up, showing a photo of Liu Yao, giving a proud thumbs up along with a message, happily telling him that the gear he wanted is finally done. Massive spherical barrier separates the eerie graveyard from the crimson, gas-filled sky outside. The heavy silence of the cold graveyard is suddenly broken by a loud shout echoing through the area, calling out for Brother Yue. And there is Liu Yao, running toward Zhang Yue with a huge spear. Zhang Yue reaches out to take the spear, highly impressed that he actually managed to finish crafting it in just one day. Liu Yao smiles smugly, explaining that his dad is actually best friends with the head of the legendary Xiao family. Plus, as you mentioned, Brother Yu, this whole matter is extremely urgent. Talk about an absolute masterpiece. No wonder they are legendary crafters, forging such powerful gear in next to no time. As Zhang Yue proudly raises his new weapon to the sky, weapon details immediately pop up on screen. The Dark Demon Eye Staff is level 20 with 2-star gold quality, providing 100 magic attack, dual stats of +6 intelligence, and the Evil Heart perk. When at full health, receiving a fatal blow will completely negate the damage and keep the user alive. Described as forged in dark waters and refined from actual demon eyes, this staff possesses immense demonic power. Signed by the creator, Xiao Jiba. Liu Yao then worriedly asks if they will be fighting side by side in the next battle. He warns that several guild members have spotted those assassins camping right outside the safe zone, specifically targeting players from their supreme guild. Zhang Yue calmly replies that he already has other plans in mind. A loud regional announcement suddenly blares, warning all active class holders inside the Holy Light Cemetery to pay close attention. Caesar the Death God will attack in 5 minutes, so everyone must retreat to their graves immediately. He quickly tells his companions that they need to hurry back to their graves before the monster arrives. But just as they turn to leave, Liu Yao spots a suspicious group of people walking straight toward them. Terror is written all over his face as he warns they are dealing with assassins. Zhang Yue remains completely unfazed, calmly telling him to relax, since this safe zone keeps them well protected. Meanwhile, the fierce mercenary leader steps forward with a heavy threat, sneering that the brat can only hide for so long. Once Zhang Yue steps outside, the mercenary warns he will make sure he dies a miserable death. Looking back, Liu Yao notices that Zhang Yue has already walked quite a distance away. He quickly turns to the others and tells them to hurry up and get inside the tomb. Panicking, he asks where Zhang Yue is going since the Grim Reaper is already close. Stepping outside now is basically a death sentence, and he cannot understand the reckless move. Zhang Yue casts a quick glance back at Liu Yao, telling him not to leave Holy Light Cemetery until he returns. He adds that if they need anything, they can always return to the second world to rebuild. A narrow pathway opens through the glowing blue barrier as he steps out. Watching him leave, Liu Yao can only wonder what on earth Zhang Yue is actually planning to do. Just beyond the protective blue barrier, swirling currents of dark red and black mist loom, waiting to consume anyone. Deep inside the sphere, a sharp horn-like object suddenly breaks through the flat ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as it rises. The creature opens its terrifying eyes, glowing with a fierce and brilliant golden-orange flame. A massive red beast emerges fully from the shattered earth, sending a violent wave of loose soil and dust flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the protective blue barrier stands firm around the cemetery, keeping the toxic black and red fog at bay. Zhang Yue treks alone through the suffocating darkness, gripping his blade tightly. After searching for a short while, he finally spots his target and mutters to himself that he has found him. Spotting him, the terrified Gravekeeper Galva cries out in sheer panic that the cursed Grim Reaper Caesar has returned to plunder their beloved Holy Light Cemetery once again. At that exact moment, Zhang Yue walks up to him calmly and asks if he happens to need any assistance. Recognizing him as an adventurer, the Gravekeeper gasps in shock before quickly begging him for help, saying he has arrived at the perfect time. He asks if Zhang Yue can travel to the dead city east of the cemetery and wipe out the skeleton legion lurking there. Right on cue, the system interface pops up with details regarding this skeletal army. These monsters originally nested deep within the crypts, but they have somehow broken out. This skeletal legion serves as the primary force under Caesar's direct command. Galva helpfully explains that taking down this vanguard force is the key to crushing the Grim Reaper's momentum. Hearing this, Zhang Yue gladly accepts the request, agreeing that they cannot let themselves be bullied anymore and telling him to leave it to him. Relieved by his positive response, the Gravekeeper eagerly wishes him luck. And immediately after, a system prompt flashes to confirm he has accepted the quest to confront death. A normal quest, with a difficulty rating of 440. The details explain that Holy Light Cemetery faces constant threats from the Grim Reaper himself. Adventurers must venture into the dead city to eradicate the massive skeletal hordes lurking inside. The quest requirements: eliminate 300 skeletal warriors, 300 archers, 300 mages, and 800 armored skeletal guards. Rewards include 250,000 experience points, 500 tomb defense points, 1 gold coin, and 30,000 energy points, plus a 2-star Necromancer set, 1 skill book, and an elite pet egg, all with a strict 3-day time limit. After reading through the entire screen, Zhang Yue realizes that despite being classified as a normal quest, its actual difficulty far exceeds the King-tier Zombie Crisis bounty quest back in the Second World. He remembers a crucial detail during the Grim Reaper's invasion. Leaving the protective bounds of Holy Light Cemetery meant certain death for anyone who dared to step out. Suddenly, a fire-breathing monster ambushes him mid-thought, forcing him to instantly raise a solid magical shield to deflect the searing flames. At that exact moment, a warning flashes across his screen, stating that his tomb has been attacked by Caesar and lost 91 defense points. With the tomb's defense sitting at just 121 points, a violent wind sweeps past. The system warns that Caesar's direct attack has landed, triggering the protective passive of his dark item, the Demon Heart. The Demon Eye has activated, successfully shielding him from what would have been a fatal blow from the Grim Reaper. Looking at the staff in his hand, Zhang Yue smiles with relief, incredibly glad that he had convinced Liu Yao to craft this weapon for him. He knew exactly how crucial it would be for this specific fight, as the dark power within the Demon Heart is designed to counter the Grim Reaper, no matter how much health a player actually has. Any direct contact with the Grim Reaper's attack range immediately triggers a terrifying, instant death effect. Luckily, the buff provided by the Demon Heart grants him complete immunity to those deadly execution skills. He knew how to forge this incredible weapon because of a secret. He had accidentally learned the recipe while conquering the 4th world in his past life. In this 3rd world, such powerful gear would be completely impossible to obtain unless forged by a legendary master craftsman. Zhang Yue is truly grateful that Liu Yao is close with a legendary blacksmith. giving him far better gear than his past life in a fraction of the time. Right in this very moment, he stands ready to face the beast without a shred of fear, even planning his swift return while staring death in the eyes. A fierce clash erupts, unleashing a massive blue light that completely swallows the entire area. Watching this unfold, Liu Yao gasps in absolute terror that Caesar is way too overpowered. He is a literal god of death. Beside him, a subordinate quickly speaks up to warn him, "Boss, this is actually just the beginning. If we cannot go out to level up, we are as good as dead." Once this tomb defense reaches 0, suddenly, Chen Jun appears out of nowhere and scoffs in a mocking tone. "Well, is that not the young master Liu Yao passing by? Why are you hiding in the safe zone like a coward instead of coming out? Are you terrified that stepping out means you will never return to the third world?" Annoyed by the unnecessary mockery, his ally chimes in with a serious and firm reminder. "Boss Chen, focusing on heading out to level up is a much higher priority right now." Furious at being lectured, Chen Jun fires back with a cold threat like, "I need you to teach me. Never forget your sole mission is to capture Zhang Yue. If you fail, you already know what will happen to her." Refusing to back down, the mercenary warns him, "In return, I will protect you. But if you dare touch a single hair on Chiki, I will personally end you." Chen Jun merely smirks at the threat that depends entirely on your behavior. "So play nice and your little girl will be perfectly safe." With that, he walks away while leaving a parting warning for Liu Yao. "Master Liu, I suggest you hand over Zhang Yue as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if we do not kill you, you will not survive the night anyway." Those words make Liu Yao grind his teeth in pure rage. Damn it. He only looks down on others because of his high level. Just then, Canyon rushes over and shouts, "Where is Zhang Yue? I have something extremely important to tell him." Liu Yao's lackey quickly speaks up. Zhang Yue took the gear from the guild leader and ran away. His words leave her utterly shocked. That is absolutely impossible. But a red-haired guild member loudly objects to her. "We thought Zhang Yue requested the new gear to face the assassins." But another member quickly chimed in to accuse him he only wanted to survive the Grim Reaper Caesar's devastating strike, then slip past the blockade and run. "He completely abandoned us to go farm and level up alone. Now, the only ones left waiting to die in this holy light cemetery are us." But Liu Yao immediately steps up to defend him. "Stop talking nonsense. If you trust someone, do not doubt them. Zhang Yue is definitely not the kind of cheap coward you describe." This absolute trust leaves the subordinate baffled guild leader. How can you still believe in him after all this? Right on cue, Zhang Yue sends Liu Yao a quick message. "Do me a favor." The notification makes him instantly brag to Canyon. "Look, Brother Yue is reaching out to me. I told you there was no way he would leave us behind." His smug face completely annoys her, making her silently complain about Zhang Yue. Seriously, why ask for his help of all people? Why did he not ask me instead? I need to show Zhang Yue that I am far more capable than Liu Yao. Determined to prove her worth, she quickly types a message to alert him. "Zhang Yue, be careful. Chen Jun has already arrived in the third world, and he is protected very closely by over a dozen mercenary assassins and several high-level elite class users." Liu Yao quickly chimes in with more info. On top of that, Chen Jun took the daughter of their leader hostage, forcing the entire assassin group to do his dirty work. The response they get is a simple 3-word text, "I got it." Hoping to stay in his good books, Liu Yao immediately asks if he can share his location, and Zhang Yue directly texts back, "I am currently in the City of Death." Meanwhile, over in the City of Death, Canyon arrives all by herself. She looks around the gloomy ruins, reminding herself that most monsters here range from level 25 to level 28. Fighting them at our current level is suicidal. So what on earth is Zhang Yue planning to do here? Suddenly, a rotting hand bursts from the soil, causing her to scream out, "A zombie!" The undead creature rises directly behind her, but she is too busy clutching her chest to notice the danger. Right before it strikes, a flash of frost magic shoots out from the shadows, instantly freezing the monster solid. Recognizing that familiar voice, Canyon gasps in surprise and turns around. Reaching out to the figure, stepping forward, Zhang Yue holds her close, making her blush as she softly calls his name. Meanwhile, he is busy casting his lightning spell and fireball missile. His magic easily obliterates the zombie. Held tight in his arms, Jinyan shyly thinks to herself that he came to save her yet again. Just then, a system notification pops up: the physical type skeleton warrior. A common level 25 monster. It boasts a physical attack of 565, physical defense of 390, and magic defense of 380, with 4,420 health points. Its skills are heavy slash and charge. The description notes they are humans who died at the hands of death god Caesar. Once their flesh rotted away, they became skeletons sleeping deep underground, waking to attack anyone who disturbs them. One of the lackeys speaks up, asking his leader if their only mission was to hunt down and kill Zhang Yue. So, why is the big boss personally taking Chen Jun out to level up like this? Pet sternly tells him that whether it is killing targets or leveling up, as long as the sponsor pays them, they will do exactly what they are told. He then growls a vow the moment Zhang Yue dares to step outside. He will get his revenge and leave him with no grave. Right then, a shadowy figure slips past. Pet mistakes him for Zhang Yue and yells out, asking the brat if he is trying to ambush them. In your dreams? Hearing his shout, the figure immediately flees. This makes Pet misunderstand even further, cursing at the coward to just go ahead and die inside that place. There are graves in there anyway, saving them the trouble of burying a piece of trash. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure runs straight back to Lu Yao and his men. Lu Yao anxiously asks if the decoy got recognized, and the man posing as Zhang Yue quickly assures him that he was not. He adds that the mercenaries are busy cursing Zhang Yue, wishing for him to rot away inside the cemetery. Hearing this, Liu Yao nods in satisfaction, saying that everything is going perfectly. Since everything went smoothly, the money will be transferred to his account shortly, provided he keeps this a secret and never speaks of it to anyone. The hired decoy happily bows, thanking the boss for the quick payment. Suddenly, a red-haired subordinate speaks up in total frustration, questioning why the boss is helping that kid Zhang Yue pull off this trick to make everyone believe he is still hiding inside the graveyard right now. He argues that if they just told the mercenaries the truth, they might call off the siege on their supreme guild. But Lu Yao stands firm, reminding him that Zhang Yue told them to wait for his return to safety. Still frustrated, the subordinate argues back, asking his boss if he has completely lost his mind. He is just one single guy. So even if he returns, how can he possibly fight off an entire army of high-level mercenary pros? Annoyed by the stubborn underling, Lu Yao snaps and tells him to shut up. He sternly declares that he trusts his own judgment, and Zhang Yue will absolutely prove them right. Meanwhile, back in the City of Death, Jinyan softly thanks Zhang Yue for saving her life once again. She then asks if he is out here to grind levels again, to which he honestly admits that gaining only one level after all this effort is way too slow for his liking. His casual humility leaves her completely speechless, wondering how on earth he could call that slow. She points out they only parted ways a day or two ago, but he stays silent, focused on calculating that the original tomb can only withstand 3 hits from death god Caesar. In other words, if they survive another 2 nights, the players in the Cemetery of Light will either be slaughtered by mercenaries or wiped out by death god Caesar. Zhang Yue suddenly asks Jinyan if she has any potions on her, and she quickly asks how many he needs. He explains that time is short, so he wants as many as possible, promising to pay her 120% of the market value. She opens up her inventory screen, looking surprised at the massive amount of potions he is asking for. Without hesitation, she unloads a massive pile of potions, explaining that she has so many because her older sister luckily prepared a ton of supplies for her to use. Curious, She looks up and asks him if he wants this many potions to power level and boost his stats, so he can finally go back and wipe out those mercenary assassins. He directly confirms this, stating that he is pushing his limits to completely outclass those enemy killers within 3 days. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she reminds him of human limitations, asking if he is really confident he can pull this off so quickly. His voice drops, firmly declaring he has to. Seeing his absolute determination, she quickly volunteers to help him. But he immediately warns her that the monsters they will face next are extremely high level and dangerous. But she remains highly confident, insisting that Yan reassures him that her sister got her a brand new gear set, dramatically boosting both her attack and defense stats. Yue can only give a forced smile, secretly marveling at how generous those 400,000 credits actually made her. In the end, Yue finally agrees to let Yan join, suggesting that they immediately sit down to draw up a brand new battle plan. The main reason he finally accepts her help is because having 400,000 in backing will definitely speed things up, provided he keeps her completely safe. Clueless but completely thrilled, she happily cheers in agreement. And right after that, a system notification pops up. Mission: Confronting the Grim Reaper. A normal difficulty quest with a multiplier of 440. Description: the Holy Light Cemetery faces constant threats from the Grim Reaper Saga. Players are requested to enter the Death Cemetery and eliminate the skeletal commanders lurking inside. Quest progress: Skeletal Warriors at 33 out of 300. Skeletal Archers at 6. Skeletal Mages at 22. And Skeletal Shield Guards at 68. Rewards: plus 250,000 experience, plus 500 tomb defense, plus 1 gold, and plus 30,000 special energy. Gear: a 2-star Necromancer set, plus 3 skill books, plus 1 elite pet egg, and a time limit of 3 days. Yue frowns deeply after reading the details, realizing that upgrading both his gear and level within 3 days will be incredibly difficult. Luckily, he remembers a level 25 secret realm called Skeleton Island right here in this third world. It operates just like the secret realm from the second world. It can upgrade into a hidden secret realm if the reward includes a realm scroll alongside the completed quest. With his mind completely made up, Yue suggests they grind this secret realm together, and Yen naturally does not refuse, eagerly shouting out her happy agreement. Moments later, the portal opens, and she nervously asks if this is truly the third world secret realm. Skeleton Island. Yue calmly tells her to move, and they both quickly step through. The moment they step inside, a terrifying space dominated by a massive skull looms right before their eyes. An NPC named Mage Larry suddenly appears, spotting them and asking if they are here to help a lonely old man seal off this entire monster-infested place. Yue calmly gives a simple yes. Larry hands him a silver badge, sneering as he tells him to take it, hoping he will not die from his own sheer recklessness. He catches it quickly as a notification pops up. A level 25 common secret order, exclusive to the Skull Island realm. Description: the holder of this secret order gets 10 refinement attempts every single time they eliminate a skeleton. Each attempt costs 20 energy points, with a slight chance of successfully upgrading it into a golden secret order. Note: this item is automatically soulbound and cannot be traded or discarded. Seeing this, Yan nervously asks if the mission is incredibly hard. Noting how creepy the mage's behavior was, Yue calmly explains that refining the item into a golden secret order simply takes a bit of effort and time. Still, she worries, pointing out that while killing monsters is easy, the upgrade rate is low and drains massive amounts of energy. How could any normal player possibly possess that much spare energy? Yue just smirks, reassuring her not to worry, because energy is the one thing he has in absolute abundance. Soon, monsters emerge and the system alerts begin to stream in. declaring that they have slain a level 25 skeleton shield guard, plus 220 experience, plus 1 tomb defense, plus special energy. You have slain a level 25 skeleton shield guard, plus 220 experience, plus 1 tomb defense, plus special energy. You have slain a level 25 skeleton shield guard, plus 220 experience, plus 1 tomb defense, and plus special energy. Completely exhausted after the fierce clash, Yan pants heavily and asks, "They have defeated so many monsters already. But why hasn't the secret order changed at all?" Yue glances at the badge in his hand, telling her, "Not yet," advising her to stay patient and keep trying. Suddenly, the badge flashes from silver to gold as the system announces congratulations on successfully refining the Golden Secret Order for Skull Island. Please upgrade the Skull Island Secret Realm with the Golden Secret Order within 2 hours, or the item will expire and vanish. Yue smiles warmly at the screen, saying that they finally made it. Yue carefully examines the heavy golden badge, pointing out to Yan that since the actual success rate is under 1 in 10,000, their luck is pretty incredible. Yan replies that it is only thanks to his massive energy reserves that they were able to keep trying until they succeeded. He then shares his next move, calculating that the notorious not-so-cold assassin should be arriving very soon, since they have accumulated so many defense points. Even if the safe zone takes a hit once, it will not be an issue. Since the Golden Secret Order only lasts for 2 hours, Zhang Yue decides they should head to the Secret Realm first, which also helps them avoid a direct clash with the not-so-cold assassin. Hearing his plan, Jin Yan has no objections and readily agrees to do exactly as he says. Moments later, the system notifies them of exclusive gear that typically only drops in high-level dungeons. With these items equipped, their chances of defeating the mercenary assassins will increase significantly. The system alerts that the Golden Secret Order has unlocked a hidden secret realm. Congratulations on receiving the exclusive realm activation rewards plus 5 gold coins, a selectable gear chest, and level 25 2-star Necromancer gear, plus 31. Right as the gateway opens, the system starts the quest. They must defeat 4 skeleton warriors and slay the secret realm guardian, Skeleton General Hera. The sudden notification catches Jin Yan completely off guard, making her stammer in disbelief and ask how this is possible. With a highly serious look, Zhang Yue warns her to watch out because the enemies are already coming. Right before a cloud of white smoke reveals a mounted skeleton riding forward, the system immediately displays the boss detail Skeleton General Hera. Level 27. Physical attribute, and a powerful monster lord. Right after that, Skeleton General Hera immediately roars a loud order: soldiers resurrected from the dark forces, obey your general and slaughter those invaders standing right before us. Instantly, the skeletons charge straight at Zhang Yue and Jin Yan, forcing him to quickly assign her a specific task. Fighting them alongside a Lord-tier general will be too difficult, so he tells her to lure the skeleton warriors away first, to defeat them one by one. She quickly agrees, and a moment later, the two of them turn around and run. As she runs, she shouts over to Zhang Yue, asking how much longer they have to keep running. Instead of answering, he asks her how many targets she can control at full power as 41, leaving her to reply in confusion that she has never tried. Hearing this, Zhang Yue quickly tells her he will lead the enemies away while she finds a hiding spot to control as many as possible, allowing him to quickly finish them off. Jin Yan follows his advice and heads off first with a quick nod. He quickly casts his fireball skill to strike the ancient bones, but the attack seems completely useless as they remain totally unharmed after the impact. Suddenly, he swings his staff and calls out for 41, prompting Jin Yan to appear and activate her Brilliant Stars skill to immobilize the entire group of skeletons. She then yells out for Zhang Yue to hurry, as she cannot hold them back for long. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yue steps forward and unleashes both his fire missile and lightning spells at the exact same time. This time, his combined attacks work wonders, completely blowing the skeletal army into pieces. Witnessing this, Skeleton General Hera roars in absolute fury, cursing them for actually destroying his loyal soldiers, raising its massive sword high. The beast vows to paint the ground with their fresh blood to pay for this crime. While a long stat window suddenly pops up, Skeleton General Hera. Physical type: Lord Monster. Level 27. Physical attack: 800. Physical defense: 450. Magic defense: 450. 19,800 health. With skills like Charge, Sweep, and Armor-Piercing Strike. The description shows him as the leader of the Skeleton Warrior tribe and guardian of the island, commanding his undead army to rule over Skeleton Island, executing anyone who dares to trespass. Seeing these massive stats makes even Zhang Yue feel a bit hesitant. Those stats are insane, guys, and with his skills still on cooldown, getting hit even once means game over. Right as he freezes up in deep thought, Jin Yan calls out his name loudly. She feels herself reaching her absolute limit, realizing that forcing her control skill on so many targets has drained too much of her mana. In that exact split second, Skeleton General Hera lunges forward to impale Zhang Yue. But luckily Jin Yan manages to cast her flowing light spell just in time to save his life. Snapping back to his senses, he quickly dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding the heavy thrust of the general's spear. Seizing the perfect opening, he counterattacks, mocking the monster that at such close range, a spear is completely useless. He unleashes a barrage of 3 consecutive spells to crush Skeleton General Hera: Lightning, Ice Pond, and Fire Missile. Taking the full force of all 3 spells, the boss crashes to the ground, cursing him as a wretched intruder. Ignoring the curses, Zhang Yue turns to apologize to Jin Yan, explaining that since his energy consumption was too high, he had to trick the boss. Instead of blaming him, she praises his effort, telling him he did an amazing job. Suddenly, he asks if she can help him out just one more time, prompting her to look over in confusion and ask what he needs. He doesn't give her a direct answer, choosing instead to look at the defeated Skeleton General Hera kneeling helplessly on the ground. At the same time, outside the Secret Realms portal, a lackey asks why they are standing guard, especially since their boss's resurrection scroll is not even close to refreshing yet. Tran Quan replies with a sinister smirk, explaining that the secret realm has been activated, but the entry permissions have somehow been changed to block outsiders. He wants to see exactly who is reckless enough to steal his secret realm's rewards right under his nose. Pete tries to speak up, but the boss cuts him off instantly, asking if his men are only good for eating and doing nothing, just as his boss is confidently planning to ambush and blast the player to death the second they step out. A figure suddenly emerges from the portal as a system notification rings. System notification. Within the Holy Light Cemetery area, congratulations to the player with the Mask Master class for successfully clearing the level 25 hidden realm, Bone Island, and earning a level 25 plus 1 bounty scroll as a reward. Tran Quan stares at the person stepping out of the portal and gasps in shock, wondering how on earth it could possibly be Yanner. Knowing how incredibly powerful her family background is, he instantly switches to a flattering tone, eagerly asking if she was the one who activated the hidden Bone Island realm. She proudly responds that she did. He then asks why she locked the portal after activating it, suggesting his men could have gone inside to assist her, remaining completely cold. She snaps back, asking if it is a crime to want all the rewards for herself, adding that she never needed help from anyone anyway. She glares at him, ordering him to move aside and get lost, since she is leaving if there is nothing else to say. Naturally, he does not dare stand in her way, submissively agreeing that whatever she likes is perfectly fine with him. But right then, a loud voice calls out, stopping her in her tracks as Pete steps forward to question her with a cold tone. He points out that according to the rules of Bone Island, Whoever activates the hidden realm is locked out from receiving the bounty scroll reward upon clearing it. This means she could not have gone in alone. Asking her if his theory is correct, though slightly panicked inside, she keeps her composure, explaining that her friend was the one who opened the realm while she simply cleared it. Asking what his problem is, when Pete suspiciously asks where this friend is, she rolls her eyes and tells him that she already logged off. She then turns on Tran Quan, asking him if his bodyguard is seriously trying to interrogate her like some kind of criminal, terrified of offending her. He quickly stammers out an apology to calm her down. He begs her not to be angry, explaining that Pete is just a newly hired bodyguard who does not know any better. As she walks away, he shouts after her, offering to buy her dinner. But she snaps back, telling him to stop following her. Once he finally gets rid of the young lady, Tran Quan turns back to Pete, demanding confirmation that they are still keeping a close eye on Truong Viet inside the safe zone. Pete reassures him that his men saw Truong Viet attempt to leave, but the guy quickly turned back after spotting their guards at the entrance. He bursts into a smug laugh, knowing that tonight is the third night, meaning once midnight strikes, the Grim Reaper will launch an attack and reduce the defense of Truong Viet's tomb to 0. Both Truong Viet and that brat from the Liu family are absolutely dead meat. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, Toucan Nan is walking back all by herself. After walking for a bit, she calls out for Truong Viet, who suddenly steps out from behind a massive boulder. Seeing him safe, she sighs in relief, admitting she was terrified that Tran Quan's men would spot him lurking around. She asks him if he had already anticipated Tran Quan being out there, which was why he told her to exit first. Truong Viet explains that Tran Quan has hired a bunch of elite assassins, likely the strongest fighters currently operating in this third world. He knew that as soon as the system announcement went live, Tran Quan's greedy nature would drive him straight to the portal to steal the rewards from whoever cleared the hidden dungeon first. Hearing his thorough explanation, she finally puts all the pieces together. No wonder he wanted her to land the final blow on the boss. Realizing it was all a clever ploy to keep his identity hidden, Truong Viet apologizes, explaining that he needs to keep a low profile for now to avoid dragging himself into unnecessary trouble. He admits that he owes her a favor. His words make her blush instantly, as she quickly replies that it is no big deal, adding she is just happy to help him. Her sweet response brings a warm smile to his face as he sincerely thanks her. He suggests they pack up and finally check their hard-earned dungeon loot, and she happily agrees to go along with his plan. Moments later, a system screen pops up, displaying a level 10A rank skill called Super Magic Shield, which cannot be upgraded yet. The skill condenses magic power to generate a defensive shield that absorbs incoming damage for either the caster or their allies. Within a 30-pace radius, the active shield absorbs damage equal to 300% of the caster's magic attack power for 10 seconds. As a special effect, while the magical shield is active, the target also receives a 15% boost to their physical defense. It consumes 155 mana points and has a 20-second cooldown. After reading this, Zhang Yue quietly praises the outcome. Not bad at all. It turns out to be a life-saving skill, and it even lets him choose a custom Necromancer gear chest. Then he explains the plan to Qin Yan. They just need to steer clear of Chen Jun's men and head back to the Holy Light Cemetery to turn in the quest. That will easily get them to level 25 and completely resolve the difficult dilemma they are facing right now. Hearing him say that, she anxiously asks if level 25 is really enough when all their opponents are already at level 30, or should she just go ahead and utilize her older sister's connections. However, he remains completely calm and unfazed, patting her head gently. He reassures her to stay calm because he can handle it. His soft touch immediately makes her blush with deep embarrassment. To quickly break the awkward tension, Qin Yan pulls out a shiny scroll and mentions that she received this golden scroll right after they managed to clear the very first gate. She asks if they should open it up right now. The moment the scroll is fully unrolled, she begins to read the description aloud, Quests in this alternate world are usually split into three main categories: regular quests, hidden quests, and bounty quests. Among these, hidden quests have the lowest spawn rate and the highest rarity. Bounty quests carry the highest amount of uncertainty, but most of them are directly tied to cash payouts. Therefore, they are not nearly as important as hidden quests. After reading it, she notes that they used a lot of potions over the last 2 days, making this a great chance to replenish their funds. Right at that moment, a strange anomaly suddenly occurs in the lake directly behind them. This leaves both of them completely baffled, wondering what on earth is going on. Out of the rising mist, a giant figure emerges, towering and radiating intense murderous intent. Suddenly, a loud system notification pops up, warning them that a bounty quest has just refreshed on the map they are currently standing on. The boss of Death City, the Golden Withered Bone King, is level 28, physical type, and a 3-star boss. Congratulations on triggering a hidden opportunity. Do you want to upgrade the completed Defying Death quest into the rare hidden quest? Hunt the Withered Bone King. Yes or no? Staring at the massive beast before them, Qin Yan asks Zhang Yue what the system means by upgrading a completed quest. Zhang Yue explains that accepting the upgrade means giving up the rewards from the original quest. If they fail the upgraded quest, all their hard work will go down the drain. He begins to analyze the risks in his head. Normally, he would definitely choose the upgrade without hesitation. However, since Chen Yin is currently nearby, that guy must have noticed the commotion already. If Chen Yin rushes over to steal the boss, all their previous efforts will be completely wasted. Right at that moment, Chen Yin loudly reminds him that hidden quests are extremely rare encounters. So why is he still hesitating like this? They should accept it immediately before Chen Yin's group gets here. Wearing a sly grin, he simply nods and agrees. Right after that, Zhang Yue taps yes on the holographic screen. Immediately, a massive notification pops up right before them, congratulating them on successfully unlocking the hidden quest. Hunt the Withered Bone King. The quest rewards have been significantly increased, with rewards including 500,000 experience points, 500 tomb defense points, 10 gold coins, 100,000 ability points, 1 complete 2-star level 25 Necromancer 7-piece gear set with a custom class choice, plus 2 custom skill books, and 3 elite pet eggs. Note that all rewards will go exclusively to the player who defeats the Golden Withered Bone King. 0 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Scanning the list, she happily cheers at the double experience, the full gear set, the skill books, and the pet eggs. The rewards are way better than any previous quest, making this attempt totally worth it. But he senses trouble ahead, wondering if just the two of them can take down this powerful enemy within 1 hour. While the two of them are quietly discussing their plan, a sudden loud voice catches their attention, shouting about hitting the absolute jackpot by running into a newly spawned boss. Recognizing the arrogant voice instantly, Qin Yan tries to blurt out his identity. But before she can finish, Zhang Yue quickly covers her mouth and gestures for her to stay quiet. Just as the two of them hide behind a boulder, Chen Yin and his band of assassins show up, glaring at the boss. He confidently declares that slaying this monster will yield a massive amount of loot. Unlike him, his men stare at the beast in sheer horror, muttering that a level 28 3-star boss could easily send them to their graves with one stomp. Now, Chen Yin's band of assassins stands alongside him, preparing to face down the terrifying monster. Chen Yin immediately orders his men to wear down its health so he can land the final blow, which makes one assassin furious that he is essentially asking them to go die. However, Feng Qi quickly holds him back and takes charge, ordering the tanks to draw its aggression while the healers focus entirely on buffing and keeping everyone alive. He and the remaining assassins will deal the damage to finish this fight quickly. And everyone immediately follows his lead. With those words, he charges directly toward the giant beast. He manages to land a quick slash. But the monster retaliates instantly, hitting him back with a devastating counterattack. Its massive power slams right where they are standing. But thankfully, they dodge just in time. Feng Qi quickly orders one of the healers to cast a debuff and weaken the beast. And they immediately obey. All right. The weakening spell hits the giant monster head-on. Back to Jinyan. She watches this group clash with the beast, quietly asking Zhang Yue if he wants them to wear each other down first. Zhang Yue replies with a sly grin. They are playing the waiting game. Right then, the frontline soldiers launch a fierce assault on the giant skeleton. The creature howls in absolute agony from the devastating damage. Jinyan grows worried, noting that elite-tier assassins really live up to their name by dealing massive damage with just a few people. Zhang Yue points out their healers are perfectly positioned and highly coordinated. But suddenly, Feng Qi freezes, asking the others if they feel a strange presence. Watching from afar, Chen Jun yells out in frustration, demanding they stop hesitating and finish the monster off. He warns them of severe consequences if he fails to level up and grab the rewards, prompting Curly to mutter that this guy is taking things too far. Feng Qi suddenly swings his sword, shouting for them to show themselves. While Zhang Yue senses the looming danger, the strike triggers a loud explosion, and Zhang Yue steps out with a smirk, admitting he did not expect to be spotted so easily. Feng Qi glares at him, saying that pulling a stunt right under their noses is a massive insult to their entire assassin group. Chen Jun is utterly stunned to see Zhang Yue, stammering to ask how he got here when he was supposed to be trapped in the safe zone. He is even more shocked to see Jinyan with him, demanding to know why she would ever choose to stand by his side. She snaps back in anger, making it crystal clear that whoever she hangs out with is absolutely none of his business. Chen Jun orders Feng Qi to kill him in exchange for his daughter's freedom, and the assassin turns back to hold him to his promise. Feng Qi orders Curly to rush back to the safe zone and summon reinforcements immediately. And with that, he lunges forward to strike Zhang Yue down. Noting his insane speed, Zhang Yue pushes Jinyan aside and tells her to get out of the way. Zhang Yue swiftly dodges the incoming blade and leaps back, prompting Feng Qi to boast that stepping out of the safe zone means his life is officially forfeit. Dream on. Jinyan yells out to keep him on guard. Feng Qi snaps at her, but she firmly responds that she will not stand by and let him bully others. Zhang Yue instantly unleashes a combination of lightning, fireball, and ice spells on Feng Qi, causing a massive explosion to erupt right in front of him. Feng Qi struggles to block the strike, shocked by how this kid could deal such insane damage. On the other side of the battlefield, his panicked allies scream for their leader to save them, as the giant skeleton prepares to unleash a blinding golden aura upon them. Feng Qi glares at Zhang Yue one last time before turning around to rescue his failing squad. Zhang Yue instructs Jinyan to find a way to delay the assassins so they can focus on taking down the boss first. And she quickly nods. Over at the graveyard, Liu Yao's men anxiously discuss what to do, realizing time is running out and staying put means certain death. They regret not handing Zhang Yue over to the Assassin Guild sooner, which at least would have guaranteed their safe exit. Liu Yao stands up, catching everyone's attention as he points toward the distance and says the assassins are finally leaving. His men are surprised to see that the elite assassins have actually withdrawn, thanking the heavens for the lucky break. Liu Yao wonders why they would suddenly pull back, questioning if Zhang Yue's location has finally been compromised. One ally points out that since the hired mercenaries have finally pulled back, this is their ultimate chance to head out, farm monsters, and quickly boost their graveyard defenses. He urges their leader to stop worrying about Zhang Yue. If they do not act, they will die here. But Liu Yao fires back, reminding them that Zhang Yue promised to free them tonight. But if he gets surrounded by the Assassin Guild, all of their efforts will be completely in vain. He refuses to abandon his sense of loyalty, leaving his comrades completely speechless in response. Liu Yao loudly orders them to assemble all guild members and head straight to the City of Death, promising double monthly salary to anyone who joins. His men sigh in exhaustion, wondering if having such a fiercely loyal leader is a blessing or a curse. But thinking too much will not help. So they decide to move out for the money, speeding back to the giant skeleton. Feng Qi commands his healer to keep debuffing the beast while he handles the rest. And the healer quickly agrees. But the healer gets hit by the skeleton's counterattack, leaving him completely paralyzed. The boss immediately raises a heavy hand, bringing it down to crush him. While from another side, Zhang Yue and Jinyan carefully observe the giant skeleton. As the boss and Feng Qi clash, Chen Jun watches anxiously. Realizing they are in a 2 versus 1 situation, he decides to play it safe until the assassin guild arrives. Just as the skeleton slams the ground, forcing Jinyan back while Zhang Yue yells that he is counting on her, she obeys immediately, unleashing her skills directly onto the massive skeleton. Zhang Yue knows this is his perfect opening. Suddenly, Feng Qi rushes in from a distance, roaring that he will never let the brat get his way. He snaps his head toward Feng Qi as a sudden, brilliant flash of light streaks across the battlefield. The blinding energy blasts strike, throwing Feng Qi completely off guard. Panicked, he screams to know who dares ruin his perfect plans. Coming up behind them is Liu Yao's army, with boss Zhang Yue holding down the rear. They were sent as reinforcements. The guild leader promised 30,000 coins to anyone who dies protecting Zhang Yue. Annoyed, Feng Qi calls them biting ants and desperately yells for his own men. He curses that these locked-up mad dogs dare to fight back and orders their slaughter. But his allies are quickly wiped out by Liu Yao's soldiers. Leaping high, Zhang Yue strikes the skeleton boss. Feng Qi is utterly shocked that a mere level 20-something kid can deal this much insane damage. He sneaks forward to ambush him, realizing they will lose the boss entirely if Zhang Yue keeps going. Jinyan screams out to stay away from him, casting a powerful freezing spell to lock Feng Qi in place. Feng Qi glares at her, growling that he only spared her for Chen Jun's sake. But now she has chosen death. Breaking free, Feng Qi lunges forward and strikes Jin Yan down, dealing a massive 400,000 damage as Zhang Yue screams in absolute horror. With her final breath, Jin Yan tells him to keep fighting before fading away. Furious, Zhang Yue unleashes a relentless barrage of spells. Lightning, ice, and fire spells rain down. An enraged Feng Qi charges in, eyes bloodshot, yelling for him to die. The giant skeleton swings a heavy fist, but Zhang Yue's ultimate magic shield holds strong as he raises his weapon right before the beast. He unleashes his final flame missiles, and the explosive power blows the massive skeleton completely away. A system notification confirms the level 28 boss is dead, rewarding him with experience, performance points, last hit bonus, and energy. As the heavy smoke clears, only ruins remain. The system flashes a congratulatory message for completing the Skeleton King raid. Liu Yao gets the alert that the boss is down, knowing it must be Zhang Yue's doing. He rallies his team to move in quickly. Zhang Yue realizes he only survived the boss's devastating final strike because of the new defensive skill he obtained from the secret realm. He must turn in the quest to level up. But first, he harvests the loot. Another notification flashes. His Necromancer class automatically triggers a unique prompt to claim the fallen dungeon boss as a pet, which he accepts, while Chen Jun furiously screams at his men for failing to secure the target. Chen Jun demands they steal the loot back immediately, threatening to kill Feng Qi's daughter if they fail. Feng Qi charges with his sword. No escape. Glancing back, Zhang Yue silently promises to return for their head soon. He vanishes right as Feng Qi reaches him, leaving Chen Jun screaming in fury, calling them all worthless. Chen Jun accuses Feng Qi of not wanting to save his own daughter. Feng Qi snaps, screaming at him to shut up. He brutally beats Chen Jun down and stomps on him. The warrior warns the terrified leader that touching his daughter will get him ripped to shreds, forcing a trembling Chen Jun to swear it is a misunderstanding. Chen Jun stammers that Zhang Yue just cleared a 3-star level 28 boss and stole all the loot, meaning his power is about to skyrocket. Miss this chance, and killing him becomes impossible. Turning to walk away, Feng Qi confidently scoffs that killing the boy whenever he wants will be child's play. Confused, Chen Jun mutters what, while one of his men runs back in a panic, crying out that their boss has abandoned them, suspecting the Supreme Guild was involved. The lackey wants to strike, but Chen Jun commands them to keep the prisoner alive, smiling like a snake. He notes the hostage makes perfect bait. Elsewhere, Zhang Yue steps out of the dungeon to collect his rewards. For completing the quest, he receives massive experience, defense stats, gold, energy, a rare skill book, and a pet egg. He reaches level 25. Checking his inventory, he is amazed that a legendary raid boss can actually become his pet. If he raises this beast properly, no monster in this world will ever stand a chance against it. Suddenly, another screen catches his eye. The message from the Misty Rain Pavilion asks if he wants to visit his dying friends. It sneers that Lu Yao is currently kneeling at their feet, and mocks Zhang Yue for being a spineless coward. Even Jin Yan sacrificed her life, and the entire guild threw themselves into danger just to buy him time to run away. He only cares about saving his own skin. Dared to keep hiding in the safe zone. A vision of Jin Yan warns him that Chen Jun is setting a deadly trap, begging him to wait for backup. But he coldly refuses, wearily smiling. He decides it is finally time for payback. Far away, a battered Lu Yao is surrounded by Chen Jun's ruthless gang. He clutches his head in absolute terror, screaming for Zhang Yue to save him. Right on cue, Zhang Yue calmly steps out of the rising smoke. Chen Jun sneers with total confidence, glad the fool fell for his trap. Meanwhile, Liu Yao bursts into tears, crying out for his brother to save him. Zhang Yue remains totally cool, asking if they wanted to kill him. First, they must let Liu Yao go. Feng Qi quickly plans his next move, waiting for the target to get closer before they all rush in to end him for good. Chen Jun scoffs, asking why they need to ambush a low-level Tamer. He commands his men to move, and they nod in agreement, kicking Liu Yao away. Chen Yun tells him to get lost. Liu Yao rushes over to Zhang Yue, weeping that he knew he would come. Zhang Yue glances over, telling him to head back and leave the rest to him. He tearfully begs his friend to run, warning him they cannot beat the killer mercenary group. If they make it back to the city, they will be safe. No need, he says. Just head back and do not get in my way. Liu Yao scrambles to leave, yelling back that he will gather his guild members. If any of them are still alive, he will bring them to help, no matter what. With Liu Yao gone, Zhang Yue faces his enemies alone. He smiles mockingly, challenging them to bring it on. Feng Qi barks the order to charge. His men rush in, laughing that one simple attack will send this weak beast Tamer to his grave. They shout to each other that whoever lands the killing blow gets the bounty from the boss. Zhang Yue slowly raises his staff and slams it down, immediately summoning the massive gold skeleton king. Both Chen Jun and Feng Qi freeze in sheer shock. How on earth can this kid summon a gold skeleton king? Just what kind of monster did they pick a fight with? Zhang Yue smiles, saying he actually needs to thank them. He is only level 25, while they are level 30 pros. His silver-armored scorpion's combat power is just a bit too low. A system notification asks if he wants the gold skeleton king to inherit all skills and experience from the scorpion. Zhang Yue accepts, and inheritance success messages flood his screen. Devouring the scorpion, the gold skeleton king evolves into the dark skeleton king, gaining the golden sword array and monarch body skills. apologizing to his little scorpion. Zhang Yue equips the full Necromancer set, gaining a summon skill to call skeleton warriors of his own level. They inherit 130% of his stats with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Summoning a skeleton warrior of his own level means he essentially gets to command 2 pets now. If he can refine the gear to gold tier, the power will be absolutely insane. He starts refining the Necromancer set, causing a blinding light to erupt in mid-air, from the staff and ring to the helm, robe, and boots. The entire set transforms. Zhang Yue smiles. It is a complete success. Equipping the Skeleton King with this custom gear makes him even tankier than his old defensive scorpion, giving him the ultimate balance of high offense and defense. This time, he has no intention of letting Chen Jun's crew leave alive. He orders the Dark Skeleton King to charge. The lackeys laugh, calling him a pathetic tamer as they rush forward. But the Skeleton King instantly triggers his Shadow Sword Array. In a flash, the massive attack leaves the enemies heavily wounded and broken. Feng Qi watches in sheer horror at the insane defense and damage. Chen Yun snaps at him, yelling to stop standing around. He demands they attack, reminding Feng Qi about saving his daughter. Feng Qi snaps his head back, glaring in response. Feng Qi growls that he knows what to do. He has lost too many men to this kid, promising to rip him apart once his daughter is safe. He charges directly at Zhang Yue, hoping to catch him off guard from behind. If he can just take out the summoner, the pets become completely useless. Zhang Yue easily blocks the strike, flashing a smug smile. Did they really think he would leave himself completely wide open? Right behind Feng Qi, a newly summoned skeleton swordsman raises its blade, ready to strike. Feng Qi spins around in pure panic, unable to believe there is a second summon. The swordsman slashes him right across the back. Zhang Yue seizes the chance, unleashing a barrage of lightning, frost, and fire spells that slam into his target with devastating speed. Terrified, Feng Qi realizes no normal level 20 player could ever possess this kind of overwhelming, godlike strength. He wonders if the kid is using top-tier gear or a hidden item. 2 of Feng Qi's allies flank the skeleton warrior, desperately yelling back to their boss that the monster has level 30 gold gear and too much health to break through. Anxiety sets in. He realizes they must eliminate the summoner first. He quickly orders his 2 fastest players to distract the beast while the rest of the squad coordinates a massive strike on Zhang Yue. The moment the brat slips up, there is no way he survives a combined assault from level 30 players like them. They yell in agreement and charge forward, but Zhang Yue effortlessly slides out of the way of their coordinated attack. He fires back immediately with flame missiles. Behind Zhang Yue, another soldier creeps up, ready to strike. Zhang Yue spins around, unleashing his lightning strike. Suddenly, Feng Qi leaps high into the air, screaming for him to die. Out of nowhere, Xiaoyao shouts that the guild leader ordered them to protect Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue blinks, asking who he is. He introduces himself with a grin as Li Xiaoyao, vice leader of the Supreme Guild. He explains that leader Lu Yao sent them as reinforcements. Zhang Yue is grateful, thanking them but warning them not to fight head-on if things get too dangerous. Xiaoyao cuts him off seriously, saying he gets it. He then orders his squad to avoid any direct, reckless clashes. He yells that unity is their only strength. They must shield what they can, disrupt where they can, and stay alive. His comrades shout in agreement, instantly casting a massive, solid defensive barrier around them. Feng Qi's men instantly fall back, panicking. He wonders if these crazy bastards value their lives at all. When a sudden sword strike slashes from his left, Zhang Yue fires an ice spike spell at him. But Feng Qi barely manages to dodge it, nodding in approval. He notes that an assassin leader's agility is truly on another level. Feng Qi snarls that unless Zhang Yue has a 100% stun rate like that girl, putting him down is just a matter of time. Zhang Yue simply smirks. All right then. Let's see you try. Looking around in panic, Feng Qi spots a flashing message on his screen. Boss, rest easy. The Su family's second daughter sent people to rescue Qiqi. She is safe now. Tears stream down Feng Qi's face as he orders everyone to stop immediately. Zhang Yue stares in surprise, while Chen Jun furiously snaps, demanding to know what he is doing. Chen Jun screams at him to keep fighting unless he wants his daughter dead. Instead, Feng Qi grabs his neck, leaving him choking and begging for mercy. Feng Qi growls with pure fury, asking if he really thought he would get away with kidnapping his daughter without facing this exact ending. With that, he drops Chen Jun to the dirt. The pathetic man gasps, begging for his life on his knees. He promises to order her release if he's spared. But Feng Qi looks down coldly, saying there's no need because she is already home. A swift blade drives through Chen Jun, turning him to ash. Zhang Yue watches closely, asking if he's worried about the powerful forces backing that man. Feng Qi plants his sword in the ground, calmly saying their line of work always has them dancing on the edge of a blade. He scoffs that a male who can't protect his own family is no man at all. Before apologizing on behalf of his mercenary squad, Zhang Yue can barely believe his ears and asks what this means. Feng Qi explains that Zhang Yue's friend saved his daughter, a debt he can never repay, offering his own life. He is ready to pay for every Supreme Guild member they killed. Xiaoyao steps in with a cold reminder. Those mercenaries slaughtered a total of 235 of their Supreme Guild members. Feng Qi's subordinate glares, asking what these weaklings are trying to imply. He threatens to finish them, but Feng Qi barks out an absolute order to stand down. Zhang Yue raises his weapon, saying if that is his choice, he won't hold back, unleashing a heavy strike. He shouts that this blow is to avenge the 400,000. Feng Qi silently reels from the sheer damage, realizing this kid is definitely not some average player. As Feng Qi falls, his squad panics in fury, shouting that the brat killed their boss and calling for everyone to avenge his death. They cry out for blood. But suddenly, system alerts ping across their screens, a posthumous message sent directly from their fallen boss. In the message, Feng Qi explains that Qiqi is safe because of Zhang Yue's people, and he promised his life in return. He reminds them that a real man keeps his word, ordering that anyone who attacks Zhang Yue will be instantly exiled from the guild. Silence falls as the men read. Then, they turn to look at Zhang Yue. A nervous Xiaoyao starts to warn him, but Zhang Yue cuts him off. No need to worry. They are already giving up. One of the mercenaries steps forward, offering his own life to pay for the fallen members of the Supreme Guild. Another volunteer steps up to pay the blood debt, begging Zhang Yue not to lay all the blame on their deceased boss. Xiaoyao watches, completely stunned by this. Zhang Yue speaks up coldly, telling them that as children of the Dragon Nation, their weapons should face outward, not against their own brothers. Slaughtering their own people is no achievement. Protecting their families and the Dragon Nation is the true purpose of being a class wielder. He turns to leave, declaring the debt cleared. However, they will pay. In another way, all economic damages and material losses suffered by the Supreme Guild over the last 2 days must be repaid double. On top of that, they must now safely escort every single member of the Supreme Guild through the 3rd stage. Cao Bing eagerly agrees, saying there is no problem. Watching the bright portal slowly open, Xiaoyao smiles to himself, finally understanding exactly why the guild leader respects this man so incredibly much. Everyone around gasps in admiration. That skeleton standing behind the young beast tamer is just too cool. Could that actually be his summoned beast? That is insane. Is not that the Skeleton King boss from the Death City map? Does he need any more followers? Beast tamers are seriously on another level. A notification pops up. The Dark Skeleton King, a rare beast with top-tier effects and 2 passive skills. Zhang Yue is thrilled. As expected of a boss, its growth rate easily beats a normal class holder. but it is still a bit short on skills. He recalls that the previous quest rewards actually included 2 skill books that his Skeleton King could learn right away: Fatal Provocation and Super Light Slash. Zhang Yue immediately has the Skeleton King learn the skills. Just then, Jin Yan rushes over. Zhang Yue looks at her in confusion. Out of breath. Jin Yan gasps. "Did you actually kill Chen Jun?" Zhang Yue replies calmly he wanted to, but never got the chance. It was Feng Qi who killed him. Jin Yan sighs in relief. Glad it was not him. When he asks why she is so worried, she explains that Chen Tianqiang has only one son, Chen Yun, and protects him fiercely. Whoever killed Chen Jun will absolutely face his relentless wrath. Zhang Yue is puzzled. Previously, she did not hesitate to sacrifice her own life just to save him. And now she even comes here to warn him about all of this danger. She is incredibly loyal and devoted. Jin Yan pouts. That is right. She had to revive once because of him and even lost levels. So how does he plan on making it up to her? Zhang Yue thinks for a moment before suggesting she go rest first. And tomorrow night he will carry her through the third world. She shyly agrees, making him promise. Before Zhang Yue heads back to his apartment, opening his door with a heavy sigh. Zhang Yue is glad to finally get some rest. Suddenly, an unknown number rings on his phone, and the caller thanks him warmly, calling him brother. Surprised, Zhang Yue asks how he even got his number. The man replies calmly that he got it from the second young lady of the Su family. He has no other motives, only wanting to express his gratitude for giving them a second chance. Chi is everything to him, and he would do anything for her, which is why he foolishly let himself be manipulated in the first place. But now he will turn his life around and do exactly as instructed. After helping the members of the Supreme Guild successfully pass the third world, they will continue their ascent, and they will absolutely never stay behind to do any more of those dirty, petty crimes again. Zhang Yue agrees, saying that having this mindset is truly a great start. Under a clear sky the next morning, Zhang Yue wakes up and stares at the ceiling. Then hears someone knocking. Someone outside calls out, claiming it is an express delivery. Opening the door, the courier politely asks him to sign for the package. Zhang Yue is completely puzzled since he did not order anything at all. He looks in shock, finding only a single piece of paper. He stands frozen, staring at the paper. Someone actually knows his true identity. Could they be another reincarnated soul just like him? Suddenly, his phone pings with an urgent message, telling him to check the news immediately. Confused, he looks at the screen. The 100th Professional Honor Assembly is about to begin. The entire professional guild headquarters has just been massacred, leaving 42 class holders and a 9-year-old young girl brutally murdered. Zhang Yue is completely devastated. It was Feng Qi and his team, and even his little daughter Qi too. The Assassin Guild has been completely wiped out, sparing not even a child. Whoever did this is an absolute monster. They were killed at 6 in the morning, right before he received that mysterious letter. Could there actually be a connection between these two events? No matter what, he cannot stay in this place any longer. He has to find a brand new hideout right away. Zhang Yue wanders down the streets. He switches between 3 different taxis, circles the city center 3 times, and wanders through several different neighborhoods just to successfully shake off any potential tails. Now that he has completely covered his tracks, he must find a safe new home. A real estate agent greets him warmly, asking if he is looking to rent. Zhang Yue nods quietly. She happily mentions having a perfect place for him right in the next neighborhood and eagerly offers to take him over to check it out. Giving a brief tour, she explains that Xia Yachting is the most famous residential area around here, boasting a very convenient location. Even though the building is a bit old, it is highly budget-friendly, featuring a spacious master bedroom with an excellent view. Zhang Yue nods, finding it quite good. Thrilled, She immediately offers to prepare the lease contract. Just then, his phone rings and he answers it while the agent keeps talking. The rent is cheap, and the roommate is very easygoing. On the other end of the line, Jin Yan happily asks if their plans for tonight are still on. Hearing she will be waiting, Zhang Yue looks at the contract and tells the agent he will take the room and transfer the deposit. The agent nods happily, thrilled that he made his decision. Now it is time to conquer the third world. Jin Yan is already waiting there for Zhang Yue. Two creeps approach and try to hit on her, asking if the beauty wants them to carry her through the skeletons. She dodges them and tells them to leave because she already has a partner. But they keep teasing her and demand to see this teammate of hers. Jin Yan warns them to leave before things get ugly. But Zhang Yue suddenly steps in and announces that he is her partner. With that, he looks at Jin Yan, asking if she arrived. As the creeps sneer, "Is it you? A beastmaster whose damage is lower than a priest, defense worse than an assassin, and speed slower than a mage. Beautiful. This partner of yours is useless, so you might as well join our squad instead." Lu Yao suddenly grabs them by the collar and roars, asking how they dare lay a finger on his big boss's girl. Xiao Yao speaks up from behind, warning the guild leader that his hot temper might bring unnecessary trouble to Mr. Zhang. Realizing he is right, Lu Yao glares at the creeps and commands them to get lost. Grinning, he apologizes to Brother Zhang for speaking out of turn. While Zhang Yu curiously asks who they are, Lu Yao introduces them as the helpers he called. With Xiao Yao on support duty and Shen Yi acting as their healer, Zhang Yue smiles gently, saying there is no need for trouble. Just stay safe and keep away from the battlefield as they set off. Liu Yao nods in agreement, while Jin Yan walks beside Zhang Yue and notes how ruthless Chen Tianqiang is, not even sparing a little girl. Everyone clearly knows that Chen Tianqiang is the one behind the revenge for his son, yet without solid evidence. Even the police are completely powerless to charge him with the crime. Zhang Yue disagrees, pointing out that things are never that simple and cannot be judged merely by appearances. Jin Yan worries that if Chen Tianqiang is indeed behind this, then his next target could very well be him. He knows that he and Chen Jun are bitter enemies. But Zhang Yue reassures her that he is fully capable of protecting himself. Shen Yi, Xiao Yao, and Liu Yao chat, feeling like they are totally playing third wheels here. Liu Yao only cares that Brother Zhang remembers him despite being third wheels. But Zhang Yue turns to ask if they are ready, prompting an energetic yes. A notification pops up asking if the party wants to start the Third World Boss Challenge, and Zhang Yue taps yes. Instantly, a magical blue portal swirls open, revealing a hazy, mysterious third world waiting on the other side. Zhang Yue leads the way inside, declaring they should make this quick and clean. The system welcomes them to the third world, the domain of the Grim Reaper. And as they step through, Lu Yao wonders if this is indeed the boss's lair. It looks pretty ordinary. But wait for it. A sudden swarm of bats startles everyone out of the shadows. A towering, terrifying monster slowly materializes right in front of their eyes. Shaken by the sight, he stammers that this is the level 30 boss, Grim Reaper Caesar, who looks incredibly tough. While Zhang Yue casts his appraisal skill, the screen displays Grim Reaper Caesar, a 3-star magic-type boss at level 30. It boasts 1,180 magic attack, 520 physical defense, 550 magic defense, and 60,000 health points. Its devastating skills include Eye of Death, Roar of Death, and Breath of Death, sizing up the formidable stats. He notes that while it is indeed stronger than the previous boss, his combat power has skyrocketed, thanks to his 2 pets and full Necromancer gear set, making this fight entirely winnable. Caesar growls deeply, readying himself to strike down the intruders standing before him. Skeletons suddenly burst from the ground, prompting Zhang Yue to command his Dark Skeleton King and Skeleton Warriors to drag them to hell. Hearing the order, they charge forward and unleash their Shadow Sword skill. As the Skeleton Warriors battle fiercely, he leaps in with his own weapon and fires off his flame missile, instantly incinerating the skeletons and leaving everyone utterly speechless at his absurd damage. Previously, a 5-man team like ours could barely manage to defeat a single skeleton warrior in a whole minute. Yet he single-handedly wipes out an entire area in the blink of an eye. Absolutely wild. Zhang Yue calmly instructs them that he will handle the boss solo. While they focus on clearing out the minions, he warns Liu Yao to stay back since he has not fully recovered, ensuring he does not get killed. As he prepares for a clash between kings to see who reigns supreme, they shout, "Yes," as Liu Yao looks around, wondering where their leader went. Keeping his distance, Liu Yao shouts back his thanks and assures brother Zhang that he knows how to keep safe. As Zhang Yue wastes no time charging at the boss, he commands his Dark Skeleton King to use Deathly Taunt to draw the attention of Grim Reaper Caesar. Meanwhile, the Skeleton Warriors are tasked with clearing out the surrounding small fry. The Skeleton King leaps above Caesar and delivers a brutal strike right to its face, making it howl in agony as everyone gasps in shock. Even a level 33-star boss cannot seem to take down this insanely tanky Skeleton King. As Zhang Yue unleashes his own power, lightning, fireballs, flame missiles, and ice magic rain down on Caesar, rapidly draining his health bar. Liu Yao shouts in disbelief that a level 33-star boss looks like a mere common mob in front of Zhang Yue. Zhao Yao sighs in annoyance, telling him to take things seriously for once. Zhang Yue and his powerful Skeleton King charge forward, completely overwhelming the defenseless boss. The system alerts them with congratulations for defeating the level 33-star boss, Death Caesar, awarding 49,000 experience points as a 50% group split. That final hit bonus grants 20% more, plus 3,000 watts of energy, landing gracefully on the ground after his perfect final strike. The Holy Light Cemetery announcement board flashes repeatedly with a grand notification, congratulating the Necromancer class user for slaying the world boss Death Caesar and successfully clearing the third world. Death's Descent. Everyone happily runs over to Zhang Yue, beaming. Liu Yao says he knew his big brother Yue could easily destroy the boss so fast, making them likely the first team to clear the third world boss. Zhang Yue asks if they want to head to the fourth world, leaving Su Jinyan utterly stunned, explaining. He points out that while he helped them with the boss, their current levels make even fighting normal mobs in this third world a dangerous struggle. Because of that, he strongly advises them to focus on grinding and leveling up first. They exchange glances, weighing their options. She agrees eagerly, deciding to stay in the third world for a few more days to power up before even thinking about moving forward. Meanwhile, Liu Yao agrees to follow his lead, while Zhang Yue quietly steps through the teleportation gate alone, sighing. He wants to rest up before figuring out how to conquer the fourth world tomorrow. But as he reaches down, his hand hits something unexpected, startling him. Staring at the girl asleep in his bed, he demands to know who she is. The groggy girl mutters for him to get lost. So a confused Zhang Yue, plugging his nose from the heavy smell of alcohol, steps outside to make a quick phone call. Although the broker greets him warmly, Zhang Yue quickly demands to know if this is a shared apartment, when she claims she already told him his roommate was easygoing. He quickly retorts, asking when she ever mentioned that, getting defensive. The broker tells him not to talk nonsense. She insists her business is completely honest and she would never hide anything, claiming she worked hard to find this place and he never specified he wanted to live alone. Zhang Yue sighs, admitting he was too rushed and overlooked some crucial details. He firmly explains that he absolutely dislikes having roommates and asks her to help find a private place. Agreeing, she tells him to speak up sooner next time, hoping to save him some money. After promising to call when she finds a better match, she leaves him staring awkwardly at the sleeping girl. Later, Zhang Yue checks an email notification regarding the upcoming National Professional Class User Tournament. This milestone tournament officially begins in exactly 2 weeks. Massive. World-class rewards await the finest contenders as they fight their way through city selections. Grueling provincial battles. The national tournament. And finally, the prestigious World Championship. Global rankings show the United States in first place, while the Dragon Kingdom sits at fifth. A nation's ultimate strength is determined not just by their progress in conquering other worlds, but also by their standing in these global championships. Having died way too early in his past life, he vows to shatter his records this time around. Touching his left hand, he opens a teleportation portal. Since the tournament requires level 30, he has to speedrun his grinding process. Suddenly, a loud ping interrupts his train of thought as he receives a highly desperate text message from Liu Yao, begging his big brother to come save him from some major trouble. He travels to the third world's dangerous wilderness zone, the Land of Shadows. A blonde girl asks if he is actually capable or just wasting their time, while her short-haired companion grumbles about them standing around when they have urgent quests to finish. Liu Yao objects, insisting that a real man never says he cannot do it. He proudly boasts that even if his own crew completely failed to clear this map, his powerful big brother definitely can. Asking what they are looking at, he instantly cheers as he spots Zhang Yue arriving. The girls look extremely skeptical, highly doubting if a supposedly weak beast tamer can actually carry them through this difficult quest. He begs Zhang Yue to party up and carry them through the dungeon just this once, since anyone's kills count toward the party quest. Zhang Yue quickly catches on, realizing Liu Yao is just trying to look cool in front of some pretty girls. This particular map features a level 27, 2-star skeleton boss, begging for help. He confesses he sent almost 90 players who all failed, desperately pleading with his brother to save his reputation. Zhang Yue walks toward the teleportation portal, telling everyone to wait outside instead of following him in. The girls outside sneer, why is he going in alone? Does he really think he can solo the boss? They mock him for showing off, saying luck never favors fools. Yet just 3 minutes later, Zhang Yue walks out completely unharmed, shocked. One girl wonders why he is back, while another assumes he gave up to beg for help, but he simply tells Liu Yao that the boss is dead and he has to leave. Liu Yao is ecstatic, praising his incredible boss. But the girls still refuse to believe it, asking if he thinks they are fools. What is this? The notification pops up, making another girl gasp in disbelief, wondering if the quest is actually completed. He actually killed the boss. Liu Yao beams with absolute pride, shouting that he told them his boss was the absolute best. He asks who wants to be his 7-day girlfriend according to their bet. But then he notices Tian slipping away and asks if she is running. She apologizes, promising to make it up to him later, before suddenly shouting out the name Asura, causing Zhang Yue to freeze and remind her that Asura died in battle 100 years ago. She insists that Asura is not dead, that he is standing right here, and that he is indeed Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue grabs her throat, demanding to know if she sent the letter and who she really is. Gasping for breath, she tries to strike a deal, begging him for a favor in exchange for the truth, but his voice turns ice cold, demanding to know if she is threatening him. As she desperately swears to keep his secret forever, Zhang Yue quickly calculates that killing her now would completely destroy his only lead. He releases his grip, asking what she wants to, which she replies that she needs him to guide her through the upcoming professional competition. Stunned, he questions her ability, but Tian insists that she only needs him to get her through the city-level qualifiers, though Zhang Yue still seems completely indifferent. He asks if she is doing this for money, but she steps closer, explaining she wants to prove herself, so he turns to leave, telling her to reach level 30 and register for the class advancement before they talk. Tian immediately realizes he just agreed, excitedly asking if she can get his contact information. He coldly tells her to do as she pleases, leaving her thrilled as she promises to find him once she hits level 30. He suddenly stops, causing her to bump right into him, prompting Zhang Yue to warn her to stop following him until she has officially registered. Tian backs off quickly, agreeing as a travel destination menu suddenly flashes right in front of him. His choice is the fourth world Dragon Valley, and, as a massive gateway materializes, Zhang Yue steps right through it. System notifications flash across the screen, welcoming him to the fourth world of this mysterious otherworld. The designated safe zone is the Temple of Light, alongside several crucial guidelines regarding his safety. He observes his new surroundings, realizing this is indeed a world of dragons as a massive system panel detailing the lore of the fourth world pops up in front of him. He thinks to himself that once he successfully reaches level 30 and completes his second-class advancement, he can finally unlock his second pet slot. When that day comes, obtaining a flying dragon as his pet would be a pretty amazing choice. With his mind made up, he decides to grab a few quests first. While deep in the dark mountains, a skeleton warrior clashes fiercely with a dragon. A new quest panel appears, a common task requiring him to hunt 12 dark behemoths to boost the flames of the Radiant Dragon clan. Zhang Yue ponders the requirements, knowing that completing world quests hinges entirely on gaining their trust. Slashing through monsters seems to be his only way to elevate his quest rank. Back in the fight, the dragon spits a massive fireball at the skeleton, but the undead warrior takes 0 damage and counters with a deadly strike. Another skeleton charging forward instantly brings the massive beast down. Sitting on a high cliff, he observes that the Skeleton King's insane defense makes the dark dragon's damage completely negligible, meaning his skeleton fighters should have no problem handling this. The Dark Demon Dragon status panel appears, revealing its massive stats and powerful skills. Zhang Yue is quite pleased. Realizing this gives him plenty of time to figure out how to optimize his quest runs. Suddenly, a massive tremor startles him. What on earth? Is that shadowy figures loom in the distance as bloodthirsty dragons lock their gaze directly on Zhang Yue. Stunned, he wonders if this is a hidden quest he has never encountered. An immediate system notification flashes across his screen, congratulating him on triggering a highly exclusive hidden encounter based on his location. It asks if he wants to upgrade his current task into a rare hidden quest, and without hesitating, he commands the system to upgrade immediately. The system chimes in once more, congratulating him on the successful upgrade and confirming his rewards have been drastically boosted. The quest details panel pops up, revealing a high-stakes hidden mission called Crushing Darkness, boasting a brutal difficulty rating of 550, with only a 1-hour time limit and a severe penalty for failure. Zhang Yue quickly summons Xiao He and his skeletons to charge into battle. He moves in to assess the situation while deafening roars from multiple dragons echo through the valley, arriving just in time to witness the chaos. Zhang Yue is shocked by how quickly they launch their attack, as 3 dark dragons unleash massive flames to overwhelm their rivals. Watching from the sidelines, he realizes the battle is completely one-sided, as these dark dragons stand absolutely no chance against the mighty Radiant Dragons. It looks like this quest is going to be an absolute breeze to finish. But Zhang Yue quickly senses something is wrong. No, it is not that simple at all. Purple energy beams from dark dragons rain down on the light dragon. Immediately after, Xiao He leaps forward to intercept the brutal blast. It turns out those massive black beasts are actually Dark War Dragon Lords, Elite Lord tier monsters. He freezes in disbelief 3 level 35 Lord tier monsters at the exact same time. Is this impossible quest designed to get them killed? Suddenly, the lead beast speaks, warning the human of the light race that death is near. Siding with the light only leads to your grave. Zhang Yue gasps in shock. This dragon actually speaks human tongue. The massive beast lands, offering a tempting bargain: turn your back on the light. Join our dark side, and we will spare your life. Join the Dark Dragon faction, he asks himself. Zhang Yue hesitates, facing 3 level 35 Lord Beasts. A refusal means instant death and losing his precious levels for nothing. Failing this quest brings a double penalty. But siding with them means he can at least survive the crushing might of these dragons. This is no ordinary hidden quest. It feels way more like a deadly trap set up by the Dark Dragon clan itself. Zhang Yue nods. If you cannot beat them, join them. The Dark Dragon lets out a victorious roar, shouting, "Very well." Purple lightning crackles, tearing open a massive portal. The beast orders him to step inside, leaving Zhang Yue hesitating for a brief moment, gritting his teeth. Zhang Yue steps into the swirling vortex. As the three colossal dark dragons follow closely behind him, silence hangs heavy as he crosses over. Zhang Yue slowly steps onto the freezing, pitch-black soil of this new world. A system notification pops up: the Hall of Darkness. Walking forward, he checks the interface, describing his new location. The hall is not a safe zone. It only serves as a point where players can log in, log out, or resurrect. A towering figure clad in heavy armor steps forward: the Dark Dragon Knight leader, Gia. He welcomes him to the hall, declaring they should wipe out the hypocritical Light Clan and rule the entire Dragon Valley together. Right after he speaks, a flurry of system screens pop up. The Dark Knight leader, Gia, invites you to join the Dark faction. Once accepted, you can no longer take quests from the Light Clan. Do you agree? Followed by a warning about his failed quest and its heavy penalties. Zhang Yue closes his eyes as far as he knows. No player has ever betrayed the Light Clan since the Cataclysm started. But this is the fourth world, so he just goes with it. Gia immediately gives his first order to prove your absolute sincerity. Go to the Light Clan territory and hunt down a few of their dragons. Zhang Yue weighs his options. With the Light Clan, he could only get quests from common NPCs. But here, if he gets them directly from the Dark faction leader, and the rewards are 50% higher. Light dragons are roughly equal in strength to dark ones. The targets are identical, but the pay is much better. Fight is fight, sorry. Light Clan. But business is business. Out of nowhere, a message from Tian pops up, begging Zhang Yue for help with her quest and promising to pay him 560 coins. Zhang Yue does not hesitate, sending back a blunt refusal. No thanks, he writes. He only agreed to carry her through the trials, not babysit her quests. Tian replies instantly, pleading with him to help and promising to share a crucial secret about Tu Lun. She adds that she is already waiting for him out in the dangerous wilderness of the City of Death. As Zhang Yue arrives, she spots him and waves, "You are finally here." She quickly apologizes, explaining she originally planned to run this quest with her close friends, but they ended up ditching her at the last second. With only half a day left before expiration, finding a new team is impossible, and out of everyone she knows, he is easily the strongest. Looking slightly annoyed, he tells her he has no interest in her friendship, drama, and demands they just get this quest over with. Tian nods in agreement. But suddenly, Su Jinyan spots him from a distance, calling out Zhang Yue's name in surprise. She asks if he did not already complete his quest, wondering why he is still in the City of Death. Before shifting her gaze to Tian and asking who she is, Tian quickly stammers a greeting, introducing herself as Ning Tian and claiming to be his cousin. She adds that she begged her cousin for a carry, then whispers to Zhang Yue that she will keep his secrets locked. Su Jinyan is absolutely thrilled to hear this and offers to help them out, which Zhang Yue gladly accepts. A fierce battle erupts as Su Jinyan continuously buffs him, telling Zhang Yue that she is leaving the fight to him. He unleashes a massive fireball spell directly into the advancing horde of undead, obliterating them instantly, watching them tear through monsters. Tian can only marvel at how incredibly strong Su Jinyan is. Unlike herself, who only stands around soaking up experience points while being completely useless in battle, Tian can't help but gasp at how amazing those two are, clearing out monsters incredibly fast. The purple-haired girl approaches, utterly fascinated, especially by that beast tamer. If she could team up with them, completing the quest would be a total breeze. She wonders if that beast tamer is the same guy who helped them fight the boss before. Why is Milk Candy with him anyway? She fled right after the boss was slain back then. And now, she is trying to cling to him. Nearby, the broker is already plotting. Thinking he must warn Wu Di that his girlfriend is cheating on him, Tian Tian finishes her quest. Thanking them both profusely, she and Jinyan bid them farewell and leave. She vows to level up quickly, telling Zhang Yue that once she hits level 25, she will find him in the fourth world. He gives a brief nod, getting right back to business. Zhang Yue demands to know what secret she is holding. Tian Tian spills it. Xu Luo is currently living in Linhai City, at the Shiyue Yating apartment complex. The revelation catches him completely off guard. Zhang Yue instantly summons 2 skeleton warriors to pin her down, demanding to know who she really is. One skeleton grips Tian Tian tightly by the throat, making her choke and cough. "We had a deal." She gasps. He must carry her through the professional trials before she shares the truth. The skeletal grip tightens, sending a wave of pain through her. Only when Zhang Yue speaks does the skeleton release her. He calls her clever, telling her to find him at level 30. But if she ever plays him, he won't hesitate to bury her alive, massaging her bruised neck. Tian Tian coughs and swears that she will absolutely never let a single soul know about this. He calculates that for his own safety, he must leave his apartment immediately after this quest. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the ruined fourth world. Massive, terrifying corpse dragons are seen soaring across the dark sky. Down below lie the carcasses of slain beasts. Wu Di stares at his interface screen, cursing that Tian Tian actually dared to betray him. Hearing this, his lackey asks who could possibly be brave enough to steal the Vice Guild Master's girl. He replies that he has no clue. The guy hid his identity, but he is a beast tamer who summons a massive skeleton king. Suddenly, a beast plummets. The scouts shout out that the black dragon has entered their attack range. Hearing this, Wu Di commands them to focus on the quest first. His men spot someone ahead and quickly alert their leader. Wu Di scoffs confidently, wondering who would dare steal their loot. Zhang Yue, standing nearby, suddenly hears them shout, asking him to pick up some items for them. He turns around, quite surprised that someone has already cleared the third world so quickly. Or are they veteran class users from the previous batch? Seeing Zhang Yue's indifference, Wu Di frowns, asking if he wants to cross the War God Guild. Zhang Yue repeats, "The War God Guild." He thinks to himself that he has never heard of them. Perhaps some guild from Linhai City. Since his quest is different, he decides to avoid unnecessary contact and walks away. Behind him, the lackeys restrain an enraged Wu Di, cursing that a measly beast tamer dares to ignore them. The colorful-haired goon grabs his sleeve, warning him not to act rashly on this time-limited quest. Another guy blocks his path, agreeing that they should let the boy go so they can finish up their own mission quickly. The colorful-haired goon wonders how a beast tamer reached the fourth world, likely making him a top-tier player. Though they never saw him in the third, the other minion wonders if he's an elite player from Linhai City, since both Ganyang and Linhai lead directly to this fourth world. Wu Di calms down slightly, sneering and asking if Linhai City is really all that impressive. He vows that the next time they cross paths, he will make sure the brat suffers a miserable death. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, asking if they want to trigger a rare hidden quest to slay the corpse dragon. Grinning wildly, he shouts to his men that their lucky day has arrived. "Help me take down this boss and you'll all be richly rewarded," he promises, as they roar in agreement before the dragon suddenly shrieks and takes flight. It unleashes a devastating dark dragon breath, and the other beasts quickly join the roaring chorus. Wu Di charges forward, commanding his crew to tear the beast apart and bring it down, no matter the cost. Suddenly, his legs are completely locked in place by a mysterious skill, leaving him utterly baffled, unable to dodge. He takes a direct hit from the diving corpse dragon, screaming in agony and demanding to know who dared to bind him. Through the thick cloud of dust, Zhang Yue steps calmly toward the corpse dragon, claiming the boss as his own. Wu Dai is utterly shocked, realizing the kid has actually returned to steal their boss. Zhang Yue calmly gives a fair warning, advising them to leave the boss area within 10 seconds. Wu Di laughs mockingly at the lone intruder and orders his archer to take him out immediately. With a swift dodge of his spear, Zhang Yue counters with a fiery magic projectile, sending the archer screaming in pain. The system panel pops up, showing Zhang Yue has 0 crime points. Seeing this, the man is instantly gripped by fear. He takes down a level 24 archer in a bloody flash, leaving the rest of the group absolutely terrified. They wonder how a beast tamer can deal such massive damage, and why the corpse dragon is not attacking him. Man and beast stand side by side. The dragon eyes glow purple, while Zhang Yue wears a pretty terrifying expression. Withered Bone steps forward as the Skeleton King is summoned. The terrified frontliner asks his boss if this guy really allied with a corpse dragon. Wu Di screams that this is the guy who stole his girl, while Zhang Yue just smirks. Wu Di goes totally wild, raving that he failed his last hidden quest and will not fail this time. He orders his men to kill Zhang Yue, shouting to take down the beast tamer who dared steal his boss and woman. The corpse dragon unleashes a breath attack that makes them hesitate, with someone warning the vice leader that the beast was already hard to beat. Now, they have to face a mysterious stranger too. Seeing them try to run, Zhang Yue snaps that escaping won't be that easy. He fires a flame missile that leaves them screaming in pain. Sensing danger, the leader orders a retreat to alert the guild master. They need to regroup with their main force before striking back. He glances back in surprise, then quickly moves away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue and the corpse dragon calculate that the defense quest lasts 24 hours, meaning the enemy will likely return very soon. He decides to wait here. But what was that guy screaming earlier? He definitely stole the boss. But what did that guy mean about stealing his woman? Zhang Yue opens the forum and asks a friend about the War God Guild, who replies that they are ranked 2nd in Xiling province. Asking what is going on, Zhang Yue replies, "It is nothing. He just had a quick clash with them in the 4th world." Realizing their strength, Zhang Yue decides he needs to find backup. He tells the corpse dragon to wait here while he makes a quick trip. The scene shifts to Jin Yan, having heard the news. She worries that Zhang Yue is in trouble after clashing with the War God Guild entirely on his own. She immediately orders her guild to clear the world quest, defeat the world boss, and cross over to the 4th world. Elsewhere, Gua approaches Zhang Yue to report an ambush by the Light faction, asking his leader for a crucial favor. Zhang Yue agrees, calling him a trusted ally. He reflects on how the Light faction never helps their own, making the Dark faction surprisingly loyal by comparison. Zhang Yue explains his current situation, explaining that he is defending the corpse dragon against a major raid and needs some solid support from the Dark faction. Placing a hand on Zhang Yue's shoulder, Gua promises that the darkness will never let its faithful believers fight alone. Just then, a system notification alerts him that the corpse dragon is under attack, taking him by surprise. Realizing how fast they struck, he turns to leave, while Gua prays that the darkness will guide his path. Back at the battlefield, the roaring corpse dragon strikes, but their defensive barrier holds. Wu Di yells out to surround the beast. They cast binding spells, freezing the roaring dragon in place. The excited guild members charge forward, shouting to hack it down. The dragon howls under their blades. But right on cue, Zhang Yue arrives, shatters the binding, and orders a lightning strike counterattack. Panicking, the leader screams that the beast tamer has returned and orders his men to block him. Zhang Yue calmly warns them to get lost if they value their lives, instantly summoning Withered Bone to his side. Lin Tian, the War God Guild leader, frowns and orders his team to focus on the boss while he handles the beast tamer. He demands to know if Zhang Yue was the one who killed his guild members, unleashing a magical blast. Lin Tian asks if he dared touch his boss. Zhang Yue easily dodges. Letting Withered Bone absorb the hit, the leader gasps in utter disbelief. He realizes his magical damage usually takes out anyone under level 30. Yet, it cannot even pierce a simple summoned skeleton. Withered Bone launches a brutal vanguard charge, forcing Lin Tian to dodge frantically with no room to counter. He summons a magic shield to block the incoming strike. But the defense shatters, sending him flying back with a gasp. Staggering back, he wonders what kind of absolute monster could push him this far alone. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian rages that a legendary guild master like him cannot be driven back by a single player. Zhang Yue warns him coldly that even if they bring their entire guild, they still will not win. He will never let them complete their mission. Just then, a massive beast roars and swoops down from the sky. Lin Tian panics at the massive horde of overlord dragons appearing. Zhang Yue smirks, asking if he still wants to keep fighting. Surveying the hopeless situation, Lin Tian commands everyone to pull back. Though a frantic Wu Di protests that they will lose a hidden quest, but backing out now means absolute failure. If they all charge together, they can definitely take down this kid and the corpse dragon. Lin Tian calmly explains, is Wu Di really willing to let their entire Ares guild get wiped out over a single quest? That corpse dragon and those 3 black dragon lords are too much. Why is no one attacking that beast tamer anyway? He might not be here to steal the boss, but to protect it. Lin Tian tells him to just abandon this quest entirely for now. It is impossible to complete. Leaving Wu Di to awkwardly obey, Lin Tian looks back, demanding to be notified next time they spot this guy. Wu Di nods, promising it is not a problem. Wu Di boils with silent rage, cursing the brat for stealing his woman. Meanwhile, 24 hours later, the massive dragon lords are all fast asleep. A notification pops up, congratulating him for successfully protecting the destruction corpse dragon for 24 hours. The dragon stretches and lets out a massive roar. Zhang Yue steps down quietly and gently pats its head. It is over. So off they go. The dragons quickly fly away as another system notification congratulates him on completing a rare hidden quest. His trust rating successfully reaches level 2. Leading Zhang Yue to sigh that it is finally over. The quest rewards are actually pretty decent, and the destroyer gear set will fit the Skeleton King perfectly. Once a player reaches the level 32nd advancement, it unlocks 6 skill slots and a second pet slot. Saving these items until then might unlock some rare rewards. But suddenly, he senses something pretty strange. Urgent messages flood in from the ruined city. They need to find Zhang Yue immediately because there is an emergency. Another friend has reached the 4th world and asks for his location. Zhang Yue wonders what the big deal is. He quickly heads back to the ruined city, where a soldier asks the vice leader if that kid will really show up. Wu Di remains confident, knowing early quests in the 4th world require hunting right here. He orders his men to report to the leader the moment they spot him while he stalls the brat. The soldier acknowledges the order, but then suddenly screams out that the guy has actually appeared. Wu Di furiously demands immediate reinforcements from their leader. Before boldly leaping right in front of Zhang Yue, he mocks the brat, shouting that although he got lucky last time, there are no black dragons to protect him today, so he can forget about acting tough. Zhang Yue casually asks why his level dropped, wondering if he did it on purpose, which only makes Wu Di scream in pure rage. He blames the kid for ruining his quest, stealing his woman, and vows that they can never coexist under the same sky. Zhang Yue sighs in absolute exhaustion, honestly having no idea what this crazy guy is talking about with the stolen woman stuff. Wu Di swings his blade to slash the clueless kid, but a sudden flash of purple light blocks his path. Wu Di screams in anger at whoever dared to stop him, only to realize it is his own guild leader standing right there. He eagerly begs the leader to order an attack, and as Lin Tian steps forward, Wu Di grins like a maniac. Zhang Yue quietly draws his weapon. But Lin Tian surprises everyone by asking the kid to join their Ares guild. Wu Di gasps in utter disbelief. Lin Tian promises to completely overlook all past offenses if the kid agrees to join, framing it as a generous chance at redemption. However, Zhang Yue simply laughs at their sheer arrogance. Mocking the Ares Guild members for looking down on everyone else like snobs, Lin Tian glares coldly, demanding to know if the kid really intends to oppose the Ares Guild. A protective voice suddenly booms from behind, warning them not to touch their boss, who happens to belong to the incredibly powerful and respected Supreme Guild. Jin Yan also arrives, ordering the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion to protect Zhang Yue. Wu Di is left utterly speechless by their sudden appearance. Lin Tian asks if they really dare to oppose the second-ranked guild in the entire province. But Lu Yao just scoffs, asking if they have more cash or better looks than him. Jin Yan adds that they will definitely not stand by if anyone tries to lay a finger on their friend. Wu Di screams that they are only ranked 3rd and 5th, asking if they have completely lost their minds. He tries to rally his men to attack, but Lin Tian quickly stops him and orders a full retreat, leaving Wu Di incredibly frustrated and confused. He argues that with the sheer strength of the Ares Guild, they could easily crush them. Lin Tian points out that the Global Class User Tournament is coming up soon, and they simply cannot afford to waste their precious strength on a completely meaningless fight. Realizing his mistake, Wu Di quickly apologizes for his short-sightedness. He adds that a beast tamer who has progressed this far and is protected by 2 major guilds must have a highly unusual background. Lin Tian turns away, determined to find a way to recruit the guy into the Ares Guild. As they walk away, Liu Yao rushes over to ask if his boss is all right, but Zhang Yue only offers a casual smile. Jin Yan agrees they thought he was an easy target, while Liu Yao pats his massive sword, ready to defend his boss. Zhang Yue wonders why they both came looking for him at the same time. Jin Yan and Liu Yao answer together. Jin Yan begs him to join Yanyu Pavilion, while Liu Yao invites him to the Supreme Guild. The two then glare and start shouting at each other. Jin Yan snaps at him for interrupting since she spoke first, but Liu Yao snaps back that speaking first means absolutely nothing. Liu Yao points out that Yanyu Pavilion caused Zhang Yue way too much trouble anyway. They both continue to bicker, trying to drag him to their side. Jin Yan promises that Chen Jun is gone now. If Zhang Yue joins them, he can name his own price. Liu Yao counters by offering the key to the guild vault and a daily harem of gorgeous women to serve him. Jin Yan is disgusted, calling Liu Yao shameless and dirty for trying to bribe Zhang Yue with women. Liu Yao scoffs in return. It is just basic male biology, nothing to be ashamed of. He even claims that her Yanyu Pavilion would never be able to satisfy those basic needs anyway. Jin Yan immediately blurts out a defense. Confused looks from both men quickly force her to walk back her words in embarrassment. Zhang Yue simply slips right past them. He has no interest in guilds and reminds them to focus on questing in this 4th world. They need to level up. The 2 recruiters can only nod in agreement. Jin Yan watches him walk off and asks where he is going. He coldly replies that he is off to pick up a quest, but the Hall of Light is in the opposite direction. Neither of them has any idea where he is headed. Meanwhile, Wu Di sits at his screen, urging players who abandon the light to join the dark faction. It is a legendary hidden quest that most people thought was a myth. If this legendary quest is real, he finally has a zero-risk way to destroy Zhang Yue. Deep inside the 4th world, chaos erupts as players face off against a massive beast breathing purple fire. Jin Yan murmurs that the divine dragon seems furious again. Liu Yao agrees. There are always fools trying to steal dragon eggs, forcing the beast to hunt down the culprits. Jin Yan suddenly spots a familiar face and calls out to Zhang Yue. Liu Yao eagerly invites him to party up. Working as a team would make their mob farming way faster. Zhang Yue coldly declines. Their objectives are different, and he needs to farm in the light zone to hit level 30 and unlock his 2nd class advancement. Jin Yan is confused. That area is meant for picking up quests, Not farming monsters. A massive red shadow sweeps across the sky. It is the level 35 4-star boss, the Radiant Divine Dragon. As the beast roars in fury, Zhang Yue explains that an egg thief must have triggered it. He reassures them it is only searching for the thief, since they are innocent. It should ignore them, but wait. The dragon's eyes flash as it plunges straight toward Zhang Yue. He thought the Radiant Divine Dragon never targeted innocent players. Readying his stance, Zhang Yue silently pleads his innocence to the towering beast. He raises his shield just in time as the dragon unleashes a barrage of devastating strikes directly at him. A system alert flashes he has just taken 2,720 points of raw damage. Sensing something is off, Zhang Yue leaps back to assess the situation, while onlookers wonder why a beast tamer is being targeted. The dragon can track the thief by scent, which means this guy must have stolen the egg. Li Yao cheers, amazed that his boss pulled off such a crazy heist. But Zhang Yue quickly denies it. The aggression makes no sense unless the dragon can somehow sense his alignment with the dark faction. With no time to think, Zhang Yue summons his Dark Skeleton King and Skeleton Warrior to hold the line. The dragon unleashes a torrent of blinding golden flames, while his two summoned beasts charge forward heroically. A 4-star boss is no joke. Even his tanky Skeleton King is taking massive chunks of damage. If this keeps up, his run might end right here. Watching from the shadows, Wu Di laughs hysterically, eager to see his rival finally get wiped out, framed perfectly by the Vice Guild leader. Even a powerhouse like Zhang Yue has no escape from the dragon's wrath. Terrified, Liu Yao and Jin Yan rally their forces to charge in and protect Zhang Yue. The dragon takes to the sky, gathering energy for an even deadlier blast. Jin Yan screams that this is all a mistake. She insists he would never steal anything. But the dragon simply roars back, demanding proof. She stammers in silence. The dragon declares that anyone standing with him will burn alongside him. A massive wing sweep blows everyone back. But just then, Tian Tian steps forward, calling for a halt. Tian Tian steps forward to prove he did not steal the dragon egg. While the divine dragon watches silently, she trembles under its gaze as Wu Di's disciple tries to hold back the vice leader. Wu Di cuts her off furiously. How dare she help another man instead of him? Tian Tian holds up a crystal stone. Footage of the truth. In the projection, Wu Di is seen ordering his men to drag the dark dragon corpses over, recalling how the target traveled with a weird skeleton. He wants more skeletal remains found as well. Eager to frame that annoying beast tamer, Wu Di vowed to destroy him. But Tian Tian points right at him, the true culprit. Screaming in a fury, Wu Di calls her a traitor. But she snaps back that they broke up ages ago. She exposes his schemes. Suddenly, the angry dragon rises, demanding the egg. Panic hits the disciple. What should they do now since they already sold the egg? A massive fire blast incinerates them instantly. The dragon flies off. Liu Yao runs to check on Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue remains completely fine, but Liu Yao is still pretty shaken by the guild's cheap tricks. Jin Yan notes how close they came to disaster, but Zhang Yue smiles at the victory. Tian Tian smiles shyly. Liu Yao asks what to do next. Zhang Yue remains calm. If they want a war, he will give it to them, as long as they are inside this ruined city. He vows none of them will escape alive. Back at headquarters, some pretty terrible news arrives about Wu Di currently being hunted down by the Divine Dragon. While they run to hide, Zhang Yue is reportedly going on a rampage, obliterating guild members left and right. Lin Tian merely scoffs, calling Wu Di a complete fool. He explicitly warned him not to touch that beast tamer. And now he has to clean up this giant mess. An immediate order is issued to stay away from the ruined city, telling everyone to abandon any active quests there. As for Wu Di and his useless accomplices, they are officially expelled from the guild. A nervous disciple asks if doing this is really wise with the professional tournament approaching. Lin Tian plans to recruit top-tier players in Ganyang City with highly generous salaries to easily fill the roster gaps. As for that annoying beast tamer, He will deal with him personally. Back in the real world, a leasing agent calls Zhang Yue, offering a new apartment near his current area. He replies that he can go over to check it out today. But a sudden knock on his door cuts him off. She asks who it is. A cold voice answers delivery, opening the door happily. Her face quickly pales as Woody blocks the doorway before she can close it, grinning like a madman. Woody asks if she honestly believed she could hide from him by moving. She steps back, utterly terrified. He blames her, claiming she and that bastard beast Tamer plotted to get him kicked straight out of the guild. His once bright future was completely ruined because of her. Though Tian Tian desperately tries to play dumb about it, she insists she only spoke out because she hates seeing innocent people framed. But Woody violently pins her down. He accuses her of sleeping with the guy, ignoring her desperate screams to be let go as she calls for help, pointing out how she ruined his life. He vows to make sure she suffers too. She begs for mercy as a hand suddenly grabs Wu Dai, tossing him easily across the room. Zhang Yue has finally arrived, running to his side. She ignores Woody as he scowls and asks if they are actually living together like a couple. He claims she is his woman. But she quickly tells Zhang Yue that she never once accepted the stalker. Woody lunges with a roar. Zhang Yue sidesteps, driving a knee into his gut. As Woody doubles over, Zhang Yue lands a clean, heavy punch right to his jaw. Seeing Woody pass out, she worries he is dead. But Zhang Yue calmly says he only fainted. She quickly explains they were never a couple, admitting they only ran a few quests together before he began relentlessly stalking her. Zhang Yue cuts her off. No interest in her drama. But they are neighbors. Smiling shyly, she explains she first saw him through the door gap before running into him again in the other world. Curious, Zhang Yue asks why she called him Asura, prompting her to mention a mysterious letter delivered while he was out. She saw his name on the envelope, realizing it was that cursed letter again. Hello, Asura. I hope you do not get knocked out early in the city or provincial tournaments. I will be waiting to pick you in the national round. He looks closely at Tian Tian, noting that she does not seem to be lying, with the enemy operating out in the open while he remains in the shadows. Finding the person who sent that letter means searching for answers at the profession championship. Zhang Yue turns to leave. He warns her to keep the secret of that letter to herself, prompting Tian Tian to call out, asking where he is going. He gives her a suspicious glance, making her ask in fear if she can tag along. Since they found her address, she cannot stay here anymore. Zhang Yue coldly refuses, stating that he does not like living with anyone and she should find another place to stay. She quietly admits that she has not found a new place yet and has absolutely no money on her. Suddenly remembering, she points out she can prove he did not steal the dragon egg. Without a word, Zhang Yue decisively demands her phone. Tian Tian is surprised, asking if he wants her contact info. Suddenly, her phone alerts her of a transfer of 1 billion gold coins. She asks in shock what this is. Zhang Yue simply walks away coldly. He says that since he agreed to take her through the city tournament, she can keep this as her reward. They are officially even now. Tian Tian's face drops at those harsh words, touching her chest. She quietly mutters that a poor, helpless person like her, who always needs help, is just a useless burden nobody likes. Zhang Yue stands before Gua as his system panel flashes, announcing he has reached level 30. The next tier will require 700,000 experience points. His trust level with Gua is now at 4, with the next upgrade demanding 400 trust points. Gua speaks up, telling him that he appreciates his dedication in helping the Dark Clan and urges him to keep working hard. He promises that in the near future, he will assign a special quest that grants the ultimate reward of their clan. He glances at his system panel. He reasons that judging by Gua's words, he must accumulate enough trust points before this special quest becomes available. The system detects he is level 30 and eligible for his second-class advancement, prompting him to start the quest. Zhang Yue is absolutely thrilled. deciding to complete this advancement first before taking on anything else. He quickly taps accept. Soon, Zhang Yue and his Skeleton King find themselves standing before a dungeon portal in the middle of a vast white desert. The class advancement quest has officially been activated. The system warns that players cannot leave this map, and dying will cost them 3 full levels. He wonders if this is the true Necromancer advancement trial. As the system display pops up, Zhang Yue takes a quick look at the map and tells the Skeleton King it is time to check things out. Walking forward cautiously, Zhang Yue examines some shattered skull fragments on the ground. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind forces him to turn around. Wondering where this demonic breeze came from, bony hands suddenly burst from the sand as eerie skeletons rise to life. Slowly closing in on Zhang Yue, he commands the Dark Skeleton King to attack. The summon roars loudly as it gets surrounded, prompting Zhang Yue to rush in to support his pet. As a skeleton lunges and nearly touches him, it recoils in fear. Zhang Yue notes that it is replicating his movements up close to disrupt his mental domain. With a wave of his hand, he casts Flame Projectile, blowing the monsters to pieces. He then leaps back, only to watch his Skeleton King get dragged down by the horde. Zhang Yue wonders what is going on, questioning if this advancement trial forbids the use of summoned pets altogether. Pulling up the map again, he decides to head straight to the center to figure out what is really happening first. Zhang Yue marches resolutely through the scorching desert, noting that the chaotic commotion from earlier completely fades the closer he gets to the center. The silence is starting to feel incredibly eerie. Zhang Yue stops right in front of a floating crystal. This must be the mirror image soul the quest mentioned. Unsure of what other dangers might lurk ahead, he knows he must proceed with extreme caution. As he inspects the crystal, it suddenly unleashes a wave of bizarre energy. He desperately tries to break free. Realizing things have taken a bad turn, the crystal completely sucks Zhang Yue inside, instantly dropping him into an entirely different world. Zhang Yue quickly gets to his feet, wondering if this trial has trapped him inside an isolated pocket dimension. Spirits gather to form a perfect duplicate of Zhang Yue, leaving him completely baffled as he stares at his own clone. He glares at the double, declaring that he is not afraid to fight. The clone swiftly dodges his attack and immediately strikes back with its own weapon. Caught off guard by the speed, Zhang Yue barely raises his weapon to block before the clone forcefully shoves him back, telling him to get lost. He lunges forward, casting his lightning spell, and the clone charges ahead with the exact same move. Their dual spells clash in a blinding explosion of raw energy, slowly dissipating into the surrounding air. Catching his breath, Zhang Yue notes that the clone's speed, strength, casting patterns, and mana density are identical to his, right down to basic combat instincts. But then he spots a flaw. The clone only mimics him the moment he moves, lacking actual human intuition. It seems this class advancement trial has a hidden trick. Now that he understands the mechanic, defeating this mirror match is going to be easy. Zhang Yue quickly fires off a flame projectile. The clone counters with the exact same spell. As their attacks collide in a spectacular blast, Zhang Yue uses the smoke cover to rush forward. True warriors fight using raw human instinct. Caught completely off guard, the duplicate is unable to react to the physical strike in time. Zhang Yue's clone quickly stumbles backward from the impact. With a smirk, Zhang Yue notes that a fast enough reaction prevents the clone from copying his moves. He launches a relentless barrage of strikes. The clone clutches its chest in agony, seizing his chance. Zhang Yue leaps high. He slams down hard onto his copy and unleashes lightning magic, binding the fake where it stands. Plunging from above, Zhang Yue drives his weapon deep into the copy. A fake is just a fake. He scoffs. You will never be the real deal. Just like that, the clone dissolves. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The second class advancement quest is officially complete. Both his overall class growth and magic damage receive a massive boost. His max skill level hits level 5. Unlocking the second beast battle slot. He can't help but feel a surge of pride. Finally, the second beast slot is open once he tames something even stronger than the Skeleton King. His power will absolutely skyrocket. Zhang Yue grins with pure excitement. Time to upgrade those skills first. Heavenly Wildfire, Glacial Earth, Lightning Magic, and Flame Missiles, all of them. Magic Shield 2. And Flash, every single one of them gets upgraded from A rank to S rank. Next, he decides to hunt down a few more light dragons. Once he reaches the trust level, go required. He can finally unlock that mysterious special quest, deep in the dark forest. Woody sneers. Did you really think moving out of Shiyue Yading would stop me from finding you? Girl, Tian trembles. Asking why he killed her innocent teammates, he laughs maniacally, warning that anyone who dares to party with her will die. He demands to know where her man is, mocking that he probably used her and dumped her immediately. Ning Tian. Your taste in men is pathetic, falling for an ungrateful piece of trash. She defends him immediately, shouting that he is not like that. Woody sneers, telling her to call him then. This time, they'll make sure he never leaves here alive. Suddenly, a lackey stammers, pointing out into the darkness, and there is Zhang Yue, calmly walking up from behind. Wu Di chuckles, noting that speaking of the devil actually brought him right here. He never expected the guy to actually throw his life away for her. Meanwhile, Tian feels a quiet wave of relief. Zhang Yue sighs. What kind of circus is this? A beast tamer's low health is always their fatal weakness. No matter how much damage he does, if they all charge at once, he's finished. The gang screams out to kill him as they rush forward. Zhang Yue merely smirks. This is the perfect chance to test his S-rank skills. But suddenly, a massive strike rains down from above. Lin Tian steps up with authority. He warns them not to touch the beast tamer. Woody snarls in rage, arguing that the guy ruined his quest and laid hands on his woman first. He demands to know why the God of War guild leader is taking the enemy's side instead of defending his own men. Lin Tian fires back coldly. He doesn't need a lecture on how to run things. With a swift blow, one of Lin Tian's men knocks Wu Di to the ground. Turning to Zhang Yue, Lin Tian apologizes on behalf of the guild for their past friction. If he is willing, then as the guild leader of the God of War. As guild leader, he formally invites him to join them, offering a guaranteed vice leader position. Zhang Yue merely brushes past him, muttering that they can talk later. But from now on, they should both mind their own business. He hands Tian a powerful potion, earning a grateful smile. Suddenly, a frantic message flashes on his screen. Boss, help. Your wife is about to be beaten to death. A system warning flashes, revealing 2 corrupted, demonic versions of the Light Dragon. It is unclear if they mutated naturally or if someone actually altered their genetic code. Jin Yan barks out orders, directing physical attackers to the low defense dragon on the left, while mages focus on the right. Knights need to draw aggro, and healers must keep everyone alive. One of Lu Yao's men asks for plans, so he orders them to assist Misty Rain Pavilion. Both dragon heads blast out devastating beams of blinding light, targeting Jin Yan and Liu Yao in a direct, lethal assault. A soldier panics over the dragon's dual bodies. Walking in, Zhang Yue asks what is happening. Liu Yao turns and desperately calls out, relieved that Zhang Yue has finally arrived. If he had delayed any longer, the entire guild would have been wiped out. Jin Yan warns him that these dragons have incredibly high magic resistance, urging him to proceed with caution. Analyzing the situation, Zhang Yue tells them to leave it to him. Since the corrupted beasts originated from the Light faction, purging them won't compromise his standing. It is also the perfect opportunity to thoroughly test his powerful new S-rank abilities. casting glacial earth. Zhang Yue freezes the massive beast instantly, causing it to roar in agony. Watching the incredible damage, Liu Yao and Jin Yan are left completely speechless. Clearly, Zhang Yue has already achieved his second-class advancement, an S-rank skill. How did he raise his level so quickly? The raging beast immediately counterattacks, but Zhang Yue effortlessly evades the incoming strike. Zhang Yue unleashes heavenly fire and thunder tempest against the beast. The creature is instantly paralyzed. Howling in agonizing pain, Liu Yao barks an order to strike together, and Jin Yan immediately moves in sync. They strike the ruined monster together, unleashing an explosion that clears the air. The beast collapses, utterly defeated. Zhang Yue sighs. He thought he could trigger Soul Harvest, but it seems there is nothing. At the very least, his second pet has to be way stronger than the Skeleton King. Liu Yao offers high praise, saying with power like this, Zhang Yue could easily crush the city qualifiers. He invites him to join the Supreme Guild, promising they will crush both the War God and Infinite Guilds to claim Zhejiang's top spot. Liu Yao glances over at Jinyan, asking why she is silent when she usually argues with him endlessly. Jin Yan quietly realizes that with his terrifying level of strength, their Misty Rain Pavilion no longer has the right to recruit him. One of Liu Yao's men rushes over with terrible news. The main force of the War God Guild was wiped out in the Fourth World. Even their leader, War God Tianqian, did not survive. Liu Yao gasps in absolute shock. They both look at Zhang Yue, who simply asks why they are staring, pointing out he would have taken them out long ago. Liu Yao and Jin Yan let out sighs of relief, admitting they feared he was wanted worldwide again. Either way, with the War God Guild down, the Supreme Guild has an even better shot at second place provincially. Still, Zhang Yue wonders who could have annihilated their entire squad so quickly after he just saw them. A notification appears, congratulating him as his trust level with the Dark Clan leader reaches the maximum level 5. Zhang Yue smiles as it finally levels up. While Gia welcomes the warrior back, Guya reveals that in thousands of years, only Zhang Yue has met their final quest requirements. When asked for help, Zhang Yue wonders if they want him to slay the radiant divine dragon. Gia shakes his head, asking him instead to invade the dragon's territory and wipe out its entire dragon night guard. The tribal leader explains they are sealed in the Light Clan's forbidden zone, where only a human can enter to destroy them. He is now the sole hope for their entire clan's victory. A system alert sounds, triggering a massive, unique, hidden quest. It is a legendary event untouched for a century. Glory of the Dark Clan. With a 10-day limit. Failure means losing 3 levels and resetting Gia's trust to 0. Meaning the quest will vanish forever. Zhang Yue realizes the penalty for failing is incredibly harsh. Still, he accepts, knowing high risk brings massive rewards. Guya looks at him, entrusting the glory of the Dark Clan to his hands, with a reassuring nod. Zhang Yue listens as Guya promises to keep the dragon distracted. A prompt allows the executor of the Dark Clan quest to enter the forbidden zone of the Light Clan. The massive portal swings open, and Zhang Yue calmly steps into the special Light Clan map. During the quest, leaving is impossible. Any exit or death means instant failure. Locking him in the map. The glowing system screen displays a final warning right before him. It states that logging in and out is only permitted here. Zhang Yue scoffs, joking that they must be worried he will starve to death inside. But there is no time to rest. A deafening roar echoes as winged dragons suddenly descend. In an instant, his system displays their stats, revealing them as level 35 Radiant War Dragon Guards. They are physical, normal monsters, with 1120 attack, 880 defense, and 920 magic defense, boasting 18,000 health points. They utilize 2 deadly skills, Dragon Breath and Holy Shield. These elite beasts serve as the core force trained directly by the Radiant Divine Dragon itself. Their overwhelming combined strength is absolutely second to none. Looking up at the massive swarm, Zhang Yue groans, wondering how long it will take to grind through an entire army. With a heavy sigh, he shifts his stance and readies his weapon, deciding 10 days is plenty of time. He unleashes a burst of energy from his spear. The strike detonates, but the dragons instantly retaliate with a torrent of searing fire that collides with his attack and explodes. Taken aback by the force, Zhang Yue watches as Withered Bone suddenly summons to shield him from the barrage. Peering through the smoke, he notices something moving. A warrior in battle armor, spear in hand, slowly descends on a dragon. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden zone? Zhang Yue only watches in silence without replying. He had wondered why a pack of giant dragons was so tough to handle. But it turned out they had a dragon knight. On the other side, they are also silently evaluating Zhang Yue. That last move of his was terrifyingly powerful. Without a full set of protective gear, he would probably be dead or severely injured. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yue coldly orders Withered Bone and the Skeleton King to draw enemy fire and protect him. As soon as those words leave his mouth, Withered Bone obeys and uses a lethal taunt on the enemy. Meanwhile, the battle dragon opens its massive jaws to prepare for an attack, unleashing intense dragon breath that hits Withered Bone directly, rapidly draining his health bar. Standing safely behind them, Zhang Yue lets out a slight smile. High damage classes usually have low health, so with Skeleton King defending, he and the Shadow Warrior can launch a surprise attack, giving them a high chance of winning with good coordination. With that thought, Zhang Yue spins the spear in his hand. Hold tight, he orders. The rest is his. In the next second, he unleashes a massive fireball, sweeping away a group of battle dragons. This divine fire, heavenly tribulation skill of Zhang Yue almost completely incinerates all the frontline dragons, seeing their companions get wiped out one by one. The remaining battle dragons at the back immediately turn and flee. Although they are fleeing in droves, Zhang Yue has no intention of letting them escape. He gives a loud shout, and Withered Bone immediately unleashes the Shadow Sword Array to block the path of the retreating dragons. Inside, a small ruby-encrusted sword flickers in and out of sight. Feeling that is not enough, Zhang Yue continues by unleashing Frozen World and Myriad Thunders directly onto them. The system continuously floods him with notifications, rewarding Zhang Yue with 360 experience points and 350,000 ability energy points for every single kill. Zhang Yue smiles to himself once the Dragon Knight falls. Those foolish dragons are as good as dead. The battlefield erupts in another massive explosion as Zhang Yue fights alongside his two summons. As they fight, he notes with surprise that the dragon horde is growing, while his S-tier skills drain his mana rapidly, leaving his potions completely depleted. He decides it is best to retreat for a moment and restock. He then steps into the teleportation portal to leave. High-grade mana potions in the fourth world cost 50 coins a bottle, but buying them in the real-world pharmacies would cost double that amount. Zhang Yue closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Putting the price aside, he needs a massive quantity. And if malicious people take notice, they might sabotage his quest. Zhang Yue shakes his head to clear his mind. After all, his father is an epic-grade alchemist, and his family owns the largest pharmacy in the coastal city. Late at night, Zhang Yue texts to inquire about the prices of instant recovery potions. The seller introduces various types of health and mana restoratives to him. After browsing, Zhang Yue texts back to order 2,000 mana potions before collapsing onto his bed to relax. These potions should be enough to complete his quest, so he just needs to rest and recover. This quest absolutely cannot fail. Outside, the moon has risen high, and lights in several offices of the skyscraper are still burning bright. Inside, Liu Yao is speaking with the man before him. As the eldest young master of the Liu family, he has absolutely no real power, which is just pathetic. The bespectacled man opposite him laughs, saying that if they want to invite Zhang Yue to join their supreme guild, they need to apply some pressure, so he understands the benefits and gets motivated. Liu Yao suddenly gets excited, praising him as a great assistant before cutting his monthly salary by 10,000 to make him work even harder. The assistant is deeply touched. But before he can speak, someone rushes in to report. They report that their guild members in the fourth world were attacked by an unknown class group, suffering heavy casualties. And Misty Rain Pavilion also lost many people. The bespectacled man gasps in shock, asking what happened. Who would dare touch members of the Supreme Guild? And Liu Yao immediately orders the entire guild to mobilize and set out. At the scene, absolute chaos reigns as two panicked members retreat in fear, reporting that the enemy is too strong. And after defending for days, they can no longer hold the line. They have no idea where these mad dogs came from to launch such a sudden ambush. Many of their guild brothers have already died once. Seeing this, Su Jinyan shouts out orders for everyone to support with defensive skills and execute an orderly retreat. As long as they make it back to the safe zone, the enemy cannot touch them. And just then, Liu Yao arrives with reinforcements. Calling out to her, he announces he is here to help. And she smiles appreciatively, offering her sincere thanks. He briefly explains that his guild was targeted as well, and they barely managed to shake the pursuers off. Haochin suddenly raises his hand to halt the attack, mocking them by saying he never expected a top 5 guild to be so incredibly weak. The enemy warns them to drop out of this year's professional tournament as early as possible. Otherwise, the Wuji Guild will humiliate them on stage and make them a complete laughingstock. Jinyan gasps in shock, instantly recognizing the infamous Wuji Guild, the strongest faction from Zhening province. Liu Yao frowns in utter confusion, wondering why the Wuji Guild from Tianlang City is even here. In this fourth world, only Linhai and Ganyang cities merged, so these outsiders shouldn't be here at all. She furiously points her finger and calls out the enemy, accusing them of slaughtering members of the Misty Rain Pavilion just to eliminate tournament rivals early on. Such shameless tactics, but Haoshin just laughs mockingly, asking if the guild leader of the Misty Rain Pavilion is even a man. What a beauty! He proudly introduces himself as the vice leader of the Wuji Guild, making a bold offer for the beautiful girl to become his girlfriend, promising never to target her guild again if she accepts. Watching this, the Sword Saint frowns and warns Wu Haochin that he is openly disobeying their guild leader's direct orders. Haoshin simply closes his eyes, completely unbothered, claiming that crushing a tiny faction like the Misty Rain Pavilion won't affect their master plan at all. Liu Yao points forward confidently, warning them that they have absolutely no idea how terrifying Linhai City's #1 beast Tamer is, and that he will crush their Wuji Guild to pieces the very moment he returns. But Haoshin just scoffs in sheer disbelief, mocking the idea of Linhai City actually having such a powerful expert who is currently nowhere to be found. He glances over, awkwardly asking Jinyan if she has managed to contact their leader yet. Jinyan looks completely helpless, admitting that he is still not answering. He wears a smug grin, declaring that since their savior is a no-show, everyone but Jinyan is finished. But get this. Right at that moment, a massive system announcement flashes. A world announcement echoes, congratulating the player named Ling for completing the unique hidden quest, Glory of the Dark Clan. Haoshin looks up, his jaw dropping in disbelief at the word unique. Even the Sword Saint cannot help but marvel, shocked that a rare hidden quest undetected for 100 years has actually been solved in this fourth world. Meanwhile, Liu Yao is absolutely ecstatic, instantly knowing that it is their big brother. Jinyan's eyes light up with sudden hope, knowing he will return, just as the Sword Saint raises his blade and orders them captured. Meanwhile, deep within a massive range of towering mountains, Zhang Yue has finally made his appearance. Right in front of him stands the massive Skeleton King, just as Liu Yao sends a desperate, frantic message begging him for help. The message says they are being crushed by the Wuji Guild and Jinyan is in grave danger. But Zhang Yue just sighs in relief. Happy that his quest is finally complete, the system instantly flashes another announcement, congratulating him on successfully completing the unique hidden quest. Glory of the Dark Clan. A wave of notifications showers him with legendary rewards, including a 3-level boost, 100 gold coins, and 5 billion energy points, activating his 10,000 times amplification feature. He instantly acquires the legendary Dark Commander gear, the rare skill book called Heaven's Sin, and successfully levels up to 65. Immediately after, Zhang Yue initiates a massive gear refinement of 153 rounds, consuming exactly 479,352 energy points. He successfully secures the Golden Tier Dark Monarch attribute. Another refinement of 209 rounds costs him 693,687 energy points. He is rewarded with another Gold Tier attribute, the Dark Commander's Glory. A final refinement of 265 rounds, costing 8 million energy points, directly upgrades his D-tier skill Heaven's Sin into the legendary S-tier Hell's Judgment. He is extremely satisfied with this massive new skill, which instantly summons 100 rays of devastating judgment light over a 60-mile area for 3 whole seconds, dealing 100% magic damage to all targets in the area while completely interrupting their current skills, hitting each foe up to 5 times with a cost of 300 mana and an 18-second cooldown. With fully upgraded gear and a rare skill, this hidden quest is an absolute goldmine. Seriously? Talk about hitting the jackpot. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from the shadows, begging the brave warrior to wait. A creature approaches, holding a glowing object, ready to deliver the final evaluation of his performance. Since his performance was so exceptionally outstanding for the Dark Clan, it is considered a massive contribution, and he is granted a highly special reward. Zhang Yue glances over, feeling quite surprised by this unexpected bonus. It explains that this unique egg was condensed using the essence blood of the legendary Dragon Mother, the founder of the Dark Clan, right before her passing 1,000 years ago. Only a Dark Faction hero is worthy of controlling it. From now on, let it follow him. He looks up, quickly noticing a dragon egg. Right after, the shell begins to crack open. Back at the dispute, the battle still rages intensely. One fighter takes a heavy hit and screams in absolute pain. Guild leader Lu Yao turns around with a completely shocked look. Damn it. 2 level 30-second advancement leaders are one thing, but why are their ordinary underlings so ridiculously powerful? Jinyan quickly deduces that their gear is incredibly good, meaning every single one of them must be wearing full gold equipment. Hearing that leaves him completely stunned, totally unaware of a sneak attack coming right at his back. What? They have even more money than us. She swings her staff to help him out and sharply warns him to focus. Jinyan furrows her brows, staring intently at the Wuji Guild. She explains in detail that they are backed by the Tian family, the top clan in all of Tianjing, making this their core direct guild. On top of that, the founder of the Wuji Guild is known as the strongest figure in Jining Province, the Wuji Tyrant. The incredible power they hold can no longer be measured by money. The Sword Saint grimaces in frustration, demanding they target the highly troublesome Forbidden Mage first, because she is a major threat. But Hao Tian crosses his arms, remaining absolutely firm. He refuses. She is the woman he likes, and no one is allowed to touch her. He frowns deeply, asking once again if Hao Tian really likes her that much. With a malicious grin, the Sword Saint rushes forward, declaring he will destroy her right in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Yao screams in panic for him to stop. My big brother will never let you off. Yet the enemy remains completely fearless, arrogantly claiming that even if that useless weakling shows up, he cannot block a single strike from a great Sword Saint. A massive streak of fire comes flying straight down from above. The Sword Saint is hit before he can even react, crashing painfully to the ground. In an instant, Zhang Yue steps directly onto his chest. He is absolutely furious. His dark expression, demanding to know how they dare lay a finger on his people. Jinyan is overjoyed to see him arrive, shouting out his name. Meanwhile, the terrified sword saint stammers, asking who on earth he is. Zhang Yue smiles calmly, pointing out that he is the exact useless guy they mentioned. Hao Tian laughs in amusement, calling out to his men that this kid is begging for death by crossing the Wuji Guild. Get him, boys. But Zhang Yue remains unfazed, frowning as he coldly declares they are begging for death. A massive surge of energy erupts around his body as he challenges them to go ahead and try. Seeing this, they gape in sheer terror. Level 35 is higher than their guild leader. What kind of class is a necromancer anyway? Wait. Then he did not even hide his ID? He is actually the legendary player 0. The sword saint screams in agonizing pain from the attack. Zhang Yue then glares at the rest, asking coldly, who wants to be next? Hao Tian remains totally unafraid, confidently claiming it is all just a bluff and refusing to believe one guy can defeat their entire force alone. Zhang Yue merely smirks, warning them not to complain about not getting a chance. Before raising his spear high into the air, Zhang Yue summons a horde of skeletons using Hell's Judgment, quickly following up with his powerful myriad thunderbolts and frozen heaven and earth skills. Terrified, the lackeys quickly turn to report to their vice leader that they have never seen this kid's bizarre skills before. Exactly. His damage output is way too high. So they should retreat right now, or they will all end up dead. Hao Tian grits his teeth in complete shock, wondering how Linhai City could have such a powerful player who is also a beast tamer. Vowing to uncover his background. With that, he orders his men to retreat immediately. Lu Yao then runs over to him, absolutely thrilled, as he praises his boss for being incredibly strong. The top-ranking guild of Zhening province has just been completely trashed and beaten to a pulp by him. Jinyan also expresses her deepest gratitude to Zhang Yue. While he feels a bit apologetic for arriving late due to an ongoing quest he was busy with, she smiles warmly and understanding, assuring him that it is perfectly fine. Lin Tian also steps forward to thank Zhang Yue and eagerly extends an invitation, since the Wuji Guild targeted them too. He eagerly asks if Zhang Yue would join their guild under any conditions he wants. Liu Yao immediately steps in to protest, firmly claiming that his boss is definitely going to join their supreme guild instead. Annoyed by this, Jinyan speaks up, pointing out that since he is familiar with Misty Rain Pavilion, that is clearly the better choice. She even reassures Zhang Yue that there will be absolutely no obstacles for him at Misty Rain Pavilion, leaving the three of them glaring at each other. But out of nowhere, Zhang Yue makes a surprising offer, asking them to each lend him 1 million in exchange for power leveling. He promises to fully repay the money within 1 month, leaving Lin Tian completely stunned by the unexpected request. Borrowing money, Liu Yao is instantly eager to help, asking his boss what he needs that much cash for. Although his father locked up his funds, he offers to demand it from him anyway. But Zhang Yue politely declines the offer. Suddenly, Jin Yan happily shouts out that she has the money and can lend him 3 million. Zhang Yue stands there totally stunned, completely caught off guard. How did she know without asking that he wanted to register a guild? Her intuition is incredibly sharp. He smiles and praises her, calling her a brilliant and beautiful second miss who guessed absolutely right. Liu Yao reads the room, nervously asking if his boss has really thought this through. Starting a guild is brutal, especially in the beginning. But Zhang Yue simply nods with absolute confidence, saying he has made up his mind. In his past life, he planned to use his fame to recruit all the top players and build the greatest guild in the entire world. Too bad a level 9 beast tide wiped out everything first. Lin Tian chimes in with the same warning, reminding him that the road ahead is incredibly tough. He smiles, already having a plan, and casually offers escort services for 10,000 per run. though Mist Rain Pavilion gets it completely free as interest on her 3 million. Lu Yao is totally stunned by the cunning scheme of his boss, while Lin Tian sighs in regret, bowing his head and wishing he had offered his own cash first. With that settled, Zhang Yue prepares to leave, saying he has other urgent business to handle. Cutting to another location, he watches as the Dark War Dragon finally hatches and emerges from its egg. The system instantly flashes a notification, congratulating him as his elite Dark War Dragon successfully evolves into a rare world-destroying black dragon. It has now unlocked the rare pet skill, World Devastation, successfully upgrading its black dragon bloodline to level 2. Then, its eyes snap open as the Dark War Dragon grows massive with a deafening roar, displaying a detailed status screen that describes the beast, a proud descendant of the ancient Dark Dragon Mother. Noble royal blood flows through its veins, allowing it to lead the Dark Clan and fiercely protect its master. Zhang Yue grins in satisfaction, noting that even as a hatchling, this elite beast is incredibly powerful, meaning its future evolution into the world-destroying black dragon will be even deadlier. Without hesitating, he steps forward and moves out. It is time to test its power. Elsewhere, Hao Tian and Jin Yan flee in panic as a raging crowd chases them down, shouting not to let them escape. While running, Jin Yan frantically asks why he saved her. Is he not the vice leader of the Wuji Guild? He answers that he simply cannot stand those two, Wuji and Sword Saint, for sneakily ambushing a defenseless girl like absolute cowards. Hao Tian looks back with a teasing smirk, suggesting that since he saved her, maybe little Jin Yan should offer herself to him as a reward. Jin Yan instantly snaps back, calling that completely impossible. He merely chuckles with a playful grin, telling his beautiful companion not to dismiss the idea so quickly. Suddenly, a figure leaps down from above, blocking their path. Sword Saint grips his blade tight, coldly reminding Wu Hao Tian that the guild leader ordered them to corner the Linhai Guild, since that girl is the leader of Mist Rain Pavilion. Saving her means he is betraying the Wuji Guild. Right then, the pursuers catch up and completely surround them. Hao Tian points at himself, proudly asking how they can call him a traitor when they are both vice leaders. Sword Saint draws his weapon and points it directly at him, declaring that the moment he saved her, he was banished from the guild. Kill them all. An assassin immediately charges forward to strike Jin Yan, but Hao Tian rushes over to block the heavy blow, roaring out for anyone to try and dare test him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sword Saint blindsides him with a brutal stab to the back, causing him to cry out in pain. Realizing they are in deep trouble, Jin Yan shouts a spell and swings her magical staff to unleash her power. A glowing purple energy erupts from her staff, tightly binding Sword Saint in place. Sword Saint remains completely unharmed, laughing that while her crowd control is precise, they have far superior numbers before ordering his men to charge together. With weapons raised, the entire enemy crowd surges forward, and it seems like the helpless duo is about to be finished off. Suddenly, the entire space is engulfed in a fiery red light, and several attackers are instantly sliced in half. It is Zhang Yue riding atop his fiercely roaring Dark War Dragon. Sword Saint instantly recognizes him, shouting that it is Ling, the absolute #1 powerhouse of Linhai. Terrified, he realizes he has never heard of anyone keeping a dragon as a pet. Gritting his teeth, he looks up and boldly speaks to Ling. He claims to have researched his background. He adds that Ling is a complete nobody who only succeeded because of Mist Rain Pavilion and the Supreme Guild. He reveals that the leader is offering him a chance if he cooperates. But hearing this joke, Zhang Yue just bursts out laughing. He raises his spear, charging a golden energy orb directly at him, and asks if they honestly think he needs their pity. Before Sword Saint can finish his grand speech, the energy blast strikes him directly, sending powerful shockwaves through his entire body. He roars that he'll show them the grim fate of anyone who dares oppose the Wuji Guild. Terrified by the sight, the remaining bystanders frantically urge each other to run away immediately. Zhang Yue leaps down from the back of his dark war dragon, quietly watching the cowards flee. Senyan rushes to his side, anxiously asking if he is all right. Smiling gently, he tells her he is perfectly fine, claiming he was just passing by and happened to spot them. Turning to Hao Tian, standing nearby, he casually asks if the rumors of him being kicked from the Wuji Guild are true. Hao Tian glares back in frustration, snapping that he was the one who wanted out of that trash guild anyway. Far from angry, Zhang Yue simply smiles, noting that the guy actually seems to have some decent moral principles. He casually invites him to join his guild, leaving both Hao Tian and Senyan utterly stunned as they yell out in pure shock. Holding up 5 fingers, Zhang Yue begins the negotiations, offering a monthly salary of 50,000. Hearing that huge offer, Hao Tian immediately accepts in excitement, eagerly asking what this mysterious guild of theirs is actually called. When asked about the current member count, Zhang Yue raises 2 fingers, revealing the Heavenly Destiny Temple has exactly 2 members. While Senyan giggles behind her hand, Hao Tian stares in pure shock, demanding to know if this is some kind of sick joke. Senyan quickly defends him, saying it is just newly established and will definitely grow, while Zhang Yue nods, confirming he is already recruiting. Hao Tian throws an arm around Zhang Yue's shoulder like an old friend, whispering a sly question that leaves him speechless, asking if they are actually in a romantic relationship. Waving his hand, Zhang Yue turns to leave, telling him it is time to grind levels and he will contact him later. Lifting her skirt, Senyan runs after them, shouting she is coming too. Meanwhile, 2 fierce rock dragons clash in a brutal sky duel, with one unleashing a devastating torrent of fire to claim its victory. Leaning lazily against a nearby tree trunk, Zhang Yue stares at his glowing holographic screen, thinking about the recruitment notices he has just broadcasted to the public. Unfortunately, almost all of the eager applicants are just common class players, with levels well below 30. With a slight smirk, he reaches out to tap the glowing screen. Then again, it makes sense that elite high-level players would never choose a brand new guild right off the bat. Suddenly, a desperate, high-pitched scream pierces the quiet woods, instantly catching his attention as someone begs for help. Sprinting in sheer panic from 3 relentless pursuers, Diandian screams desperately for help, only to trip over a thick tree root and crash heavily onto the dirt. Dahu corners her with a vile, creepy grin, mocking Ning Diandian for actually thinking she could hide from them forever. Paying back your debts is just the natural law of the world. Pale with fear, she weakly argues back, shouting that she owes nothing and that Wu Di set her up from the start. Lusting after her, Dahu lunges forward, telling her to shut up and pay with her body if she lacks cash. Zhang Yue suddenly intercepts, delivering a heavy kick straight to Dahu's gut that sends him howling in agony. Shielding the trembling Diandian with his spear, he coldly demands to know how much she owes, while the humiliated Dahu charges back in a rage, screaming at the kid to mind his own business. But before the thug can even get close, Zhang Yue thrusts his spear forward, unleashing a golden blast that sends him flying. The other goons instantly recognize his face, trembling as they realize this is the legendary Ling, the beast who took on the Wuji Guild single-handedly. Run for your lives. Once they flee, Zhang Ye steps closer, awkwardly avoiding eye contact with her torn clothing as he softly asks if she is all right. Sniffling, she tells him her story, explaining that she owes absolutely nothing and that the vile Wu Di sent them to exact revenge. Zhang Yue nods calmly, preparing to leave since she is no longer in any immediate danger. Puzzled by her quiet footsteps behind him, he asks why she is tag teaming, to which she fearfully admits she is terrified they will return. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Yue calculates his red name status, knowing senseless killing ruins his reputation and takes too long to clear. Choosing the practical path, he agrees to let her tag along, since he is already grinding mob experience in the area anyway. Together, they venture deep into a mysterious stone cavern, scanning the strange cavern walls. Diandian notes how different this area feels, to which he simply nods in silent agreement. Suddenly, a massive rock dragon emerges with a deafening roar, prompting him to quickly shield her and yell a warning. Under her starstruck gaze, Zhang Yue summons his legendary spear, confidently declaring that he will handle this beast alone. Swinging his spear, he casts a blazing fireball spell. The thunderous explosion draws a whole horde of angry dragons, who use their telekinetic power to fling deadly projectiles. To his utter shock, Zhang Yue realizes he is being bombarded by a relentless rain of razor-sharp stones. Frowning, he realizes these rock dragons are far more dangerous than expected. Possessing advanced crowd control abilities, he cursed his own carelessness as he watched the massive swarm circle above, knowing even the strongest hero can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Getting surrounded like this will not cause any serious injury, but it really ruins the mood. Suddenly, a soft blue light glows at Zhang Yue's feet, making his wound completely vanish. He's shocked to see her skill can cleanse control effects and heal simultaneously. He speaks to the furiously roaring Dark War Dragon, telling it that he will handle these guys himself. Before leaving, he asks about her class, and she replies she is a Holy Light Priest. Zhang Yue instantly recognizes it as an elite tier class, knowing that in high-level fights, crowd control is the ultimate danger. Everyone's level is low right now, making this weakness easy to miss. But facing a forbidden mage like Su Jinyan later means instant death. Looking at Diandian, he realizes that having a Holy Light Priest by his side would make him completely invincible. Without wasting any time, he offers her a spot, asking if she would join his guild. 50,000 a month. Hearing that massive offer, Diandian agrees on the spot without any hesitation. Then she lowers her head, hesitantly admitting that she has no fighting power and was always blamed for dragging teammates down. Zhang Yue pats her shoulder with a reassuring smile, saying her value to him is 100 times more than she could ever imagine. Diandian's eyes light up with gratitude as she deeply thanks him. Little did she know, he secretly views her as the ultimate pocket healer. He pulls up his chat to message Wu Haotian to get over here, muttering about sending his minimap coordinates. 10 minutes later, Haoshen rushes over, eagerly asking if there is a fight they need to win. Zhang Yue stands up to introduce their newest member. Haoshen is speechless, complaining that a simple message would have worked instead of making him run all this way. But seeing a beautiful girl, Haoshen immediately flips his attitude, smoothly introducing himself as her big brother Haotian. Startled, she takes a step back and introduces herself as Ning Diandian. Earning a quick compliment from him, he asks about her class and level, and she quietly replies that she is level 29. Haoshen notes her level is a bit low but promises to carry her, before suddenly realizing her class is actually incredible. He pulls Zhang Yue aside, whispering that he is incredibly lucky. He asks if she even knows her own worth, since top global guilds pay 3 million a year for her class. He honestly replies that she doesn't. Haoshen understands, realizing that since most players are still low level, her class's massive advantages remain completely hidden. But he warns that the moment she learns her real value, she will definitely jump ship. Zhang Yue indifferently dismisses the worry, while Diandian nervously watches them whisper and asks if there is any issue. Haoshen quickly reassures her, saying he is just incredibly excited to have her on the team. Zhang Yue turns serious, reminding them that the Global Class Championship starts in exactly 3 days. To prepare, they must clear the 4th world immediately, leaving both teammates shocked that they are doing it alone. Haoshen asks for clarification, wondering if they are really supposed to conquer the 4th world and enter the tournament together. He rubs his forehead in stress, while the two of them are fine. She is not even level 30 yet and will only drag them down. Zhang Yue agrees, noting they both need their second advancement first, prompting Haoshan to suggest immediate level grinding. He calmly scrolls through his system interface, ignoring Dian as she struggles to shield Haotian from the stone dragon's fiery breath. Onlookers whisper in total shock, wondering how on earth he managed to acquire a massive dragon pet. Most people assumed beast tamers could only summon harmless little pets like cats and dogs. They wonder if the beast tamer class has suddenly become this incredibly overpowered. Checking the system stats, Zhang Yue realizes his Doom Dragon deals long-range physical damage like an archer, meaning it requires the very best archer gear. Once they finish this round of grinding, their second advancement will be completely guaranteed. With only 2 days left, players all over the world are frantically gearing up for the massive tournament. They must conquer the fourth world tomorrow, leaving them a full day to prepare. So he asks if they are done fighting yet. Haoshan confirms his quest is complete, while Zhang Yue notes he has successfully reached level 32 as well. With their second advancements ready, he tells them to finish their quests today so they can raid the boss tomorrow. They both agree as they step into a new area, looking up to analyze the layout. They had never tried taking on a world boss with a team of only 3 people before. A notification pops up, "Welcome to the 4th World Dragon Valley World Boss Challenge Area. Defeat the world boss, the Dark Divine Dragon." Suddenly, from above, the Dark Divine Dragon lets out a powerful roar, its glowing eyes staring down intensely at the 3 of them. Zhang Yue thinks to himself, despite belonging to the Dark faction, he must offend the boss to clear this stage. Haotian steps forward with his fiery sword, declaring that as the only melee knight, he will block it while the other 2 attack from behind. With that, he charges straight ahead. But the Dark Divine Dragon exhales a massive breath that blows Haotian back, leaving his eyes wide in utter shock. Haotian yells out, "Damn it. He knew 3 people wouldn't be enough." Zhang Yue orders the 2 to back up while he handles the boss, raising his hand to summon the world-destroying Black Dragon to charge into battle. Zhang Yue watches closely. No wonder it is a level 35 4-star boss. Its resistance is incredibly high. The world-destroying Black Dragon struggles to deal damage and roars fiercely, prompting Zhang Yue to command his Dark Skeleton King to restrict the target. Quickly, the Skeleton Kings charge forward, unleashing the Shadow Sword Array. He swings his sword down, casting Frozen Earth, Myriad Thunders, and Divine Fire Tribulation. Just like that, the 2 massive forces collide with an earth-shattering boom, causing the points to plummet and the Skeleton King's health to drop rapidly. It forms a protective barrier to shield itself from the terrifying power, while Zhang Yue turns and yells for White Rabbit to heal the Skeleton King. Though Dian is absolutely terrified, she stays calm to do her duty, and working together with support and attacks, they defeat the Dark Divine Dragon. Finally, the massive beast is defeated and crashes heavily to the ground. Notifications flash rapidly. Congratulations to the Soul class for slaying the world boss, the Dark Divine Dragon, to clear the 4th world. And congratulations to the Milk Candy White Rabbit class for also defeating the boss to pass the 4th world. Congratulations to the Infinite Heavenly Venerable class for slaying the world boss, the Dark Divine Dragon, to clear the 4th world. Haotian is completely astounded, his eyes wide open as he thinks he is just way too strong, soloing a 4-star boss. The damage this guy deals is far beyond what any level 30 character should be capable of. He pictures himself as a useless water bottle, completely dazed by the shock. Wait, is he actually the useless deadweight here? Zhang Yue then turns and asks if they are free tomorrow. Wanting an offline meetup regarding the class tournament, Dian quickly agrees that she can make it. And Haotian also chimes in that he is free, highly satisfied with their responses. He replies, "Great. I will send the address to both of you in a bit." He cheers excitedly that Temple of Destiny members are having their first offline meetup. Or rather, Their first official guild meeting tomorrow. The scene shifts to a food street, which is incredibly crowded, lively, and bustling at this hour. Zhang Yue walks over to Hao Tian, who is standing nearby, and reaches out his hand to introduce himself as Soul, turning around with a warm smile. He introduces himself as Wu Hao Tian, saying Hao Tian is fine. As Zhang Yue shakes his hand, from behind, Dian runs up panting, waving and apologizing for being late, after which the three go grab some beer and raise their glasses high to shout cheers. Hao Tian is thrilled that hits the spot. Guild leader. Whatever instructions you have for the class tournament, just say the word and we will follow you. Zhang Yue calmly explains that according to the tournament rules from previous years, newly promoted class users and veteran ones will be automatically separated by the system. He continues, the matches are split into 2 categories, 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2. Although the glory points gained from both modes are similar, the second mode requires 2 people to split the points, making the solo mode clearly more beneficial. Every participant will have 10 competition opportunities in total. Each winning match awards 1 point, but a defeat grants absolutely no reward points. A total score of 5 or higher allows a smooth promotion, and finishing the high-level match means the actual selection competition is over. Zhang Yue turns to Dian, adding that only 100 outstanding players citywide can advance to the provincial championship, earning a prize of 100,000 yuan. He wonders, so how are we going to form our team then? Clasping his hands with a thoughtful look, he notes that new guilds have unique perks, doubling the points received by newcomers. If someone in our guild manages to secure a top 3 finish in the city-level competitions, provincial, national, or world stages, then the personal match points will be multiplied by 5 times. Zhang Yue reaches over and advises them to focus on the 1 versus 1 first, giving them full freedom to gather as many points as possible before adapting on the fly. Slapping his hand on the table in agreement, Hao Tian shouts, "All right. Let's do exactly that," before waving to the owner to bring 2 more cases of beer. Zhang Yue gently supports Dian, advising her to go home and rest before meeting again tomorrow, while Hao Tian reassures them that nothing will go wrong under his watch. Just watch me take a top 3 spot in the city, because that 5 times point multiplier will send our Temple of Destiny soaring. He bends down to ask where she lives to take her home, but Dian suddenly bursts out, crying that she has none. Zhang Yue looks around in panic at all the staring eyes, completely flustered, as he begs her to please stop crying. She sobs about being kicked out by her friend with absolutely no money, calling herself a pitiful person with nowhere to go. Eventually, the heavy alcohol takes over, and Dian passes out right against Zhang Yue's chest. Left with no choice, he takes her back to his place, carefully supporting Dian onto the bed. Zhang Yue gasps for air, muttering that she is surprisingly heavy for someone so skinny. Suddenly, she clings to him and begs him not to leave, but he gently pushes her away, telling her to let go because she is drunk. She protests that she is not drunk, sobbing that Zhang Yue is the only person in the entire world who has ever treated her well, aside from her own parents. Suddenly, she kneels on the bed and shyly asks how she can ever repay him, offering herself to him if he does not mind. The stunning girl leaves him completely frozen in shock. Right after that, Dian lunges forward but loses her balance, falling heavily onto the mattress to sleep soundly right next to him. A soft smile plays on his lips as he looks at her warmly, muttering that he can never let her drink alcohol again. Morning arrives, and Dian wakes up in a total panic, grabbing the blanket to cover herself as she screams, wondering what on earth she did to him last night. Shyly hiding her face with her cheeks turning tomato red, she realizes that he really is an incredibly upright and honorable man. Dian clutches her head in distress, worrying that he will definitely think she is a loose, casual girl. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts her thoughts. with a voice calling out to come eat breakfast since they must gather at the Bright Temple by 10. Soon, they make their way over to the cathedral. And as the three step inside, Dian, and Hao Tian look around in absolute wonder. The hall is packed with people, and powerful beams of light stream down from above, illuminating the entire space. Zhang Yue turns back to look at his companions with a smirk, while Hao Tian flashes a highly confident grin. A system notification pops up for the tournament of Linhai City in Zhening Province. The matched opponent is Tian Lai, a guildless player from Linhai. The match is about to begin, so get ready. As Tian Lai laughs out loud, telling his fans that he is about to begin, Zhang Yue is briefly caught off guard as the man puts a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, waving his staff. Tian Lai gloats about his luck, pointing out that his opponent is a beast Tamer, the weakest class. He begs his viewers for gifts, promising to use spectacular magic to easily defeat his opponent and blow the crowd away. After thanking a viewer named Sister Hoa for a gift, he points his spear forward with a smirk, telling Zhang Yue to summon his pet. The streamer promises to go easy on him, but Zhang Yue calmly replies that dealing with him does not even require summoning a pet. Before the words even settle, Zhang Yue unleashes a lightning-fast strike that sends Tian Lai howling in pain, shocked by the intense electricity. The streamer screams in disbelief, while Zhang Yue merely responds with a cold snort. A system alert congratulates him on defeating Tian Lai, adding 1 honor point. It notes that guilds registered for less than 3 years will receive bonus points once the entire tournament has concluded. His next matched opponent is a player from the prestigious Empire Guild in Linhai City, known as the Imperial Warlord. The countdown begins, and the match is about to start. The opponent asks in shock if he is really Lin, the one who single-handedly crushed the Wuji Guild, and Zhang Yue calmly tells him to bring it on. He immediately drops to his knees, bowing his head and begging Zhang Yue to go easy as he surrenders. This sudden surrender leaves Zhang Yue completely baffled. Meanwhile, a system notification congratulates him on defeating the Imperial Warlord, adding another honor point. He is congratulated again for defeating an opponent named I Am Spicy Chicken, earning 1 more honor point. Another opponent forfeits, giving him another point. With all of his matches for the day completed, his total score reaches 10. He officially secures a spot in the finals, with instructions to show up on time at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Finding the preliminary rounds incredibly easy, Zhang Yue heads back, where Hao Tian greets him as guild master, and Zhang Yue asks how he did. Crossing his arms, he boasts that, as the former vice master of the Wuji Guild, securing 10 consecutive victories was a walk in the park. The Indian shyly admits she scored 7 points, prompting Hao Tian to smirk, admitting he thought support classes were weak. Zhang Yue points out that while her offensive capabilities are lower than other classes, her self-healing abilities give her a major edge. Fighting solo actually gives her a big advantage. However, Hao Tian shakes his head, sighing that their guild simply has too few members. Word is that the entire Wuji Guild breezed through the qualifiers, and the top spot in Zhening Province is practically guaranteed to be theirs. Zhang Yue notes that a slight point difference in these early matches does not matter, urging them to focus on maintaining their consistency. One person's score can theoretically overwhelm an entire guild, but Hao Tian admits he does not believe he has the kind of power to pull that off. Smirking slightly, Zhang Yue tells him to just believe in him instead, leaving Hao Tian feeling completely helpless. Sighing, Hao Tian mutters that while Zhang Yue is strong, he is also incredibly dramatic. But his leader just tells them to move as they ask in unison where they are going. He chuckles softly, noting that tomorrow's finals will feature the absolute elite, meaning they cannot afford to let their guard down. He plans to use their remaining time in the 5th world to boost their strength. Hao Tian is completely stunned by this, clutching his head in disbelief and asking why they are grinding levels right before the big match. wondering if they really have to go this hard. A system notification flashes, welcoming them to the other world. Welcome to the fifth world, the dark underground city. Currently in the safe zone known as Dawn Shelter. Be warned, this safe zone serves as the shared login hub for professional class users from 3 major hubs: Linhai City, Gunyang City, and Tianlong City. Looking around, Hao Tian mutters about how pitch black and dark the entire place is. The air feels incredibly heavy as another notification confirms they are in the dark underground city of the fifth world. Absolute darkness blankets the area, showing that humanity's once great cities have plunged into an endless void of night. In total despair. Or seek light within the shadows, risking your very life to forge a path to survival. As the system asks for their choice, Dian looks around, wondering where exactly they should head to start grinding. Hao Tian suggests heading to the outskirts to hunt monsters first and grab some energy batteries along the way. But Zhang Yue aims elsewhere, stating they are heading to the Dark Knight Fortress. Shocking Hao Tian, since that is an incredibly rare hidden dungeon. Zhang Yue explains that the fortress has a solid drop rate for rare skill books, specifically ones that boost a priest's damage output. Hao Tian is stunned, realizing this is all for Dian. While Zhang Yue notes that boosting everyone's combat power is vital for future team battles. She stammers out a thank you, admitting that no one has ever cared this much about helping her before. He calmly replies that it is simply for the team. And the 3 of them finally head inside. Hao Tian grumbles that they could just buy a skill book at the market and take a break. But when Zhang Yue asks if he is willing to pay the 1 million price tag, Hao Tian quickly backs down. Suddenly, a monster leaps out. Things are about to get wild. Instantly reacting, Zhang Yue unleashes his powerful Divine Fire Heavenly Tribulation skill, and a successful hit notification pops up. Hao Tian asks if they can actually refine the secret order of this hidden dungeon. Dian worries that even though a golden secret order can open a hidden dungeon, they have slain dozens of giant ants without refining it yet, making her wonder if this is truly going to work. Fearing they are wasting too much energy, she suggests quitting. But Zhang Yue tells them not to worry and proceeds to refine the order. A brilliant light erupts, shocking Hao Tian as he realizes it actually worked. While Dian notes that the Golden Secret Order has successfully unlocked the hidden dungeon, a devastating blow suddenly crashes down below. An assassin calls out to her vice president, questioning how any newly trained class user from Zhejiang province could possibly reach the fifth world faster than their elite team. The Sword Saint grunts in agreement, boasting that every single member of their Wuji guild easily advanced during the selection rounds. With a furious expression, he snarls that the annoying Beastmaster must still be stuck running tasks back in the fourth world. He intends to seize all the fifth world resources before anyone else can. Once that pest finally makes it here, he will make sure they suffer the dire consequences of provoking the almighty Wuji Sword Saint. A system announcement flashes. Attention all professional class users under Dawn's protection. Player number 0 has used a golden secret order to upgrade the normal Dark Knight Fortress dungeon into a hidden one, lasting for 1 hour. And all class users are welcome to challenge it. Seeing the system alert, the Sword Saint curses in pure rage. That brat has actually made it here already, and even managed to trigger a hidden dungeon. The assassin chimes in, telling the vice president she heard this specific dungeon drops a legendary poison cure skill book, worth millions on the market, and extremely hard to find. He thrusts his hand forward and yells that it is actually better this way, as they can seize the dungeon and eliminate him right now. The assassin tries to stop him, reminding the vice president that they suffered a heavy loss against him last time, and suggests they report to the guild leader first. But the Sword Saint objects. The hidden dungeon only lasts an hour, so waiting for the guild leader will take too long. And since the kid has no idea they are in the fifth world, they can just send a stealthy assassin inside to take him out instantly. A smug smirk creeps onto his face as he imagines taking all the hidden dungeon rewards for himself once his revenge is complete. Meanwhile, The three companions finally arrive at their destination as the system welcomes them to the Dark Knight Fortress hidden dungeon. The quest parameters are immediately released, requiring them to eliminate 50 Dark Knight ghouls and defeat the dungeon boss. Night Gang. Looking around the dungeon, Hao Tian asks if they should use their authority to close up the entrance. If the Wuji Guild has already reached the 5th world, they will definitely head this way to steal the dungeon upon hearing the announcement. Zhang Yue turns back with a subtle grin, saying his only worry is that they might choose to stay away. Just as a powerful cloak materializes with its stats on screen, Hao Tian pumps his fist and cheers, yelling that Brother Yue has such insanely overpowered gear. He mocks anyone who dares call a Beastmaster's health pool weak now. Zhang Yue urges them to start farming, and the three of them quickly head inside. Dian looks around nervously, muttering that the place is so dark and creepy, it feels like monsters could jump out at any second. Suddenly, a vicious beast leaps out from the shadows, letting out a terrifying, savage roar. Without wasting a second, Zhang Yue fires off a massive sphere of flames, casting his super fireball spell. The monster is completely engulfed, screaming in agony. He notes that although these corpse ghouls are level 37, their overall defense stats are actually pretty low. Zhang Yue lays down the usual plan. He and Hao Tian will fight, while Dian acts as their pocket healer. Hao Tian readily agrees. Zhang Yue unleashes a devastating firestorm to wipe out the remaining monsters behind them. Casting Heavenly Fire Flow, he points his staff and commands an invincible assault. Dian clasps her hands together, a thick aura swirling around her as she invokes her divine blessing. A flashing red warning fills the screen as a massive beast named Bejius appears with a deafening roar. With 50 corpse ghouls successfully cleared out, their objective shifts to defeating the dungeon guardian, Dark Lord Rezart. Hao Tian grins wildly, cheering that the big boss has finally arrived. Zhang Yue yells to finish this quickly, and both of them charge forward to launch their joint attack. A massive explosion rocks the entire chamber. But right after, Bejius charges and sends Zhang Yue flying into the air. This leaves Hao Tian and Dian completely stunned. Suddenly, the Sword Saint Guild leader barks out orders, calling them total amateurs. He scoffs at them for trying to fight the Dark Lord alone, then orders his men to take the boss. His soldiers shout back in agreement. They rush the beast together, unleashing their Shadow Pierce skills. Seeing this, Hao Tian shouts in anger that their kill is being stolen. And then, things get real. A system notification alerts everyone inside that the territory permissions have been altered by the holder of the golden token. The free resurrection feature upon death is officially disabled. Instantly, escape scrolls are blocked, meaning nobody can teleport out or leave this secret territory. In this space, killing other players will no longer increase any player's PK crime value. The exit completely seals shut. Seeing this, the Sword Saint panics, wondering what on earth is going on. Wasn't the boss supposed to be dead? How could anyone still change the system permissions? While the intruders are busy fighting Bejias, Zhang Yue quietly casts Hell's Judgment. A forest of sharp spikes erupts from the ground, impaling and wiping out every single one of them. The Sword Saint screams in absolute rage that Brad is still alive. He is still right here. Zhang Yue swings his staff, casting Dragon's Breath and Heavenly Fire Flow, collapsing onto his sword. The Sword Saint trembles in fear. He cannot die here before stealing the boss, so he desperately orders a retreat. Suddenly, Hao Tian blocks his path, crossing his arms and mocking him, asking the little sword bastard where he is running off to in such a rush. The Sword Saint barks at him to shut up, demanding to know where that shameless kid went. Zhang Yue steps out with murderous eyes, asking if they were looking for him. He asks if the leader wants to beg on his knees for their lives. The Sword Saint rages, screaming that Zhang Yue is incredibly shameless for trapping them. Hao Tian scoffs at his hypocrisy, asking if sneaking up to steal their boss was not shameless either. The Sword Saint glares with furrowed brows, asking Wu Haotian if he really plans to kill him, especially since they used to be colleagues. Haotian boils with rage, pointing his weapon straight at the coward, demanding if he already forgot, sending assassins to murder him, gripping his hilt tightly. Haotian slams his sword down, coldly telling him that if he wants to leave, he must step over his corpse. The sword saint raises his blade, shouting that he will happily oblige. Haotian takes a stance and yells back, challenging him to bring it on and settle their grudge. Suddenly, Dian stands right before him, demanding that he pays with his life. The sword saint tells himself that if he can just take this healer hostage, they will have to let him go. Dian screams in terror as his blade draws dangerously close. Haotian is completely caught off guard, yelling at the sword saint and calling him a despicable, shameless beast. Amidst the blazing red flames, he repeatedly strikes at Dian, causing her to cry out in panic. But wait, out of nowhere, the Dark War Dragon swoops down, breathing a column of raging fire that blasts both the sword saint and Dian away. She quickly runs toward her summon, leaving the two boys watching her closely from behind. Dian hugs her companion tightly, softly thanking the Dark Dragon for saving her. Haotian snarls, completely disgusted that such a scumbag would sink so low as to sneak attack a cute girl at the very end. Dian stands up, facing Zhang Yue. She looks up at him and quietly thanks her guild leader. Haotian speaks up, noting that since the boss is dead, the dungeon run should have concluded by now. Yet, there is still no system announcement. Zhang Yue turns to him, replying that something is definitely wrong. A torrent of red fire rains down, incinerating the soldiers into nothingness on the scorched earth. A system notification suddenly pops up, warning all active class users inside the Dark Fortress dungeon. The Dark Lord has officially gone mad, evolving into the level 38. 4-star raid boss Brija, Sovereign of Eternal Night, roaring madly with head thrown back and red eyes. A purple aura swirls around it like a storm. Haotian stares in absolute horror, shouting that the beast has gone mad, while Zhang Yue immediately summons the Black Dragon and the Bone King. Right away, two massive figures materialize before him, one commanding the skies, the other dominating the ground. Both titans strike at once, their combined purple and red energies obliterating everything in their path. Charging forward, Zhang Yue unleashes a purple blast from his staff that tears through the roaring flames. Then he turns back and barks an order for the others to help. He tells Haotian to deliver the final strike, leaving the warrior completely confused why him, when Zhang Yue was the one who unlocked the realm. Zhang Yue calmly explains that the player who first triggers a secret realm will actually lose out on the scroll reward. Realizing the plan, Haotian grips his sword tightly and unleashes a powerful thrust, wind-breaking, cloud-piercing straight toward Brija. A brilliant orange beam cuts through the darkness. Talk about a wild strike. A system notification congratulates them on defeating Brija, the Sovereign of Eternal Night, inside the Dark Fortress dungeon, granting them the absolute highest tier rewards based on their total combat contribution score. 300,000 experience points are added. Standing before the massive chest, Haotian mutters that this basically felt like a solo carry, calling his guildmaster an absolute monster. Haotian watches as Zhang Yue approaches the pile of gold, noting that a crazed boss drops insane loot. A rare skill book rests in Zhang Yue's hand, prompting Haotian to ask in pure disbelief if a book actually dropped. Their luck is absolutely incredible. And Dian stands nearby, practically beaming with pure joy. Haotian looks at Zhang Yue, wondering if the master had planned this entire outcome from the start. Haotian connects the dots. Did you leave the dungeon entrance open just so those Wuji Guild members would wander in, letting the boss feast on them to trigger its madness and force an evolution? All to boost the rate of dropping that rare book. Dian blushes with a quiet smile. But Haotian suddenly flinches as Zhang Yue whispers that he knows way too much. Haotian shivers, feeling incredibly relieved that he never ended up on Zhang Yue's bad side. Zhang Yue hands the newly acquired skillbook directly to Dian. She immediately tries to decline, telling him that such a rare skillbook is far too valuable for her to take, placing it firmly in her hands. He reminds her that in a world where strength reigns supreme, gold and money are nothing more than dirt. A prompt reveals the skill "This milk is poisonous." A rare D-tier passive for the priest class. The passive effect triggers whenever the user casts a recovery spell, dealing damage equal to 10% of the healed amount to all nearby enemies. Someone gasps toxic milk? Zhang Yue advises her to invest all of her special energy to upgrade this specific skill, promising a massive surprise in their upcoming matches, while she happily vows to work her absolute hardest to contribute to the guild. Walking away, the Sword Saint mutters that they barely made it out of that nightmare alive. He glares at a mysterious man who suddenly materializes before him, cloaked in a dark purple energy. The stranger warns them that they stand zero chance of killing Zero alone, but offers to give them a very interesting hint. Over at the Grand Arena, a massive crowd holds its collective breath as the highly anticipated match is about to begin. Dian speaks up, promising the guild master that she will do her absolute best not to drag the team down. Haoshan tells her not to worry, because he has her back. A 10-win streak is basically guaranteed if they just try their best. Zhang Yue turns to them, repeating that trying their best is all that matters. He suddenly glances over at a harsh voice nearby, warning someone that this is their very last chance. A soldier aggressively points at a man, snarling that if he screws up again and offends the Tiangong Guild, he is kicked out. The young man gives a quiet response, while Zhang Yue watches the entire confrontation without missing a single detail, glancing sideways at Zhang Yue with a deeply annoyed frown. The young man brushes past him. That man is none other than Lin Shan. He scoffs quietly at Zhang Yue and quickly walks away. Zhang Yue stands there silently lost in thought until Haoshan snaps him out of it, urging him to hurry up because the match is finally starting. With his cloak fluttering in the wind, a system message alerts that Ling from the Destiny Temple has achieved a 10-game winning streak. Another notification follows, announcing that White Rabbit Milk Candy has reached 7 straight wins. Just as a defeated warrior gasps his final breath, now standing directly opposite to Jin Yan, Haoshan admits in a low voice that although he truly likes her, defeating her is his only ticket to securing a 10-game win streak. Hao Tian warns her he won't hold back, but she grips her weapon and coldly declines any mercy. Hao Tian reasons that since Xiao Yanyan relies on crowd control, she stands no chance if he simply evades her moves. Jin Yan unleashes her flowing light spell, causing a radiant purple glow to instantly wrap around her body. She hurls the purple energy straight at Hao Tian, leaving him to curse his own carelessness. Hao Tian frowns, scanning his opponent closely, just as a system alert announces Wuji Tianzun from the Temple of Destiny has secured a 10-game win streak. The crowd in the stands erupts into murmurs, questioning what this mysterious Temple of Destiny guild even is. They wonder why Wuji's vice leader joined them, especially since the Temple of Destiny now completely dominates the top 3 leaderboard spots. Jin Yan stares at her screen, reading a message from Ling thanking her for holding back during their fight by claiming the top 3 spots in this high-stakes professional tournament. The newly registered guild secures a massive 5x multiplier on all their earned points. Missing out on rewards like this would be crazy. So they raise their glasses to toast everyone, leveling up together. Dian lifts her glass in appreciation, thanking Hao Tian and their leader since she never dreamed she would make the top 100. Hao Tian looks at her curiously, asking Dian why she is not drinking any alcohol tonight. She blushes and glances at Zhang Yue as he steps in to explain that she cannot drink alcohol. Hao Tian impatiently wonders why the food is delayed, but Zhang Yue replies, they are still waiting on someone. Hao Tian is absolutely stunned when Lin Shan suddenly walks in, sits down, and proudly announces himself as the 4th member of the Temple of Destiny. Greeting the leader, he introduces himself as Lin Shan, operating under the ID Tiangchen, a rare level 34 lightning mage. Zhang Yue looks at Lin Shan, warmly welcoming him to the Temple of Destiny on behalf of the entire group. Hao Tian looks on in shock, asking how he managed to recruit the actual leader of the God of War Guild. Lin Shan casually pushes up his glasses, reminding Hao Tian that he himself used to be the vice leader of the prestigious Wuji Guild. Hao Tian has no comeback for that. While Zhang Yue turns to Lin Shan and mentions he heard about his recent situation, specifically, why he chose to leave his old guild rather than participate in a rigged match. Lin Shan explains that management ordered his team to throw a match against the Heavenly Palace Guild, something he simply refused to do. Zhang Yue reassures him that inside the Temple of Destiny, he will never be forced to play dirty, whether they are fighting in official tournaments or just doing daily battles. His only job is to give it his absolute best. He adds that although the starting pay cannot match what he made as a guild leader, everyone's financial situation will significantly improve once they start claiming tournament prize money. Dian chimes in to mention that the grand prize for winning the provincial championship is 1 million credits. The national challenge offers 3 million, while the ultimate prize in the world championship reaches a staggering 10 million. Hao Tian gets incredibly hyped, shouting that they will be absolutely filthy rich if they sweep every single tournament. Lin Shan agrees, promising to update his registration info tomorrow and officially transfer his guild affiliation over to the Temple of Destiny. Zhang Yue tells them to eat their fill, pointing out they still have a few days before the provincial championship begins. They will resume questing to level up tomorrow, a plan all 3 members readily agree to after hearing him out. Deal. Meanwhile, Xiaoling sits on her couch, staring at her phone, wondering why the top rank in Linhai City isn't from the Supreme or Misty Rain Pavilion guilds. Before smiling at how cool it feels to see Ling leading the Temple of Destiny, a system notification shows her message failed to send, where she had enthusiastically asked Ling if his new guild had any open slots for a level 30 assassin, shocked by the restriction. Zhao Yue merely smiles to herself, confident that a minor obstacle cannot stop a genius girl like her. Hao Tian points to his left hand. His face lights up with excitement as he boasts that their brand new team of 4 now consists of an elite Holy Light Priest, 2 rare Flame Knights, and 1 powerful Lightning Mage. Right next to him, Lin Shan remains deeply serious as he slowly adjusts his glasses, warning them that while their raw combat power is fine, the upcoming tournaments will only get tougher, meaning they must continue to refine their overall battlefield strategies. Hearing this, Dian looks up in surprise from across the table, reminding them that they have already fully cleared the dungeon in the 5th world. Hao Tian rests his arms on the table and seriously suggests they should just stick to running standard quests in order to keep developing. But as Zhang Yue listens, he slowly brings his cup to his lips and suddenly proposes an alternative. His eyes staring off into the distance, he points out there is still one hidden dungeon of much higher value, causing Lin Shan to immediately gasp and ask if he is referring to the gates of hell. Right after, he lowers his voice, his eyes reflecting a deep seriousness, as he explains that in the 5th world lies a gate of hell. Inside are countless rare treasures, but it has remained completely untouched for over 107 years. Hearing this, Dian widens her eyes in utter confusion, wondering why that is the case. Hao Tian cannot help but turn his head back to stare directly at Lin Shan, asking if there are not supposed to be countless treasures in there. There has to be a mountain of top-tier gear inside. Is it really possible that nobody wants any of it? Zhang Yue frowns slightly and lowers his tone, explaining that the gate of hell is guarded by a terrifying messenger named Bijias, and defeating this beast is the only way to gain entry. An image of an iron-armored warrior confronting a gargantuan, monstrous beast face-to-face immediately flashes across the screen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue remains seated in his chair with his fingers clasped together on the table, lost in deep thought. In his past life, he had also tried desperately to breach the gate of hell, but failing to defeat Bijias forced him to give up and move on to the 6th world. Meanwhile, Hao Tian gets absolutely pumped up. shifting excitedly as he declares they will set off for the gate of hell tomorrow. Sitting across from him, Dian cannot help but smile and cheer them on. Elsewhere, inside a creepy chamber littered with scattered human skulls, a massive two-horned beast looms as Jin Yan's stern voice suddenly rings out, ordering Team 1 to taunt and draw the boss's undivided attention, raising her hand to signal with an incredibly tense expression. She orders Team 2 to destroy its magic box, while Team 3 attacks from the front. The powerhouse of a beast flexes its bulging muscular arms to block a barrage of explosive magical projectiles fired by the raiders. Seeing this, Hao Tian, draped in his red cloak, watches the chaotic fight and wonders if the massive numbers from the Misty Rain Pavilion actually guarantee a victory. Standing nearby, Lin Shan quickly chimes in, pointing out that, while this is a level 45-star boss, the real threat is not the beast itself, but the strange object it stands on. Then, another massive two-horned beast suddenly leaps out from a chest, roaring furiously at the intruders of the gate of hell. Its glowing eyes cut through the deadly darkness as it clenches its fists in pure, unbridled rage. Without hesitation, the monster lunges forward to smash the very spot where Zhang Yue and his party are observing, unleashing a deafening screech that demands they meet their doom. A moment later, Hao Tian breaks into a cold sweat and exclaims that the transforming magic box explains why this beast is so utterly undefeated. Zhang Yue narrows his eyes and quietly advises that they should test the waters, fighting if they can, and retreating if it gets too dangerous. With a quick shout of agreement, Hao Tian and Lin Shan leap straight into the fray, while Zhang Yue raises his staff to command his own summoned beasts to charge forward. Hearing this, Jin Yan quickly spins around with an excited look on her face, calling out to Zhang Yue. Dian flashes a shy, sheepish smile, offering to go over and assist Hao Tian and the others. Approaching Zhang Yue, Jin Yan glances at the chaos behind him, noting with a smile that he actually managed to recruit both the vice leader of Wuji and the legendary leader of War God Guild. Hearing her compliment, he seizes the perfect opportunity to recruit her, asking if she would like to join them too. At that, Jin Yan's eyes turn slightly downcast, as she admits she would join him in a heartbeat if she were just a regular member of Misty Rain Pavilion. But her words are suddenly cut short by a massive explosion and raging flames. The two-horned beast holds up its heavy shield, desperately blocking the onslaught. This makes Jin Yan break into a cold sweat, her pale face showing deep worry as she notes that the magic box makes the beast completely invulnerable. Instead of wasting resources here, she decides it is best to pull her team out and find another zone to level up. Turning back to Zhang Yue, she asks if there's anything else he needs or any way she can assist him before leaving. He calmly declines with a grateful nod, saying she has already done more than enough and he can handle the rest himself. Understanding his decision, Jin Yan waves her hand to call off her guild members. Ordering a full retreat, Zhang Yue leans on his staff, watching the retreating guild members fade into the distance. Hao Tian approaches him, looking completely helpless, asking how they are supposed to damage a boss they cannot even budge, keeping his absolute cool as always. Zhang Yue points out that to take down this messenger, they must first find a way to break that magic box. Hao Tian widens his eyes in disbelief, wondering why he refuses to give up even after their main allies have completely retreated. In response, Zhang Yue wears a sly grin, pointing out that even a single random treasure inside is easily worth millions. Hearing this, Hao Tian jokingly suggests the worst plan ever, calling a professional locksmith to crack the chest open. Right at that moment, a system notification suddenly flashes across a glowing blue screen in the pitch darkness. Attention all players. The player Dowsy has activated a 10 times energy buff in the Cannibal Rat Tribe map for the next 2 hours. So make sure to head over and start harvesting. Hao Tian reads the announcement and looks up in utter shock. A 10 times energy boost, who on Earth could be generous enough to trigger such a crazy perk? Zhang Yue stands there with a serious expression. He keeps an eye out and warns them that opening this map costs a fortune. so normal players can never afford it. Hao Tian gets incredibly excited, clenching his fist. He suggests they must be from some massive noble family, or a top-tier guildmaster. Lin Shan stands nearby and quickly chimes in, telling the leader that their energy reserves have been running pretty low lately. Zhang Yue sighs in mild defeat, nodding along to head over and check it out. The scene shifts, gripping his hilt. Sword Saint stares with pitch-black eyes after finishing off a player, saying it is a shame because Misty Rain Pavilion members have no place in the Wuji Guild. Right after, his underling quickly reports that the vice leader of the 3 main guilds also saw the announcement and already started farming. Hearing this, Sword Saint flashes a deadly grin, boasting that he will secure a massive victory for the Wuji Guild by wiping out that kid and crushing the other 3 guilds at the same time. Near a massive blue vortex, players gather and shout out for anyone looking to party up, looking for level 38 runners. Anyone below level 32 need not apply. And they desperately need a healer. The crowd parts to make way for Zhang Yue and his crew. Whispers of disbelief erupt all around. Recognizing the vice leader of the Wuji Guild and even the leader of the War God Guild. Wait, could that guy leading them be the legendary Zero? A girl clasps her hands together in pure excitement, wishing those absolute powerhouses would carry her along. Someone jokes that if he were as pretty as her, maybe they would. Suddenly, 3 heavily injured players stumble out of the portal. They warn everyone to stay away, saying the level 38 rats inside are massive, deadly, and absolutely not worth dying for. Zhang Yue and his friends picture the danger ahead. They share a silent, knowing look, adjusting his glasses. Lin Shan asks in a low, anxious voice if they are going in as a team or solo. Teaming up is definitely the better option. On maps with crazy power boosts, the system scales down their damage output over time to keep things balanced. Running in a party only splits the experience points. It won't hurt their energy farming. And working together is far more efficient. Hao Tian throws his long blade over his shoulder in excitement, while Dian chimes in to say she will do her absolute best to keep everyone buffed. Elsewhere, a swarm of massive rats gets absolutely shredded by a barrage of ice daggers. The system alerts flash Hao Tian gains 2,368 energy, and Lin Shan scores 1,580. Hao Tian glances at the screen, grinning from ear to ear at the sight. 10 times loot is insane, but suddenly, a furious shout echoes from the white smoke, calling the Wuji Guild shameless and declaring eternal war with the Supreme Guild. Liu Yao yells as he runs, his voice dripping with pure hatred. He rants about them using the map's debuff to launch a cowardly ambush, challenging them to fight the Destiny Temple instead, if they have the guts. One of his guild members quickly reminds their leader to focus on surviving first. Liu Yao knits his brows tightly in frustration, gritting his teeth. He mutters that he would never be in this pathetic state if not for the debuff. Suddenly, a black-clothed assassin lunges from behind with a dagger, screaming for him to die. Before anyone can react, a sudden burst of scorching flames burns the assassin to ash right in front of Liu Yao, while Zhang Yue stands nearby and calmly asks what is going on. Terrified, Liu Yao grabs Zhang Yue by the shoulders and cries out that this map is a trap, with the Wuji Guild taking advantage of the debuffs to ambush everyone. They are trying to wipe out every single guild from Linhai City in one go. Just then, Sword Saint slowly walks over from a distance, mocking them about the grand welcome his Wuji Guild prepared. Zhang Yue narrows his eyes, immediately realizing the dark truth behind this event. Before he can even speak, Hao Tian steps up, demanding to know what kind of powerhouse would do something like this. He snaps at Sword Saint, calling him out for using such dirty tricks despite being a vice leader. Or is it that he is simply afraid he cannot win? Hearing this, the Sword Saint crosses his arms across his chest with a deeply mocking sneer. He snaps at Wu Hao Tian, asking what right a traitor like him has to bark here, with their power cut by 60%. He sneers to see how they will resist. Zhang Yue does not hold back and immediately admits the truth. He claims 10% of his strength is enough to defeat them. The Sword Saint raises his hand, sending his men rushing toward Zhang Yue like moths to a flame. He orders his men to finish him off, since their battle stats are only at 40%. Remaining completely calm, Zhang Yue swiftly raises his staff high, unleashing a massive wave of golden energy directly from his weapon down onto the charging crowd. Staring at the shocking sight, the saint breaks into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping as he wonders how this is even possible. He furiously demands to know how their damage output is completely back to normal, especially since it was supposed to be heavily decreased by the debuff. Zhang Yue smirks, mockingly asking if he truly did not know that dungeon buffs can stack. Standing right beside him, Haoshan mockingly chips in with some basic game knowledge, explaining that repeatedly triggering a tenfold energy buff will bypass any system notifications entirely. Nearby, Wuji's expression suddenly turns dark as he slowly claps his hands in mock applause. Very impressive. He acts just as calm as Zhang Yue, explaining that they must have repeatedly activated the tenfold energy buff to exploit the rule where the activator can cleanse debuffs from their allies, which is how they easily escaped. He calls it a clever trick. But Zhang Yue immediately fires back that his opponents are just incredibly foolish. There are no free lunches. That is just common sense. His pride deeply wounded, the Sword Saint flies into a violent rage and screams at his men to attack. Since they only have 4 people to work with, he fully intends to drag them into a long war of attrition to completely grind them to dust. Zhang Yue coldly accepts the challenge, warning them that he is ready to play this game to the very end. Suddenly, a massive and razor-sharp slash unexpectedly cuts through the pitch-black and deadly space, catching sight of a rare item wrapped in a brilliant golden aura. Haoshan excitedly yells that their loot has basically delivered itself. Before he can grab it, something heavy deliberately strikes him right in the chest. Losing his composure, Haoshan loudly warns his leader that some thief is taking advantage of the chaos to steal their hard-earned loot seriously. Talk about bad timing. Zhang Yue immediately spots a shadowy figure slipping away through the chaotic battlefield. Refusing to lose their trail, he leaps forward to block the thief's only path of retreat. Standing behind, Wuji calmly stands with his hands in his pockets, demanding they hand over all the loot if they want to live. But the mysterious figure only shows a brief hint of worry. Instead, a faint smile appears on their face, saying absolutely nothing. Seeing this, Zhang Yue takes a calmer, more diplomatic approach. With searching eyes, he tells the stranger he only wants their stolen items returned to the Destiny Palace. Without warning, the black-cloaked stranger splits into multiple shadow clones, and they all charge straight toward where Wuji is standing at lightning speed. Zhang Yue also finds himself targeted by this sudden distraction, but he keeps his freezing cold gaze locked entirely on the main shadow in front of him. Meanwhile, Wuji wears a highly confident, sly smile, mocking their opponent for making a completely foolish decision. Suddenly, a face with glowing eyes appears right before him, making him jump back in panic. Wondering what this is, looking at his empty hand, Wuji screams in terror for his missing blood shadow. Hao Tian is stunned, pointing out that Wuji's signature blood shadow weapon never leaves his hand. Yet this mysterious thief managed to steal it. Phantom Lin Shan adds that the intruder must be an elite class holder, a highly skilled rogue. Instantly, a dark figure lunges from behind Wuji at a wind-shearing speed. Lin Shan questions if their leader is really just a summoner with that insane speed. But Haochin interrupts, stating he is not even human. Zhang Yue tells her to wait, causing the rushing assassin to freeze and admit she knew he would be the toughest opponent. She continues by asking if he truly wants to slay her, wondering if the famous leader of the Destiny Palace is nothing more than a bloodthirsty monster. He calmly offers a deal, promising that if she does him a small favor, he will not only give her all the loot, but also save her life. Rejecting his protection, she screams out in sheer panic as he suddenly charges directly toward her. Zhang Yue quickly blocks the fatal attack that Wuji was about to deal the assassin. Wuji smiles slyly, mocking him for trying to fight in close combat when melee is a mage's ultimate weakness. Zhang Yue calmly asks if he has ever met a true battle mage. As Wuji stares in shock, Zhang Yue instantly unleashes a high-level fireball spell. The attack strikes like lightning, forcing a screaming Wuji to desperately fall back and dodge, shielding the assassin. Zhang Yue praises her top-tier reflexes as truly extraordinary, completely unaware that Wuji is already closing in from behind. Raising his weapon, he screams out that the kid is dead meat, but Zhang Yue merely shoots him a freezing glare, leaving Wuji completely stunned and wondering how this is even possible. Zhang Yue unleashes a sudden burst of power, sending him flying. Watching this, the female assassin is filled with pure admiration for his skills. Wuji scrambles to dodge Zhang Yue's relentless strikes, refusing to accept defeat as he continues to throw out desperate provocations. Using his Wuji Phantom skill, he boasts that his kills never take more than 3 seconds, though he admits the kid has some skill. Gathering with his team, Zhang Yue asks coldly, "Is that so?" Wuji grits his teeth in sheer frustration, cursing because his debuff has finally worn off. With the Supreme Guild and Destiny Hall already here, and players from Misty Rain Pavilion and God of War likely on their way, things are looking pretty bad for them. "How dare you threaten my Wuji guild?" he snarls, pointing out that backed by the elite Tian family of Tianjing, the kid is just digging his own grave. Zhang Yue mockingly asks if he is calling for backup because he cannot win, throwing back a warning that he will pay for his arrogance. Wuji quickly retreats with his men. Zhang Yue commands the assassin to hand over the goods, causing her to panic and ask if he plans on breaking his promise. Sighing, he explains that as long as she coughs up their stolen loot, he does not care about the rest and she can keep it. Though highly reluctant, she eventually complies and asks with curiosity what exactly he wants her to help him with. Before Zhang Yue can speak, Liu Yao asks the guild master if he really wants her help, eyeing the assassin up and down and calling her pretty weak. Sighing, he tells her to follow him, while Hao Tian asks if he wants her help to unlock the gates of hell. The assassin panics, claiming she cannot beat the Hell Messenger. But Zhang Yue simply asks if she knows how to steal. She proudly says yes, so he points into the distance, telling her to steal the demon box while he handles the rest. She eyes him warily, carefully weighing her options, yelling a quick farewell. She tries to bolt, but Zhang Yue firmly grabs hold of her, flailing her arms in terror. She screams that no one has defeated the Hell Messenger in hundreds of years, so sending her to steal from it is practically a death sentence. She flatly refuses, declaring she would rather die than go through with it. Zhang Yue snorts, explaining that they can defeat the monster if she steals its demon box, as that item is what gives it such overpowered morphing abilities. She pauses in curiosity, wondering if they can really defeat it, while Lin Shan promises she can name her price if she helps. Hao Tian chimes in, offering her money or even training assistance as long as she agrees. With newfound determination in her eyes, she asks to join Destiny Hall, making Zhang Yue wonder why she wants to join them. After a brief moment of thought, he agrees, offering her a base monthly salary of 50,000 yuan with separate bonuses. The assassin beams with joy, declaring it a deal. She notes that her stealing skill has a 1-minute cooldown and only lasts 30 seconds, warning them to manage their timing carefully. She warns him not to back out if she fails, just as BGS growls coldly, promising death to anyone who dares enter the Hellgate. Terrified but still talking tough, she yells that those guys were the ones who made her do it. She swiftly slips inside before the monster can even react, blinking in confusion before realizing what just happened. BGS roars in absolute fury, baring its sharp fangs. Zhang Yue calls out, "The demon box is gone. Everyone get ready." The assassin nervously asks if just 5 of them can pull this off. And honestly, you can't blame her for worrying. Zhang Yue roars, unleashing a powerful strike called Heavenly Fire Flowing Source right at Bigius. The assassin screams that the box is linked to the beast and her skill has failed, prompting Zhang Yue to yell for her to hurry. If that demon box returns to its master, the beast will become completely invincible again. Wasting no time, the crew charges forward, shouting that it is their turn to shine as they back up their master. Zhang Yue coldly commands the Bone King and the heaven-destroying Black Dragon to attack, forcing a furious Bigius to struggle against his massive power. Its bloodshot eyes lock onto the assassin, snarling that it will murder the filthy thief for what she did. The beast lunges directly at her, sending the poor assassin into a state of sheer panic. She closes her eyes in resignation. But Zhang Yue leaps in front of her, blocking the attack with his weapon as Hao Tian screams in worry. Dian cries out his name too. Suddenly, Bigius freezes in its tracks, its eyes filled with raw hatred and confusion as to how this is happening. Stunned that a mere human blocked its full-force strike, the monster watches in horror as Zhang Yue yells, summoning an overwhelming storm of lightning. The devastating surge engulfs Bigius entirely, leaving the massive demon to writhe and scream in agony. The system announces that he has defeated the level 40 5-star boss, Hell Messenger Bigius, rewarding him with 3 experience points, along with 40 million anomaly energy. Taking a relieved breath, he listens as the system announces he has picked up 11 gold coins. He also receives 22 level 5 magic crystals, along with a piece of rare hell equipment called the Demon Boots. Finally, he obtains a special item called the Hell Key, which the system describes as a highly rare special tool. The description reads, the only key capable of opening the Hell treasure chest. If someone manages to find the Hell treasure chest inside the Gate of Hell, they will obtain infinite wealth. Note that the owner of the Hell Key also gets 3 extra chances to enter the Gate of Hell. Zhang Yue is pretty pleased with his haul, especially this Hell Key. The grateful assassin thanks him for saving her life. He casually replies, it was nothing, since he was the one who warned her anyway. Suddenly, Hao Tian shouts to look because the Hell Gate is finally opening. The system warns everyone that each class user only gets a single lifetime chance to enter the gates of Hell. Once inside the portal, players only have 3 hours to explore the area. If anyone dies during this time, they will be barred from entering the gates of Hell ever again. Lin Shan is absolutely thrilled, noting that nobody has opened this legendary gate in over 100 years. Yet they just did. Hao Tian reminds them that this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Yue happily rallies the group to make the most of this rare chance. The entire team responds with a resolute shout of agreement. The group slowly steps through the gates of Hell. Dian's eyes instantly go wide, completely stunned by the incredible sight inside. Is this really the inside of the gates of Hell? Hao Tian stands nearby, looking pretty disappointed, confessing he expected sparkling gold or flowing lava instead of this. Suddenly, the assassin leaps over a massive crack in the ground with incredibly swift and agile movements, landing softly. She squeezes her eyes shut and struggles to haul up a nearby treasure chest. She happily heads back to the group, softly humming a little tune. Seeing her haul, Hao Tian warns her that everyone only gets 1 chest, since hers is just a low-tier black iron chest. She really should think twice before committing to it. Hearing this, the girl pouts. She quickly drops the chest with a disappointed look, mumbling that she was only testing its weight anyway. Zhang Yue chimes in to analyze the situation, explaining that for normal class users, the highest grade chest available is probably King tier. Naturally, the higher the tier, the more monsters guard it. Hao Tian immediately pumps everyone up, aiming for a King tier treasure chest for each member of the group, but Zhang Yue keeps a straight face, silently calculating his real goal, the only Hell tier treasure chest in the entire world. Right after that, the whole group quickly gets to work hunting for chests. All 5 of them dig frantically through the dirt while carefully evaluating each chest. Suddenly, the assassin freezes upon hearing a strange noise. instantly on guard. She spins around and warns that someone is coming. Hao Tian looks up, quickly assuring her that this is completely normal. The moment the system announced the gates of hell were open, every major guild in the region immediately rushed over here. The assassin is visibly shocked, asking if they weren't going to have this place all to themselves. He's completely speechless, telling her they are simply one step ahead of the crowd, so they better keep digging. Meanwhile, outside the gate, trouble is brewing. A fighter ruthlessly beats down a Wuji Guild member, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Looking down at the fallen member with absolute contempt, he loudly demands to know what makes their Wuji Guild so special. Despite being the top faction in Zening, calling them nothing more than a bunch of common bandits, he unleashes another brutal blow with pure murderous intent in his eyes. With the fight settled, he raises his hand to signal his men, commanding them to show no mercy and rob every single class user they can find. The thugs roar back in agreement. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts nearby, startling the surrounding monsters. Right at that moment, a treasure chest appears directly under Zhang Yue's feet. He and Hao Tian both stare intently at the chest, scratching his head. He laments that after half an hour, they have only managed to find bronze, dark iron, and a single silver chest, calling the entire run highly inefficient. Zhang Yue suddenly receives messages from Jin Yan and Lu Yao. Lu Yao frantically writes that the Wuji Guild is killing people indiscriminately at the portal, so they should go rob their treasures instead. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan warns him to grab their treasure chest and leave immediately without hanging around. Reading this, Zhang Yue lets out an amused smile, quietly pondering that killing targets for their loot actually sounds like a pretty great plan. Elsewhere, the arrogant thugs of the Wuji Guild are running rampant, actively drawing weapons to block other players from progressing. Terrified by the threat, a male player trembles as he begs them for mercy. The girl beside him quickly adds they haven't even found a single chest yet. But the cold-hearted sword saint has no intention of showing mercy, flashing a cruel smile. The leader ruthlessly orders his men to strike. Tragic screams soon echo through the dark night as the two helpless players collapse. Their two treasure chests instantly drop, and he picks them up with a smug, sinister grin. He mockingly scoffs that if they had just surrendered their loot, they might have actually survived. Suddenly, a mysterious figure flashes past him so quickly that it's just a blur. In a split second, the treasure chest in his hands vanishes completely. Panicking, the sword saint desperately screams to know where his loot went. He stands frozen, completely unaware that the nimble assassin has already snatched it away. She proudly brings the treasure chest over to Zhang Yue, declaring that the prize is finally theirs. The sword saint's face turns completely pale as he stammers out that it is zero. Once he regains his composure, he glares at him and snaps that they did not provoke him, warning him not to push his luck. Hearing this, Zhang Yue lowers his staff into a battle stance, calmly replying that if that is the case, he will show them some real respect. Right after saying that, he immediately unleashes a raging fireball straight at the sword saint. The saint instinctively backs away, defending himself while yelling to ask if Zero is seriously trying to make an enemy out of the entire Infinite Guild. Sensing danger, Wuji immediately draws his blade to join the fight. But a dark shadow suddenly flashes right past him like lightning. Just like that, his weapon completely vanishes. Looking down at his empty hand, Wuji growls in pure frustration that this is happening again. He yells at Wu Haoshan, reminding him that he is his guild master. But Haoshan completely ignores him and launches a sudden surprise attack. Haoshan seriously replies that he is sorry, but he only takes orders from Zero. Nearby, Zhang Yue unleashes his signature spell, completely engulfing Wuji in a sea of raging flames. The guild master screams in agony, cursing Zero's name as he burns. He warns him to just wait, because someone will be coming to deal with him very soon. Once the enemy is defeated, rare treasure chests drop onto the ground. prompting an excited shout from Hao Qian that they just got a king-level chest. Zhang Yue immediately nods and confirms his guess. Right after that, a global system notification alerts all players that the one and only hell-level chest has finally appeared. Hearing this, he smiles with satisfaction, realizing the Destiny chest is finally here. Inside, a massive space opens up, guarded by an endless horde of monstrous creatures. Blazing fire surrounds the area, creating a massive, glowing red barrier. The 5 of them stand completely frozen, watching the terrifying scene with tense expressions. The assassin whispers, confirming this is indeed the legendary hell-level chest. Diandian shivers from the intense heat, whispering that just standing here makes her feel like she is going to melt. Haoshan adds that even the basic guards are top-tier monsters from the 5th world, and there are far too many of them. With no other choice, the entire group turns their hopeful eyes toward Zhang Yue, silently begging their boss to carry them through this. He scans the monstrous horde, locking his eyes on a green heart-eating demon nearby while analyzing its stats on his interface. Before quickly checking the other surrounding demon lords, Zhang Yue slowly turns around, calmly admitting that they cannot beat them. The sudden admission leaves everyone completely speechless. He then looks at the assassin, asking if there is any way to just take the chest. She shakes her head, explaining that the chest is sealed by a powerful curse, meaning they must defeat every single guardian before they can claim it. Lin Shan chimes in, suggesting they check out the king-level treasure chest that just dropped from their previous battle instead. Perhaps it contains some overpowered gear. Zhang Yue nods, admitting that it is a pretty solid idea. He loses no time and opens the chest. The moment the lid pops, a blinding, golden light floods the entire room. Staring at the weapon in his hand, Zhang Yue marvels at the system screen, noting it is a 5-star special type weapon that can evolve independently. He continues reviewing his new loot on the interface, a confident smile creeping onto his face. Since he recently grinded his way up to level 38, he can actually equip all of this top-tier gear right now. After quickly refining the gear once, a surge of absolute confidence washes over him, with 2 gold 6 attribute items equipped alongside his current massive buffs. This challenge should be a total breeze. He turns to his 4 companions, telling them that tomorrow is the provincial tournament and they should wait for him outside. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhang Yue charges straight through the roaring barrier of flames, separating them from the monsters. His expression turns deadly serious, eyes burning with raw determination as his battle spirit skyrockets, rushing headfirst into the terrifying horde while daring them to bring it on. Elsewhere, a mysterious group slowly makes their way through the thick, hazy dust filling the ruins. Tianyu scans the area ahead, expressing his deep confusion as the summoner sent by the Infinite Guild has completely vanished without a trace, and they have searched the entire secret realm without finding anything. Walking right beside him, Shinner calmly suggests that the missing summoner probably just ran away on his own. After all, a legendary hell-level treasure chest is definitely not something a mere summoner could ever dream of claiming anyway. He then turns to instruct his loyal subordinates, laying out a clear plan while reminding them that since there is only one hell-level chest, countless rival guilds will be trying to snatch it. Once they make their move inside, the guards are ordered to hold back the heart-eating demon soldiers. Meanwhile, he and Shinner will handle the 3 demon lords, making it incredibly easy to snatch the legendary chest for themselves. The subordinates shout their agreement before Tianyu and Shinner cautiously make their way further inside the dark chamber. But the moment they step onto the stairs, massive fireballs come raining down on them, forcing their guards to leap forward and shield them from the blast. He screams a warning ambush. Protect the young master and lady on the other side. Yaoshi raises his hand and barks a cold order. Open fire. Tianwu refuses to back down, immediately launching a fierce counterattack. Are the Yaoshi boys really this reckless, having chased them all the way from Tianjing? He laughs in contempt and announces a bounty. the elders order 1,000,000 coins for the heads of the Tian clan siblings. Hearing this, he drops into a battle stance and shouts back, "Let's see if you trash actually have what it takes." Yaoshi doesn't waste a second and roars the command to charge. His goons swarm forward instantly, but Tianwu is no pushover. He draws his bow, releasing a massive storm of arrows straight at the charging crowd. Beside him, Shinner grips her weapon tight and fearlessly charges into the fray, but Tianwu's volley is instantly deflected, slamming hard into a magic barrier conjured by Yaoshi. The villain sneers, asking if the young master of the great Tian clan of Tianjing is supposed to be strong. He wonders how long they can survive. As Shinner fights through the mob, screaming that they are completely outnumbered, he grits his teeth, spitting out that he can't believe they deployed so many elites just to corner them. It is completely shameless. Yaoshi just laughs it off, mockingly telling the young master to stop struggling. He boasts that since those useless Wuji Guild losers were slaughtered by that crazy summoner, no backup can enter this area anymore. So absolutely nobody is coming to save them. But right as those words leave his mouth, wait for it, a massive wave of fire erupts, swallowing Yaoshi's entire crew. Out of the blazing inferno steps Zhang Yue, looking incredibly cool, wrapped in pure fire. He calmly asks what they think they are doing on his turf. Yaoshi's eyes widen in sheer shock before he roars in anger. How dare a little brat attack their mighty Yaoshi guild? Does he have a death wish? Zhang Yue gives him a chilling look and warns him that good dogs do not block the path. Enraged by the arrogance, Yaoshi screams to kill him. But before they can even touch Zhang Yue, a massive red dragon summoned by his magic incinerates them with a blast of fire. Suddenly, a crimson nameplate appears over Zhang Yue's head, Ling. Seeing the red name, the entire gang takes a step back, paralyzed with fear. They instantly recognize that glowing red player name, pointing a trembling finger. They realize he is indeed that crazy summoner. Hearing this, Tianwu and Sinner whip around in total shock. Shinner frantically whispers to her brother, asking if this is the monster the Wuji Guild warned them about. Tianwu mutters in awe, realizing the guy is actually this insanely strong. Zhang Yue's eyes burn with pure killing intent as the flames flare around him. He growls, giving them one final chance to get off his turf. One of the leading thugs steps forward, warning that the kid might not understand who they are dealing with when it comes to the Yaoshi Guild. Behind him, his men loudly agree. They brag about being part of the top 3 clans in Tianjing, warning him to be smart and hand over the siblings. They glance at the siblings, mockingly asking if they honestly think they stand a chance. Shinner places her hands on her hips, yelling over to Zhang Yue not to believe them, because the Tian clan is the true #1 family. Zhang Yue just scoffs, muttering that he does not care who is real or fake, they all need to get lost. Infuriated, the entire group charges forward, screaming that they will teach this arrogant brat a painful lesson about the power of the Yaoshi Guild. They unleash a devastating strike. Huijin laughs at Zhang Yue's complete lack of reaction, mocking him for not even trying to dodge. In the end, he is just a squishy summoner. But as the damage numbers pop up, Huijin gasps in shock. How did he lose so little health? His defense is literally like a human tank. Before they can even process this look at this, Zhang Yue strikes back, unleashing a devastating storm. He summons the Shadow Skeleton King, causing hordes of bony monsters to crawl from the earth and rip through the crowd. The survivors are left completely jaw-dropped. They scream in terror, wondering what kind of monster he is to possess such insane power. The remaining thugs retreat in panic as Tianwu steps forward, introducing himself as the young master of the Tian clan. He gestures to his sister, Shinner, expressing his deepest gratitude for the timely rescue. Zhang Yue shrugs it off, coldly telling them to leave now that they have said thanks. Shinner pouts, whispering that he is incredibly rude. Her brother tells her not to worry. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters charges at them from the shadows, But Zhang Yue does not say a word. He points his staff, unleashing a flurry of devastating spells, from ice storms to thunderbolts. Right beside him, Jiaru charges straight into the fray as well. Her swift strikes carry a blinding effect. Showing off her rare class as a light assassin, Tianwu joins the fight too. Deploying his epic Undead Slayer class to raise spirits to aid them, Zhang Yue watches them closely and reflects he never expected these two to be such formidable hidden masters. He warns them try to steal this chest, and you end up like the others. Jiaru snaps back as if we even want it. Tianyu pulls Jiaru away to leave. He turns back to reassure Zhang Yue, do not worry. We are not ungrateful people. With our help, you will clear this door much faster. Zhang Yue looks up, though I was not fully confident. You are right. This definitely raises my chances. Right after, Tianyu launches another attack while Jiaru continuously unleashes her skills. Zhang Yue's gaze turns ice cold as a massive explosion erupts, engulfing the entire area in flames. Through the roaring flames, a treasure chest appears, and Zhang Yue steps forward to lift it up. Tianyu asks, brother, may I ask which family you belong to? Zhang Yue calmly replies, Destiny Palace. Jiaru asks with curiosity, did I hear that right? Is that a newly established guild? Tianyu asks, brother, are you interested in joining our Tian family? He flatly replies, not interested. Not thinking about it. Thanks. Seeing Zhang Yue walk away, Tianyu reaches out. Wait up. Zhang Yue does not turn back, only giving a brief backward glance. Tianyu points, I mean, this is the only hell-grade chest in the world, and you just cleared it. You were just going to walk out like this, he asks, so what of it? Just look at that crowd. Right after, the three of them step out of the gate to a massive welcome. Everyone cheers. He is the one who got the hell-grade treasure chest. Wait. He is a summoner. Are you serious? Aren't summoners supposed to be incredibly weak? But this handsome guy is so cool. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man rushes forward from the front. Roaring hand over the hell-grade chest, Zhang Yue finds this extremely annoying. You want to challenge me? Are you tired of living? Ma Zi points behind him. Ling. A lone phoenix is nothing but a chicken. Behind me, besides the Wuji Guild, stands the entire Tian family. Zhang Yue swings down his glowing, power-infused spear. Is that so? Then this time, I will wipe out both you and the Tian family behind you all at once. Jiaru raises her hand and yells, stop. Ma Zi is shocked. Young lady. Young master. Why are you two here? Ma Zi acts like he hit the jackpot, shouting in excitement, that disgusting beast Tamer I told you about before is him. You two must help me teach this arrogant punk a harsh lesson. Jiaru grabs Zhang Yue's arm and declares he is the man I have my eyes on. Anyone who touches him makes an enemy of the Tian family. Ma Zi is completely stunned what he asks. In confusion, Master Tianyu, is there some mistake? He is an enemy of our Wuji Guild. Stepping forward with authority, Tianyu speaks up, Jiaru is right. Ling is a friend of the Tian family. You all had better not make any reckless moves behind him. The crowd starts whispering the Tian family. Could they be the top clan in the capital? To think Ling actually managed to secure such a powerful backer. Exactly. Every guild in Jining province combined cannot compare to the Tian family. One lackey steps forward and whispers to Ma Zi guild leader. We should not push our luck. Though terrified, Ma Zi tries to keep his composure. Do you think I do not know that? Jiaru asks, handsome brother. Is your name Ling? Do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Yue adjusts his coat and flatly replies, no. And I am not interested. She praises him nice. He turns around if there is nothing else. I am leaving. And with that, Zhang Yue walks away, smitten. Jiaru stands watching from behind and swoons tall. Handsome. Incredibly strong. And with that personality, he is truly impressive. Even Tianyu cannot help but praise him. This guy is truly outstanding. Once we return to Tianjing, I will immediately have someone investigate his background. Mazi asks, in confusion, Master Tianyu, when did you two become friends? That guy Ling has a completely mysterious origin with no background at all. How could he catch the eye of you and Lady Jia-Ru? Jia-Ru crosses her arms and snaps. Are you questioning my judgment? He flinches, raising his hands and stammering, I would not dare. Tianyu speaks up, so what if he has no background? His talent is more than enough. And what about you? The Miaoshi Guild sent so many people in. Yet you did not notice. He gasps in shock. What people from the Miaoshi Guild entered the Hell Gate too? Mazi drops to his knees. It was our Wuji Guild's oversight. Please punish us. Master Tianyu. Jia-Ru scowls at his reaction. If it was not for Ling, we might not even be alive right now. Tianyu shouts in anger. Excuses are useless. As soon as we get back, call a meeting immediately. I am going to declare all-out war on the Miaoshi Guild. Elsewhere, Zhang Yue stares at the chest in contemplation. The world's only Hell-grade treasure chest. Sealed for 100 years. Standing at the Hell Gate, he holds up the key with a soft chuckle. Let us see what kind of surprise you have in store for me. Zhang Yue inserts the key into the lock. The chest springs open, releasing a blinding light that floods the entire space. Mastercards flutter into the air. Congratulations. You have received double rare grade skills. Congratulations. You have received 500 gold coins. Zhang Viet looks inside and ponders. Not bad. These are all excellent items worth well over 1 million. He reaches out and activates the cleansing spell as his skill and gear info pops up. Active skills are shown. First is the deterrent domain, which creates a 30-meter zone that cuts enemy damage by 15% for 10 seconds with a 30-second cooldown, though identical domain effects will not stack. Next is Sword Shadow Storm. This technique summons 100 shadow swords to create a massive 30-meter storm around the caster, striking up to 3 times to deal 150 physical damage over 3 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown. Then comes Necromancer Storm. It conjures a 30-meter storm around the caster and summons 100 undead spirits, dealing 180% physical damage to any enemy caught inside for 3 seconds. With a 20-second cooldown, Zhang Viet realizes that pouring millions of energy points into gold-grade gear and rare S-class skills was worth it, as this is easily the absolute best gear for any rookie class holder. He picks up the book. The power of this Necromancer Storm skill easily beats the Hell Champion, and its attributes match him perfectly. Looking up, he mutters that as for the rest of the items, they do not have much use for upgrading his personal space. 2 skeletons appear. Zhang Viet turns to them and says he has 4-star gear for them both. The screen displays the Black Dragon World Destroyer. Level 35. Rare grade. Attack power is 2000.600.95. Physical attack of 1780. Physical defense of 900. Magic defense of 1160. And 5360 mana. The Dark Skeleton King is level 35 and rare grade, featuring 1780 attack, 1300 physical defense, and 1260 magic defense, along with 4250 mana and 12,800 health. He praises them, noting that their current strength easily rivals any second-class advancement professional. Zhang Viet looks at the Dark Skeleton King and hands him the skill book. Seeing the Black Dragon looking sulky and turning away, he gently reassures it that the next rare skill book is definitely theirs. But get this, just as Zhang Viet turns back to open the penultimate chest, a sinister skull-faced ring suddenly emerges from within the darkness. His eyes widen as he realizes this ring is the true centerpiece of the entire Hell treasure chest. From behind, Hao Tian and 2 others rush over out of breath, calling him boss and master, eagerly asking if the treasure chest dropped anything good. Zhang Yue replies that he got 2 4-star sets and 2 rare skill books, which leaves Hao Tian absolutely thrilled. For normal players, getting just 2 4-star pieces is already an incredible feat. But pulling 2 entire sets is completely insane. The girl curiously asks what kind of treasure it is, noting that its color suggests a low grade. He picks up a blade and cuts his hand, telling her not to judge too quickly. And as his blood drips onto the ring, a powerful energy suddenly erupts. A system notification pops up, confirming the contract is complete. The demon contract is now permanently soul-bound and cannot be traded or dropped, while a new upgrade quest has activated, allowing the host to raise the treasure's grade. Zhang Yue smiles, telling her that its true value is far beyond her wildest imagination. The demon contract is a growth-type treasure, functioning as an all-around utility. It is currently common quality but upgradable, with energy contract as its first effect. Once bound to the demon, whenever the host gains special energy, the contract will absorb an additional 5% of that energy for itself. This energy can be transferred, and the second effect unlocks an upgrade quest once it reaches elite quality. To upgrade from common to elite, the host must accumulate 1,000 kills on monsters of equal or higher level. The description warns that signing a demonic contract demands a price, asking if the user wants to be the servant or the master.